Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Oceanic Pro League. I am Max Atlas Sanders, and this is Jake Spawn Tiberian. We're up to week 3, another huge week of OPL action coming up, of course. 4 games this evening, and I'm really excited, of course, starting with Immunity versus Legacy. And Legacy just dropped their first game against the Chiefs, but still looking strong.
Yeah, Legacy were coming into the season and looking fantastic. They just lost against the Chiefs. A little bit of a different composition running there, but they did definitely put up a strong fight.
Yeah, they most certainly did. Of course, Immunity winning their first game of the OPL this split. But ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at what games are coming up tonight. Of course, first it is going to be Legacy versus Immunity. Then Sudden Fear try and get their first victory here in the OPL against Avant-Garde.
Yeah, and then Direwolves are going to take off on the Hot Sin coming through there. And Absolute will go up against the undefeated Chiefs to round us out.
Yeah, we'll see whether Absolute can maybe give the Chiefs their first loss. I hesitate there just a little bit just because the Chiefs are looking incredibly dominant. Well, that's true. We could have the 4-0 effect coming through, and I'd be excited about that one because, of course, I was a little bit of a 4-0 fan.
Yeah, I was too. They were a good team.
Yeah, they most certainly were. But, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to join in the conversation, hop onto Twitter. Let us know what you think is going to be happening tonight on the OPL. Let us know how you're watching it. Maybe underwater, perhaps, something like that. Use that hashtag IamOPL. And, yeah, you can also head over to the website.
Yeah, so if you want to check out any more information, oce.lolesports.com is a place that you want to go. Has a standing, has the upcoming matches in case you missed the schedule, and a lot more interesting facts.
Yeah, and, of course, VOD's there as well if you missed any of the previous games of the OPL. So let's dive deep into this matchup here, Spawn. Of course, Immunity taking on Legacy. Legacy looking incredibly strong, of course, with Choo Choo's back in the mid lane. Not going to have any clear action this time around, who did show a fantastic Azir, but Choo Choo's that assassin player of old now up against Cheese.
Yeah, and I want to have a look really deeply on what Choose brings to this team because he is a very solid player. We saw Claire perform very well, but they had to throw more carry potential onto Minky Whale in that game. That was when he picked up the Diana. Choose, on the other hand, playing a lot of high damage threats. He's got a game on Cassiopeia, a game on Azir. He also picked up the Urgot in their first win. Very versatile player. Of course, he still plays the Assassins as well, and it's just very hard to scout out exactly what Legacy are going to bring to the lineup. They try different things. Tallywhacker's champion pool is all over the shop in the best kind of way because you can't scout this guy. He's taking Varys down there. His Ezreal game was actually very solid, 8-1 and 8 on that champion. Playing Tristana as well, also has the Kalista banned against him fairly often. You just feel that the Legacy lineup are very well-rounded and are going to outcomp most teams.
Yeah, well, of course, Immunity as well, struggling just a little bit, only just managing to pick up a victory. And their bottom lane most definitely is, I don't know whether you'd necessarily say weak, because they definitely fight all the time. They're more than happy to bring it to the opposing side. But, man, Denian goes in on the weirdest plays.
Yeah, and I don't think Immunity are struggling just a little bit. Immunity are outright struggling right now.
I didn't want to,
They're coming together with a new roster. You can't blame these guys. They've tried to integrate Denian in. They didn't have their jungler for the first 2 weeks. Now Soul Strike's been on the lineup, and their last game was definitely better against Absolute. They picked up a lot of the slack, so I want to see whether they can continue that momentum. Soul Strike's had a much better game coming through there on an aggressive champion, Rek'Sai. 1-1 and 12. I think he's the catalyst the team needs to get them ahead.
Yeah, Soul Strike's, of course, now sort of solidly on the roster. Only had him for 2 weeks thus far, or 2 games thus far. So, of course, you know, wanting to make sure that they're definitely getting everything together. But we are well and truly into Champion Select, ladies and gentlemen. Ash and Na going to be banned away from Immunity, and Hecarim and Ryze hitting the bench here as Minky Well not going to be playing that one, but Choo Choo's, I believe, has probably been picking that one up in the mid lane.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. And, you know, we mentioned Ryze today when we were talking about Denian. Is he just going to go right back to basics, pick up his old Ash and try and get something done in the bottom lane? Get a lot of, I guess, CC and engage coming out of the AD carry position, something that Immunity could have looked for, but they banned it away. Nautilus also hitting the bench for T-Gun there. And this is just fairly standard bans. I'm expecting maybe Alistair to get taken off the board against Ju because he's really the last strong support remaining.
Yeah, and I like that Legacy ban away the Nara as well. Of course, Ryu playing his most impressive games on that champion, but of course, Minky Well having his one loss on Nah, probably more than happy not to play that one. But we are through the ban phase. Carbon is going to lose the Nunu. I would have thought that maybe the Gragas ban would have come towards Carbon, but they are going to first pick the...
I cannot believe they didn't ban Alistair coming through there. With Nautilus off the board, they're going to really struggle to get something that can go toe-to-toe. With the Angry Cow in the bottom lane, T-Gun might have to go towards something like a Janna for disengage potential, because otherwise it's going to be incredibly difficult in the mid-game to try and stand toe-to-toe with Ju's Alistair.
Yeah, well, Soulstrikes is hovering a Karma. I'm not sure whether that's going to come through.
So strong right now.
Well, that's a good point. And I believe we are on the correct patch for it as well, as Victor hanging out there, and look, we'll see what Immunity decide to do, but I think that Gragas is definitely something that they want to look to pick up. I don't know whether that's what they're going to head over to, but Kalista is the other thing that's a massive pick, and we didn't even mention Azir.
Yeah, so Azir comes through for Cheese again. He has picked it up in, I think, two of his games actually coming through there. Has looked okay on it, hasn't looked fantastic coming through, gets a lot of early game pressure, you do have to say, Cheese, but Kalista, something that Tallywhack is very impressive on, so I'm not surprised that they picked it away. Denian also picked up his first win on the season on that AD carry, was a little bit more aggressive, like him better on Bloodthirster first. AD carries because he just fights so often and gets some health back afterwards, I guess.
Yep, he makes sure that he's capitalizing on the fact that, fighting for a long period of time is going to help him out. Legacy is still taking some time thinking about what they want to take into the top lane, of course, or into any of the lanes, as Hecarim's actually been banned away, so Minky Whale not going to have another dominating performance on the horsey. See whether he picks up Shyvana. I'd be very, very excited if he did.
Yes, things like Aurelia are still open as well.
Yeah.
Minky Whale always been a good Aurelia player coming onto the Rift. There have been two critical, so it's probably going to be Maokai up there if you look at what they're going to default to. And you see Gragas Maokai locked in. So far, Legacy have a very solid front line, not really given anything away from their composition. They do pick well. They're going to zone control very well with the Gragas. They also have a lot of uncleansable CC through forms of knock-ups coming through. So I really like what they've done with their comps so far, putting together that big brick wall that we always talk about in the Cinderhulk meta.
Yeah, well, you're talking about the brick wall, but there's also the fact that Choo-Choo's can opt for the Cassiopeia if he wants to pick it up here. Of course, has been playing Cassiopeia for a long time, actually played it in the previous split a couple of games. He was very, very powerful on that champion, but a lot of people bring that into the Azir matchup.
Yeah, and it's a good matchup against Azir. Azir should be able to get through it, but the problem is it's just so unforgiving. As soon as you make that one mistake, Cassiopeia lands the poisons, it's just game over because she chases you down from everywhere. So Cheese is going to have to be careful if that is the matchup they take. In the top lane, Ryu can default back to Rumble. Does well in the Maokai matchup. He plays it a lot, so we probably expect to see that one coming through there. And as we said, some disengaged in the support position. They haven't gone for Janna, they've gone with Morgana.
Yeah, and of course T-Gun, a fantastic Morgana player. More than happy just to hit level 2 and then run away from the bottom lane, although Denian generally needs him throughout most of the laning phase. But, you can head to that mid lane, throw out some Dark Bindings, really mix things up, and T-Gun's sort of known for being in the right place at the right time a lot of the time in the early stages of the game. Yeah,
tries to get around and affect the maps with some roam, so he definitely will be able to do that. Black Shield against the Alistair combo just cannot be overstated how valuable it is, because it does wreck the combo a little bit coming in there. So a lot of pressure on T-Gun to be able to keep Denian alive, get him scaling up until that Bloodthirster and Hurricane combo can come through, where he can start getting a lot of spears in this tanky front line, because you think that these team fights are going to go for a fairly long time with how much consistent damage is currently in both lineups.
Yeah, and does that make it difficult to bring Kalista into the lineup as well, considering the fact that they have more than sort of the single tank?
Well, the thing is, it's just all on Azir. Like, the pressure is there from Azir to shove people back off Kalista, because Kalista generally goes double lifesteal, likes the Blade of the Ruined King, as well as the Bloodthirster. So as long as she doesn't die instantly, it's going to be incredibly difficult to pin her down. In saying that, Choo-Choo's is just locked in an AP Cogmore, and that is like the most scary. The scariest, not most scary, because that's not great English.
Most scary works.
Yeah, it's just really terrifying. As soon as you get a tier as well as the Luden's Echo, it does so much damage coming into the Rift. Level 11 and 16 come through, huge power spikes for this AP Cogmore. And right now, they've got fantastic disengage and poke to come through with some good turret pushing pressure. So you can see exactly what they want to do. Get the ultimate, get the Luden's Echo, shove down turrets, create some room with the Gragas as well as the Cogmore, and then Tallywhack is just going to tear through them.
Yeah, and they've got insane displacement as well, considering the Buster Shot. You've got Headbutt there as well, but more importantly, the explosive cast means that no one will be able to stay anywhere that they want to be. And I just want to note that it kind of looked like that scary moment in solo queue when both of the people failed to sort of pick in time, and then they both picked the same role. Sort of happened there in the bottom side. But look, let's move on. Soulstrike's going to head over to a very comfortable pick in the Rek'Sai. And stop looking at me like that.
Not looking at you like anything. Rek'Sai, fantastic pickup coming through there. Was hovering the Jarvan for just a little while, but I'm glad that he went
through his
Rek'Sai.
Champion pool.
Yeah.
He went through his whole champion pool.
Wow, poor Soulstrike. I actually think he's a really strong jungler, by the way. So coming through there on the Rek'Sai, had a fantastic performance on that last game against Absolute. So we'll see whether he can do something similar, keep track of Carbon in the early game, use that Tremor Sense to great effect, because you feel if they're able to get to a one-item spike coming through with Ryu picking up a Haunting, guys, might be able to pressure early game before that Luden's Echo is completed for Choo Choos.
Well, I think that Immunity have to get something done in the early stage of this game, because when it comes to positioning around objectives, things like that, you do not want to be anywhere near Choo Choos. They'll be able to control those zones of the areas of control like so easily.
They have a very strong early game, like level 2 and 3 in most lanes with the gank pressure coming through. And then level 6, they have to make something happen. If this team is equal at 20 minutes, there's going to be all kinds of bad news for Immunity.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very frightening. It's, of course, something that we run into with Rumbles quite a lot. Of course, you get to that level 6, you have that equalizer, you really need to start making things happen. Otherwise, you generally fall off just a little bit. But if they get ahead, then Rumble can be frightening in the late game.
Rumble actually is serviceable at all points of the game. The fallacy that Rumble falls off extremely hard late game is just that, a very big fallacy, as we see the head-to-head coming through here. But he scales just as well with AP as many other champions coming through there. And if you get locked down on top of that equalizer, even late game as an AD carry, it's going to get you off the map relatively quickly.
Well, it's true. But ladies and gentlemen, hop over to Twitter, use that hashtag LGCWin or the hashtag IamWin, and let us know exactly who you think is going to be able to take this game. Of course, in the early stages, we think that it might be Immunity, but if things go late, Legacy might take it there, and let us know exactly what you feel.
The other thing is coming onto the Rift with a very telegraphed composition coming through here. It means that you know exactly what Legacy want to do. But on the side of Immunity, I don't know whether they have any other decisions apart from try and poke at them and shove them off turrets. They have reasonable wave clear with Azir, but he's going to get chunked out. Probably has to look towards something like a Abyssal Scepter to try and get him some magic resist in there, because you look across the lineup, Explosive Shot, apart from auto attacks coming through from Tristana, everything is AP damage on the Legacy side. So there is way that they can combat this. Very, I guess, single-minded comp coming through from Legacy. They want to siege down turrets. They have a big, beefy front line to disengage if they need to. So maybe even getting Tallywhacker behind is something that they can look at in the early game, try and punish him, and that melee Alistair in lane.
Yeah, the thing that I'm sort of looking at these lineups thinking is that Immunity probably want to be able to start a fight before all that poke can go off, but do they have enough engage to do so? It seems to be all on Soul Strikes.
Yeah, Soul Strikes has to flash on Burrow, and from there, really is up to layering it with T-Gun, getting a good shove back off, because you're exactly right. You look at Legacy and you say they have good engage because they have an Alistair, they have a Maokai, but they're not going to be used for engage. They're going to be used for disengage, kite back, make sure they're keeping Kog'Maw so safe in the back line. So maybe it's something like an Azir Sec that can start off a fight with a great flank coming through from Cheese, but all in all, the composition that Legacy has put together, especially into a kind of pseudo team fight comp that's coming through from Immunity, is really solid on paper. I'm impressed that they've been able to go away. They haven't gone for the super aggressive engagement they did against the Chiefs and really got beaten in a split push slash poke battle coming through from the Chiefs. This time they've gone away, really put together a solid siege composition, and because of the lack of that hard engage that you talked about, unless they get caught by a beautiful equalizer, things are going to be really tough for Immunity to get the fight started. Yeah,
it's going to be very, very difficult. What I love about the Legacy team comp as far as how this draft actually came out was the fact that they saved both of their pivotal picks until last.
Oh, they hit everything. It was not a fast push comp with a Tristana until the last two picks. So unless you had really done the homework and seen that Choose had been playing a lot of AP Kog'Maw, because this comp is as much as Cog's job to shove people off turrets so then Tally can get the shots in that he needs to, as it is Tally's to push them down. So he's played Tristana with a lot of different compositions so far. This time with a poke comp coming through from a Gragas as well as a mid Kog'Maw. He's going to have all those tools to be able to shove through nice and quickly. And the thing about Tristana, we say it about Jinx a lot, but he snowballs ridiculously well. There's nothing worse than being jumped on by a Tristana with the explosive shot on you in the mid game and just taking all of that damage, because if there's one thing that wasn't removed from the kit with the reset and the jumps, is the repositioning in the team fighting if you get ahead is terrifying.
Yeah, just bouncing all over everywhere, sort of Goomba stomping just a little bit. And you mentioned this bottom lane, you're talking about Tristana. Another thing I want to talk about is the fact that we haven't necessarily seen it, but there's a lot of talk about the fact that Tristana often picked into Kalista and the fact that it's a good matchup. I haven't actually seen it proven, but hopefully we'll be able to find out now.
Because if you look at the actual damage that comes through from Explosive Shot compared to Rend, Tristana can eat the 5 spears because she does more damage. So 5 auto attacks from Trist with Explosive Shot is actually more damage efficient than 5 spears from Kalista. Of course, she has the slow that comes with it, but straight auto attack battle, Tristana will win.
Yeah, well, I guess Tristana can then also just rocket jump away as opposed to martially poising everywhere and being all fancy with little jumps and whatnot.
Martially poising.
Martially poising. That's, martial poise.
I understood where it come from. I just didn't know that was the adjective to describe exactly what she was doing.
It is.
I would have gone with hopping.
Well, you know, each to their own.
Yeah.
I prefer to use the correct terminology, Spawn.
The correct terminology.
Yeah,
I like that.
It's
coming
called
through.
martial
so
poise.
Keep your eyes on that for the martially poisoning around the rift.
It's not martially poisoning.
What did you say?
Martial poising.
Poising.
Yeah, okay. I admit poising is
Isn't
not
a word.
necessarily something that describes movement generally. But thank goodness we're about to hop onto the rift, ladies and gentlemen, as Legacy are going to be taking on Team Immunity for our first match of the night. Denian, as you can see, not yet martially poising around, but just wandering down the mid lane.
Yeah, he's walking right now. He's not doing anything.
No, you wait. Watch this poising. Oh, no. Oh, there it is. See?
That was a hop.
Oh, it's called martial poise, Spawn.
It
Okay,
is.
I think we need to give this up as Minkuel and Carbon have found Soul Strikes. Just going to plop down a ward and move on out. Ryu's moving down as well, and they are going to be able to clear the ward out. So bit of extra CS there for Denian.
Oh, T-Gun getting rich early. There is no better feeling. Go back, get yourself an extra potion.
You deserve it, T-Gun.
Job well done from the support player.
Grab a drink. Soul Strikes continues to hang around here as Carbon in the river. Thank goodness, Scuba Gragas built for the river. Tallywhack are going to move to the top lane. So it looks like we are going to have a lane swap here. And Legacy will see whether it is going to be sort of the fast push lane swap or whether it's going to be more of a freeze here on the top side of the map, as so far it's just Tristana. Maybe looking for some sort of 1v1 pseudo switcheroo. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, because Tristana going to push a lot better than the Kalista early game. Rumble's so much easier to dive than a Maokai right now, and because they've got the jump on it, being able to go in, they're going to get an extra camp on their top laner. So Ryu, he has to back away. Not going to get the early level 2 like Minky Whale is, and so far, fantastic move here by Legacy, scouting out exactly what Immunity wanted to do with standard lanes.
You can see Flying Dew actually heading right into this jungle, knows that most of the members of Immunity are going to be on the bottom side and gets a very deep ward.
Doesn't
actually
actually
no,
ward.
doesn't put anything down.
Yeah, so he had already burned the ward coming through there, but what he was doing was checking whether the Rek'Sai had started red or blue. So that means now that he knows he's started on the blue side, the team can go over to the red, get some horizontal jungling going, cut off the wave at about level 3 and really shove that one in hard with Tristana. And you see Soul Strikes, he's not really perturbed because he's just going to move across and do some vertical jungling of his own.
Yeah, both teams now with some buddy system going on here, as in fact T-Gun may have just started off the red buff. He was doing some scouting of his own, as you mentioned, but Cheese in the mid lane up against Choo Choo.
T-Gun actually going for an early and roam onto the Kog'Maw, seeing if he can get any summoner spells.
Oh, actually lands the Dark Binding as well, forcing the flash. The attack from the Sand Soldier, not quite enough to find a kill, but Choo Choo's already with a lot of pressure on him.
T-Gun doing his best Mako impression out of EDG, getting the level 2 roam coming across. Actually, level 1, he didn't have anything else. Hits another.
Nails it. Oh, the last auto attack isn't there. The flash first blood for Cheese. A Cathian surprise is going to bait out the heal, but Cheese not going to die for it. Fantastic play early on, and that's all off the back of T-Gun.
Yeah, T-Gun going into the back of the Raptor pit and sniping out the mid laner for Legacy, and we said they need to get ahead early, and this is a way that they can do it. If they can boost up Cheese in this game, he's going to put out a lot of damage, which just means that they'll never be able to set up correctly for a siege because of the Sand Soldiers.
Yeah, and Cheese has often been one of the hard carries for Immunity as well. So far this season, he has definitely looked like he's the one on form on this squad. So no better person to get going early on. Legacy, though, they are going to be shoving in this top wave. Minions falling down left, right, and center. They stacked a huge one up here as the explosive shot going to do some work.
Yeah, so only level 1 right now, not doing as much damage as you.
Oh,
wow, Minky.
No, Minky. The classic mistake as the dive now comes through. He might actually be able to pick something up here as Ryu takes an ungainly turret shot. Soul Strike's now tanking that one up. Forced to use the flashes. Minky Whale, is he going to fall down? Flashes out of the way. Denian uses heal. T-Gun locks down the kill, and that was one of the worst dives I have ever seen.
Worst dive to ever come through okay, though.
Yeah, I know,
5
right?
summoner spells, but
Wait,
they pick
worst
up the kill.
successful dive
exactly. Yeah, it worked. I don't know how, but they got 5 summoner spells out of it, and they were able to push through top turret before the bottom turret was done. End of the day, Minky Whale shouldn't have been there. He made the best of a bad situation, but the overall net gain comes through for Legacy.
Yeah. And T-Gun, of course, picking up a deserved kill for himself at the same time. 1-0 and 1 now on this Morgana.
No one else deserved it.
Well, it's true. But the thing is, T-Gun's Morgana often gets banned away. It's been continually banned, even in this split of the OPL. But look, we're getting it demonstrated as to why.
Yeah, exactly right. So a lot of pressure coming through onto the top side of the map as well, as they finally equal up turrets, but a lot of work had been done bottom lane, as Ryu now allowed to pick up a lot of the farm. And, you know, just standard stuff happening now. 1,000 gold is a lead for Immunity early on in this game, and it's just through the work of T-Gun, honestly.
Yeah, T-Gun's been everywhere, creating all of the action
contributing.
Yeah, I think I was trying to say both. Just didn't quite get there. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a slight pause, but it does give us a moment here just to sing more T-Gun praises, or just talk about the fact that Immunity have managed to get ahead early.
Yeah, so T-Gun, really a lot of the work has come from him.
Yeah.
He had the roam mid. He landed 2 key binds, was able to pick up first blood for Cheese, went back bottom lane, juggled turret aggro successfully in the bottom lane, which I actually think we're about to take a look at, that turret dive down there. And, you know, Mickey Whale, he shouldn't have teleported in here. There were 4 members definitely on that side of the map, but he's able to go to the target with turret aggro, so Ryu falls low. Then on the backside, he's able to get a lot of CC down on Soul Strike, so he falls low. Denian misses the pierce, so he has to burn both summoner spells. Finally, the Soul Link's passive does come through and allows T-Gun to pick up a kill, but Minky, although he really did burn a lot there for not very much, just a kill came through in the end, probably shouldn't have been on that side of the map.
No, he didn't necessarily need to be in. One thing I do want to note is the fact that Ryu sort of came down with the flame spear and missed 2 harpoons and flashed away. It was a little bit of a cavalcade of not necessarily the best events there for Immunity, but they locked down the kill.
That ends okay, and they did get their kill. So credit to them. They've grew in 1,000 gold lead this early into the game. We said that they needed to get ahead early and they needed to play a little bit risky to do so. That's the MO ticked right there. They've got 1,000 gold lead that's pretty much artificially created by T-Gun, and if they can continue to snowball this, it'll only mean good things.
Yeah, it's true. We got another replay, though, ladies and gentlemen. This will be Choose getting bound.
Yeah, so the impressive thing right there is that the Raptor camp hadn't been taken, and he was able to position himself between it very sneakily to pick up the kill. On the back end, Cheese actually had to burn the heal as well to get away from the Akathian surprise. I don't think it would have taken him down, but, you know, can never be too, I guess, careful with things like that.
That's
you don't want to return a kill back. So that got him first blood, a nice 400 gold advantage, as well as a level advantage, which just as important when you're playing the Azir matchup. You always want to be ahead, be able to poke people out of lane. And Kog'Maw takes a while to get going. For all the mid-game power and the low ceiling in the item build, he does need to get those levels to be effective.
Yeah, and you need to make sure you have that tier, you get that stacked up as well. And picking up the Luden's Echo has become probably one of the most important things for a Kog'Maw.
Well, he actually doesn't scale very well on any of his abilities apart from the Q, really. The E is a big AoE thing, so for what it is, it has a good ratio on it. Then all of the ultimates that can come through, they eventually get strong with levels because of the range more than anything. So the base that it adds with a little bit of wave clear and the ability to hit other champions is just really, you can't put a gold value on Luden's right now for champions like the Kog'Maw, and that's why we see it picked up so much.
Well, we are back into the game, ladies and gentlemen. Denian going to continue farming down in this bottom lane. Soulstrike's going to take himself a Scuttle Crab, and T-Gun, as per usual, on a little bit of a roam. Actually found a little bit by Minky Whale, and the rest of Legacy are hanging around the Dragon area. Yeah,
they want to start that one up. Teleport is available for Ryu, though, but they just want to get in there before the level 6 is up. They also just don't want to extend that far as...
They're actually flying through, flashes into the pulverize, finds Cheese, headbutt back in. He's going to fall down. Carbon locks down the kill. Nice dark binding there from T-Gun to try and stop something. But Immunity, they lose their mid lane and now forced to defend.
Yeah, and that is why burning double summoner spells for a gank is so risky, because you know it's going to come back around full 360. And in the end, Cheese made to pay for that one. And Alistair, just such a valuable pick right now, able to roam about. Right timing coming through for both Carbon as well as Flying Dew, but they must have known they were there because T-Gun was just spotted in the river by all of them.
Yeah, and there was a ward in the brush, and look, see whether they can recover from it. Denian did actually put a ward down, so not going to be going over aggressive at the wrong time this time around. And his Kalista has most definitely looked like one of his strongest champions so far in his return to the Oceanic Pro scene.
Yeah, was able to go about 6-4, I think. So he had an okay game against Absolute coming through there. He was still taking some strange trades in the bottom lane. Infinity Edge versus Bloodthirster was quite interesting with the... I think he played against a Lucian matchup.
It was a Lucian, yeah.
And he did get beaten up a little bit in the mid game, but he's playing the early game terrifically well, has a slight advantage over Tallywhacker so far.
Meanwhile, Soul Strikes is going to kill Choo Choo's in the mid lane, though. And, yep, Kog'Maw going to fall down once again.
Yeah, and that's just abusing the fact that, he actually did have Flash available, so he must have been caught completely off guard there. No Flash on Burrow, so just some poor positioning coming through from the mid Kog'Maw.
Yeah, maybe just knew that he was going to die, didn't want to waste the summoner spell there. But Cheese did use his ultimate, so I believe Choo Choo's probably a lot further away from where he wanted to be than he wanted to.
Yeah, good sapling coming through there from Minky Whale, spotting out Ryu right now. Without the ultimate coming through for...
almost threaded the needle.
So without the ultimate coming through for Maokai, it's actually in Rumble's favor quite heavily this lane, even though he's down in CS. Should be able to get a lot of work done just through some high base damages. You see the second ring coming through there for Minky just to circumvent some of that early game power, gives him some inherent tankiness as well as some wave clear. So just trying to keep himself nice and aggressive in that lane. And when we've seen Minky Whale at his best so far this season, it's when he is being aggressive and trying to be a carry for his team.
Yeah, and Rio now with a gigantic minion wave. Now pretty happy that it's moving towards his inner turret. As Choose now with the living artillery able to be very, very frustrating in this mid lane despite being behind. Soul Strike's going to get his red buff warded and move out of the way. Knocks up Minky Whale though. There's the equalizer. Minky Whale forced to stand in it. The tree definitely burning down at this stage. Given up for dead by Carbon and Immunity. They pick up another one.
Yeah, and Cheese had the earlier response as well because Choo Choo's was shoved in. That was just suicide because Azir was always going to be Kog'Maw there. And just a little bit of a lapse in judgment, maybe some shot calling coming through there from Legacy, but all of a sudden this gold lead is out to 2,000 gold. And Ryu, one of the members that I guess he struggles in laning phase typically. He's a pretty good team fighting top laner, but doesn't really like the one-on-one situation. Has had a very good start to this game. 1-0-1. Has the wave exactly where he wants to be and is equal on farm.
Yeah, and at this stage, of course, Minky Whale generally one of those top laners that no one really wants to 1v1 because no one ever really knows how he's going to play. He's very, very strange with how he moves around that top lane and is able to often get a lot of results for it. As Soul Strikes is going to be able to take down his red buff, finally.
Yeah, Minky Whale is actually a really smart top laner when it comes to when he understands that he's stronger than his opponent. Yeah. And even if it's just by the narrowest margin, Minky would definitely be a gambling man because he goes all in on some very close trades and comes out pretty far ahead just because he's got a little bit more, I guess... Confidence in his ability to win it is a good way to put it.
Very good point. Tegan going to sweep out this ward here. Choo Choo's was thinking about throwing some artillery at him, but decides not to. Yeah,
the range on level 6 Kog'Maw ultimate isn't really that strong, so you don't want to use it too much to harass because you can cop a stray binding there. So better to just let T-Gun do his thing. As Tally now caught up as well.
Yep, T-Gun uses another ward in order to take down that pink. Definitely worth it. And T-Gun definitely on form today. That binding was
play
fantastic.
Coming through from the support player. Wow.
Oh, jeez. Oh, dear. Well, we weren't watching.
So he tried to do the combo.
He did.
Yeah, so what he tried to do is he tried to E-move the soldier with his Q to elongate it a little bit, and he pre-Q'd the ultimate to come through. The ultimate, unfortunately, didn't go. The combo didn't come off. Ultimate came through a little bit too early. He got some minions for it.
Yep. Yeah. Always sad to prematurely Q. But Tallywhacker now with a 2-level disadvantage, copping a whole lot of rends from Denian, who's going for the Blade of the Ruined King first this time around, actually. Not sure why. Why do you think he'd go for the Blade of the Ruined King instead of, you know, his general Bloodthirster?
So he's expecting a Cinderhulk to come through there from the jungler, which is a lot of HP.
Yep.
He's expecting Maokai to go with a tanky build, something like a Righteous Glory first. Very little resist. So, wow, we'll talk about it in a second.
Speaking of Maokai, there's an equalizer. Minky Whale flashes on top of it, though, as Ryu. Brilliant positioning of that one. The Harpoon's coming down now, and Minky Whale might be forced just to give up the ghost. He is going to be taken down, and Ryu 2-0-1 now.
Yeah, overextending for farm. Carbon in some trouble now.
Yeah, definitely out of position here. Soul Strike's making his way in. Cheese gets himself a shield from that E, and Preyseeker finds Carbon, but he gets exhausted as well. Knocked up, and Cheese picks himself up another one. Immunity really rolling in it now.
And you look at how many summoner spells they're using to get in range for these ganks, and it's just because they know their window is right now. They need to be ahead with these level 6 spikes, and they're going to get mid-turret for it.
Yeah, T-Gun could have got headbutted back there, but Flying Jew not confident here. Knocks him up. Oh, decides not to. as, of course, the ultimate did come down from the cow, so not going to be dying too quickly, but Legacy lose their mid-turret.
All right, let's just talk about one little thing that happened. It didn't actually mean anything, but Ju warded over Raptor Pit and headbutted a Raptor to get over the wall without burning flash.
Oh, very cute.
It was very cute coming through. You see the Raptor at the back, ward at the back of the Raptor Pit? That is what it's for.
I like it. You said it meant nothing. It meant he didn't have to use a summoner spell. I thought you were just going to come out with some irrelevant information. I was about to say that's my
He had
job.
ultimate rolling. They probably weren't going to fight him anymore.
Yeah, that's a good point. He actually decided not to even unburrow, did Soul Strikes, but Legacy's bottom lane back here now. And if anyone's going to overextend,
it's Danian.
It's going to be Danian. Oh, they're looking for
nice.
flashes out of the way. They know that Flying Dew doesn't have an ultimate either as T-Gun's coming in. There's the Fate's Call. Gets the knock up onto Flying Dew as well, who actually headbutts Soul Strikes away, but Cow going to give up his life for that one. Cheese flashes forward. There's the Emperor's Divide and Tallywhacker. He's going to die. Double kill for Denian.
Yeah, so we said good mid-game power spike going to come through from Legacy, but they're 5,000 gold behind. They've lost 2 outer turrets as well. And Immunity, they've got the early momentum, and they're just not taking their foot off the pedal. Continuing to shove down advantage after advantage. They're going to pick up a dragon for themselves. First one of the game at 13 minutes, slightly later than you would expect. But what great early play coming from a team that has been struggling in the early game stage of the OPL.
Yeah, and this is what Immunity was always good at, was doing mental things in the very early stages of the game, mostly off the back of T-Gun, who's more than happy to roam around and be in places that people would otherwise not expect. So it's really looking like Immunity have decided, okay, let's just go back to what we knew always worked.
Yeah, exactly right.
And they have.
Talk about unorthodox players to join the lineup and fit right in. Denian and Cheese.
Yeah.
Coming across probably 2 of the better fits that you could put into the Immunity lineup. You see Denian now in the top lane with that Blade of the Ruined King as well as some Zerkovic freeze finished off. He's going to look to take the last turret. And Minky Whale, he's only level 8, very far behind in CS when you compare him to Denian. Needs to be careful he doesn't get dove.
Yeah, Soul Strikes himself is level 8 as well as he Void Rushes towards the top side of the map.
And, yeah, speaking of dive.
Yeah, finds Carbon, misses the Prey Seeker, but he's still going to do a fair bit of damage.
And, you know, every little bit counts because there's 2 members coming up there. Cogmore is heading towards mid lane. Alistair will rotate across. Going to be too late. It looks like Immunity going to be able to knock down the last outer turret.
Yeah, Cheese as well just took his wolves, knew that he didn't want to be overextended in the lane, but also knows that there's no pressure on the rest of the map. Denian just happy to tank up the turret. And man, that's a 6,000 gold lead now.
Yeah, so 15 minutes into the game, and Immunity are the ones that have cracked the outer ring. We said that Legacy, they want to get into a fast push situation. They want to get the Luden's Echo nice and early in the game. It just hasn't happened so far for the Cogmores. Had a hard time being relatively camped, you have to say, Choo-Choos, but credit to Immunity for recognizing the win condition that Legacy were going to bring to the table and using Rek'Sai's early pressure. 1-0-6 is Soul Strikes.
That is the perfect jungler score as well. I mean, that one kill just to get you ahead is Minky Well. He's been Blade of the Ruined King, just decides that he wants to die on his own terms as he twisted advances his way into death. Soul Strikes now not wanting to go too far into the cow, who does still have that headbutt to threaten some displacement.
Yeah, and you see the spike just isn't there for Choo-Choos yet. Hasn't been able to pick up the Luden's Echo. Hasn't got level 11 so far, and that just means Denian going to be able to press these turrets to no end.
Yeah, and T-Gun lands another binding onto Choo-Choos underneath, behind the turret, in fact. And if we're talking about Morgana's eyeline, not sure how she managed to see that, nor get a weird ethereal thing through a tower.
But she did.
She did.
And that's all that matters.
Yep. Flying Dew. Head over here as well. Soul Strike's just going to burrow his way out as Flying Dew really wants to kill the tunnel, but a little bit too soon. And Ryu's just going to split push on the bottom side. Teleport available for both of our top laners.
And, you know, Ryu's been the real beneficiary of all this because he's just been able to go to whatever part of the lane everyone else isn't on because of how strong Denian is right now.
Yeah.
Pick up farm whenever he wants to. He got 2 really good ganks coming through from Soul Strikes and was able to use the Equalizer to great effect. So this Rumble is going to be well and truly into the mid game, probably going for a team fighting build with a Rylai's Crystal Scepter, you would expect.
Maybe
just
even
try
an
and
Abyssal.
keep people in there. Maybe an Abyssal as well because of the amount of magic damage that's coming through from the Legacy lineup. And once again, Soul Strikes is back in the top side of.
Yep. Chilling Smite onto Carbon there as he
Goodness.
just tunnels onto Minky Well. T-Gun's here. Not too much cavalry arriving, but in comes Cheese as I say it. Nice flash after the twisted advance for Minkyuel, but Soul Strikes, he's flashed on top of him. He gets Arcane Smash, but Minkyuel just so far behind at this stage. Soul Strike's able to keep up so incredibly easily. Binding so close. But Minkyuel just taking them on a little bit of a wild goose chase as the puddle's there. Chilling Smite, not slowing him down too much, but there's the Prey Seeker. Ryu, on the other hand, he might be dying at this stage. Oh, Tallywhacker misses the jump, but it doesn't matter.
Just plays leapfrog with him. That's all he wanted to do. You see a lot of turret pressure going on, so they trade 1-for-1 across map. But in the end, Choose gets nailed by another bind.
He's got a magnet on him. There's the Pierce coming down from Denian, and look at that extra damage. If he had to use the Blade of the Ruin King, that would have been a dead Choo. Oh, it still is a dead Choo-Choos.
Yeah, so they're just corralling him under the turret. Teleport will come through. Soul Strike's in trouble.
Yeah, he is. Not quite in turret range just yet, but he is going to die as Choo-Choo's able to offer the extra damage. And that's the way to get out. Just kill whatever's blocking you in there, as Minkyuel teleported to his turret as well, just to alleviate some pressure. Denian now moving around the top side of the map. He's possibly going to find the tree, as T-Gun's used the Soul Shackles. Flying Chew going to get locked up, but
had the ultimate burning, so wasn't really affected by it too much. And that's what T-Gun didn't pull the trigger on when he was going for Choose there. He didn't get the first tick of the ultimate. Would have been enough to kill him.
Yeah, well, Denian is going to take down the inner turret in the top lane. Yeah, is he able to use the Rend? There it is. Perfect damage from Denian, and this is the best I've seen this guy play.
Yeah, 4-0-1, having a fantastic early game coming through there, and is equal in CS with the amount of turret pushing he's been able to get done on the map. 7,000 gold and counting is now the lead for Immunity, and you feel that they need to really keep this going. The pace of the game is exactly where Immunity want it right now. If it slows whatsoever, you would say that Legacy is still within touching distance because that Luden's Echo has come through, but right now, Immunity are dictating every single portion of the map.
They certainly are. Of course, Legacy now just want to try to stop the bleeding. We'll see whether they can do that, as the Scuttle Crab is going to fall down here. They've got a couple of wards down towards the Dragon, which is going to be up in another 20 seconds. Of course, Immunity not really able to rely on that one just yet, just because their first Dragon was taken so incredibly late. It might be difficult for them to sort of get a realistic opportunity to use that 5th Dragon to their advantage with this particular comp, but we'll see.
They definitely scale, so the one thing that Legacy's comp does is push turrets really well. So that's how they were supposed to build a gold advantage coming through into this. They still might be able to do that, but in a 5v5 team fight, run your head at each other's, they're both very strong compositions, as they're going to do a lot of damage in that late game. So it's not like Immunity are without hope in the late game. It's just that actually getting a fight is going to be incredibly difficult.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, 6,000 gold in the lead is Immunity, so that's most definitely going to help them out here, as Blade of the Ruin King is off cooldown now for Denian, now augmented by that Renown's Hurricane. Rabadon's Death Cap now completed for Cheese, as well as that Morellonomicon. This guy is massive.
And the other thing you have to point out with the zone control team that Immunity's put together is that Baron is a very real early objective coming through here. Azir will do work to the Baron. You have all the secure that Kalista will offer. The fact that Soul Strikes is nice and tanky already at this part of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Flying Doom might be in trouble here. Does use the ultimate, so the Unbreakable will have to demonstrate why it's called that, as it's a really nice ultimate from Carbon just to make sure that Soul Shackles didn't lock down the cow. But
great disengage ultimates, but in the end, it's 2-for-1 trade coming through there. Now they're moving into bottom turret, and without Ju's ultimate, that's a very tasty dive.
Yeah, Ju's ultimate, Carbon's ultimate as well.
Ooh.
Immunity.
See the Luden's Echo starting to do work on the back line there, though. Cheese took an ultimate and did a lot of damage.
Yeah, and they can't really let themselves fall into this extended siege situation as well for Immunity. They don't really want to let Legacy sit under a turret and let themselves get poked out by the living artillery. So intelligently, they're going to move the heck away and reset this one, as Cheese now with relatively low health. He gets hit by a Void Ooze and an ult. Oh my goodness. Denian's damage, absolutely ridiculous. He's now caught right in the front line. The explosive shot, is it going to be enough? No, not quite enough just yet, as Tallywhack is going to fall down. Cheese dies as well, though, as Carbon's going to get exhausted. Oh, there's the equalizer, though. Ryu just corralling the team members of Legacy. Flamespit are going to lock down Choo-Choos, and everyone's starting to die. But in the end, relatively close trade.
Denian's still under 10 HP. I want to know how much he lived on, because I'm thinking it was 2 or 3 hit points on the back of that. He had absolutely no right to be alive, and you see how little he had. That was about 20 seconds after the fight with regen kicking in.
And Tallywhacker as well.
And he still hasn't healed. He's just going top lane.
Yeah, it's important.
There's waves.
Yeah, well, look, he's got life
He's got
still.
life still.
Yeah, he's fine.
Going for the QSS nice and early, get some magic resist, really agree with the build path he's going as well. So Denian, as we mentioned earlier, having a very impressive early game.
Yeah, really playing this one well. Of course, slightly caught out of position in the last team fight, but didn't die.
Didn't die.
And
perfect scoreline, 4-0-3.
Yeah, not a bad kill participation as well. There for half the fights, and when there's fights going on all the time this game, it's definitely pretty
Especially
good.
when a lot of it was early top lane pressure that came through from Stroll Strikes.
Yeah.
3 times Minky, who is 0-6-2, not having the best game, but still is getting reasonably tanky, and they're going for that Baron we mentioned. They're going to probably chunk through it before anyone can get there.
Yeah, it's already down to about half health as Denian's got so many sticks into this purple beast. And man, that rendered a whole bucket of damage. Cheese actually locks down the kill in the end as Carbon. He's going to throw out a bucket, but look, little too late at this stage. As turret is going to die in the bottom lane, so Tallywhacker doing some split pushing and does have some damage on his side with almost that static shiv Infinity Edge combo completed. But Immunity probably happy to go for a bit of a base race against one member of Immunity.
Yes, so Immunity going to push up with Tallywhacker in the bottom lane. Ryu going to catch him out, maybe on the backside. We'll spot him, and you're exactly right. They're happy to push through because even though there's poke damage, Kog'Maw not really known for clearing out Baron minions. Normal minions he clears really easily, but those melee minions just take a lot more killing from magic damage than you'll otherwise expect. Only Sivir really deals with Baroned up minions really well. Yeah. And we'll see whether now Legacy can repel this huge push that's going to come through from the Immunity lineup.
Yeah, and Immunity almost with a 9,000 gold lead now as well. They're only extending it as this game progresses. 5 turrets to 2. Of course, importantly, they haven't yet broken the base. Legacy still have a chance if they can hold this one off for as long as they possibly can, but it's getting dire.
Yeah, it certainly is. And you see that T-Gun, he's still got that scope locked in.
He cannot miss a binding. It's ridiculous. And now almost has his Zhonya's Hourglass completed as well, Spawn.
Exactly right, just so he can become even more of a carry for his team. And you know, we were talking about Morgana today, saying she doesn't really need to go Zhonya's Hourglass. Well, she doesn't need to, but she still does a lot of damage if she does.
Yeah, certainly still can, and you can get right in amongst it as well and make sure that you're not killed before your stun goes off.
Cheese did go recall, and that's why they can't really siege down this turret just yet. And you see, Choo-Choo's, he's got some items, but wow, they're going in.
Yeah, they're looking for something here. As nice black shield onto Denian, but is it going to be enough as he gets punted away? Gonna get shut down by Carbon. Minky Whale, he's gonna fall, but T-Gun will soon after that, as well as Tallywhacker looking to try and continue this one out, but doesn't quite get too far in, and Ryu and Soul Strikes are enough to deter them from this one, and they know that Cheese is waiting patiently.
Yeah, really nice equalizer coming through from Ryu there. That could have been much worse, but good engage, understanding exactly when they can fight. Oh, but that damage coming over the wall from Cheese.
That is so scary. That's one auto attack. What?
There was a Q in there as well.
Yeah, that did barely anything in comparison to that auto attack from Cheese. Or from the Sand Soldiers, sorry. I guess it's the auto attack, not that strong. But man, them Sand Soldiers definitely doing some work.
Yeah, so coming through with a lot of damage. Third Dragon going to be up. They didn't really get much out of that Baron because a great engage came through from Legacy, so they can definitely still fight on their terms. You saw the fact that now with 3 items complete, this Kog'Maw starting to do some more damage, although nowhere near as much as Cheese, but he wasn't at the fight, so it doesn't really matter. They're not comparable in that case, and Tally is ramping up. He's finished 2 items coming through there, is getting into that mid-game Tristana stage where probably just as strong as late-game Tristana was, really does dictate mid-game well. But they will pick up the 3rd Dragon for themselves.
Yeah, Denian able to stick it with a whole lot of spears, so Rand is going to secure that one. Ju might be in trouble as there's the Emperor's Divide, gets the cow back into the team. No ultimate to speak of, and Cheese, he's the one to grab the kill credit on that one. Only Ryu not around, he's just pushing out this mid lane.
But what can they get off it? 25 seconds, they need to push the bottom outer. You saw Kog'Maw, he's gone and picked up blue. Terrifying with blue buff is Kog'Maw. And no one's really grabbing that bottom wave. They haven't been able to shove it in just yet. Trying to catch people in transit, but is that going to work?
Yeah, well, we'll see. There's Soul Strike's actually going over. Look at the binding, was blind there for the majority as Choo-Choo's might find Soul Strikes. He's looking to try and get back to his tunnel. Does get there.
But look at Choo's damage.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
He just half-health 3 members. If he gets a full combo onto Cheese, he probably is going to die because he's gone all aggression. But great pick coming through there as Yeah,
That's
this Cogmore
more
starting
damage.
to get scary.
Really is. That's with the Seraph's Embrace completed as well. You can see Cheese does have to back away now as well. And there's just not enough sustain for this team to allow them to securely siege out these turrets.
And that's the danger coming through here. Cogmore's only going to get stronger as the game goes on. We'll probably go towards the Void Staff next just to stay ahead of the MR, because you have to think that there's going to be some magic resist built up as this game goes on to try and get around the fact that Choosey's going to do all that damage. But as the game goes on, Cogmore doesn't really fall off until this super late game where he can maybe just be deleted by Cheese and Denian, but that's going to be a hard ask.
It will definitely be difficult, especially when there's so much disengaged potential that we've already seen in effect. Carbon, some of his explosive casts have been fantastic at removing immunity from areas that they want them to be. Denian got deleted in the last fight that we saw him in.
Yeah, Tigan nearly caught out there. Good, I guess, instincts to back away with the rest of his team on the other side of the map. And now, Legacy, they're looking to get control over this Baron area.
Oh my goodness, Denian though, able to utilize that W to such great effect. Explosive Cask almost doing something here as Flying Dew, even through the ultimate, still gonna fall down. Soul Strike's looking for something.
Yeah, they're looking for a second pick, but they need to make sure they don't go too aggressive because Cogmore is gonna start doing some damage.
Yep, I can see the Voidoo's there as well, know that he's hanging around. Denian hasn't been back to buy in a little while.
Stops the back of Carbon. That's frustrating. Only a minute up until that Baron is going to be re-available. Dew will be back up and will be able to impact the fight. It's not like it's that close, but
oh another bind onto Choose. He's going to fall down instantly. Denian, explosive shots on him, but it's not going to do too much damage. A Cathian surprise, not even enough here as Ryu flashes forward. Is going to be tanking the turret. There's the Zhonya's Hourglass though, as the barrel might do a bit of damage there, but so far, immunity, they break the base. Another binding onto Minky, and I can see you freaking out, Spawn, because, man, he's not missing many.
Yeah, he definitely is not missing any at this point, and Choose just cops a bind with both defensive summoner spells available and just gets deleted off the map by all of the damage coming through from Denian. It's immunity lineup now 11,000 gold in the lead.
Yeah, and it's like, is this the late game that we were talking about? Because Choose, we're talking about that being one of his problems. And it most certainly was, as the Seraph's Embrace wasn't even enough to keep him alive.
And you look at the front line that is available right now. It's Maokai, Gragas, as well as an Alistar. And somehow T-Gun has repetitively threaded over 13 binds, because that's how many kill participation he has right now, onto priority targets.
He's certainly playing his heart out, his T-Gun this time around. Flying Dew takes half of his health by a couple of spells from
Baron's
Cheese.
back available, and Dew's really low without ultimate up yet. They can just start this one off yet again. And realistically, Legacy have to come to them and face check what is a Rumble as well as a Fed Soul Strikes on this Rek'Sai. It's just a lot of CC to lock them up.
Yeah, Soul Strike's still doing fantastically as well, like you mentioned, almost with that Black Cleaver completed. Immunity now going to peel off the Baron as Explosive Cask going to do a fair bit of work there. T-Gun using the Soul Shackles and the Zhonya's there, lands another binding in the back line, but Flying Dew able to use that ult to try and tank up a whole lot of damage. Denian now right in the middle of everything, but nice Emperor's Divide to keep him alive. And look at the Ren damage now finally coming through. Tallywhacker jumps away, but it's a triple kill for Ryu. Looking to pick up the last couple, but immunity back away. They just want to take the Baron.
Yeah, they have absolutely no choice to fight this one. Super Creeps are in their base. They're trying to grab a turret for themselves. Maybe go for a steal with Carbon. But that is a risky prospect.
Yep. Oh, T-Gun misses his first binding on a point-blank target, and just for hilarity, actually.
Wow,
yeah,
they might get a fight here. Tallywhacker's full health.
Yeah, he's going to get a double kill. That's a whole lot of extra damage. Tallywhacker now at full health. Ryu, does he have the Zhonya's? He doesn't just yet, but Denian's got so much damage. That's finally the ace after the Baron falls down.
Yeah, so they pick up Baron on 2 members. They get the ace finally. They lose a Nexus turret on the side of Legacy. Wow, talking is hard today, Atlas.
I understand.
And really, 14,000 gold coming through from immunity. I don't think anyone would have guessed this result.
No, I had no idea that they had this in them. And of course, T-Gun has been very he's expressed himself a lot on social media saying, look, we know that we're not necessarily playing at our maximum, but you guys understand that we're going to work together as a team and make sure that we can get it together in the OPL. I didn't know that he was going to be able to turn it around this fast. Yeah. Like, man,
yeah, well,
I want to see this guy's productivity outside of the game.
Thursday night post, translate to a Monday night, very good win.
Yeah, it's not bad. I was expecting this to be an ongoing thing over the split, not like, okay, overnight, we done it. Don't worry. World peace, Denian. I mean, T-Gun. World peace. Could be your next option.
Denian is not your best bet for a world peace ambassador with how aggressive that guy is. Just throwing it out there.
Yeah. Carbon, speaking of which, looking to try and get a barrel in there, but he gets bound. See, you know, you can hit them when they're a fair way away, can T-Gun, but just not when they're point blank.
It's actually very hard to hit Morgana Vines point blank with how mobile Gragas is.
Yeah, it's true.
Can skirt around you a little bit. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt.
Well, he's certainly
He's
demonstrated that he
so
can
far.
do it.
1 through 16. Ryu also having a terrific game up there in the top lane. Soul Strikes, you can't talk about how important his early game was, and you know, we're speaking as if the game's over because right now, Immunity with Baroned up minions trying to break the other side of the base.
Yep, heading into the bottom lane here. Legacy looking for a last-ditch effort as the explosive cast come through, but Denian still having a free time with everyone as he hops around. Cheese locks down Tallywhacker, and Legacy now forced to flee as a lot of their damage now missing. Look at the kills going left, right, and center. Soul Strikes so ridiculously tanky, and Ryu, even with that Zhonya's Hourglass available, more than happy to get underneath that turret. Last Nexus turret to fall down, and Immunity looking like a brand new team decimate Legacy throughout that game.
And Ryu's equalizer was on point again in that last fight, pinning him against the wall, making sure they couldn't run backwards. And the coordination out of Immunity. They were 1 and 3, now 2 and 3, moving their way up slowly. But that was comprehensively the best game I've seen them play as an outfit this split. And I reckon you can throw it into last split as well. That was a very convincing win.
And that was the best I've seen T-Gun play in my life. That's one of the best Morgana performances I've seen, managing to get bind after bind, having everything work out for him. Even, you know, had the audacity to build that Zhonya's Hourglass, but made it work as well. And with Ryu performing in the top lane, arguably one of the weak links for Immunity, especially as we were talking about towards the end of the last split, man, this team definitely looking good. And Denian, he only died once.
Yeah, he had a really good game. And we talked about if Legacy get to set up and Siege, they're going to be in a good position. But they couldn't because they were so far behind. We have a replay, and it just shows that Legacy continually had to come to Immunity. They started off the Baron. This is their second of the game. And you see, right now, you got an AP Kog'Maw or Tristani. You want to be pushing turrets, but they're forcing them to fight. So as we roll this one out, Carbon gets a disengaging ultimate. But from there, they just continue to fight. T-Gun on the backline gets a good Soul Shackles across. Soul Strike survives for a heck of a long time, flashes out. And then Denian, with all of his damage, is just free on the backline. This is why Kallista's so good, has some lifesteal already, gets a big rend across. Ryu goes berserk, picks up a triple kill on the backline. Off the back of that, Legacy come back, try and re-engage, get another 2 kills, but they lost the Baron, they lost control of the game way too early. And Immunity just continued to accelerate the pace of the game. If any team can play in Chaos, I have confidence that it's the Immunity lineup.
Yeah, and they're certainly playing it well. And that's off the back of, you know, Cheese having a brilliant game at the same time. And I sort of want to correct myself just a little bit because I was talking about Immunity sort of not having a lot of scaling. But they had Callista Azir, and that Azir was ahead so early in that game as well. Cheese really had a great performance.
Well, what they had is a lot of snowball. They had a lot of base damage to come through, so levels is an extremely important stat for them on the likes of Rek'Sai, on the likes of Rumble. But then more importantly, when you're 10,000 gold ahead at like 23 minutes into the game,
that's a good point.
You just literally grab scaling, throw it out the window because you've got like 2,000 gold per member. That's a major item nearly completed on everyone. So scaling doesn't really matter at that point.
Yeah, it's not really a thing. But congratulations to Team Immunity. We still have 3 more games tonight, ladies and gentlemen. After we come back from this short break, it will be Sudden Fear taking on Avant-Garde. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Oceanic Pro League. I'm Atlas, this is Spawn, and we're here for our second game of the night. Sudden Fear going to be taking on Avant-Garde. I just want to take a moment, though, just to soak in the fact that Immunity managed to take that victory just then, because that's against Legacy, a team that was looking fantastic, undefeated up until their game against the Chiefs, and Immunity able to really use the momentum from their previous win.
Yeah, Immunity came in and looked like a completely different outfit.
Completely different.
And, you know, maybe it was a little bit of a lackadaisical effort from Legacy. They had a very good scaling comp. They had a clear game plan. But when you fall behind that early in the early game, it was just T-Gun really set that victory up. He was able to get a good first kill. Then he secured the dive in the bottom lane. It meant that the fast push was really answered nicely from Tallywacker, who was trying to get turrets down with the Tristana. And from there, just bind after bind, secured kill after kill, and catapulted his team into a lead.
Yeah, he had a scope on that thing, most definitely. And ladies and gentlemen, if you want to talk about how incredibly on point those binds were, or maybe if you want to say anything else at all OPL related, use that hashtag IamOPL and let us know. We're not going to find out any other way. So just make sure you chuck that one in there and talk to us on Twitter, because I want to hear what you guys think about how that game went, because I'm honestly a little bit speechless.
Yeah, I think that that game shows that you can't take any team for granted in the Oceanic Pro League right now. It's a much closer middle of the pack. We still have some outliers, and, you know, Immunity showing that they're willing to swing with the best of them right now and try and claw their way back off into the playoff contention. Yeah,
and look, we're talking about outliers. Let's move on to our next match. It's going to be Sudden Fear taking on Avant, and sort of the wrong kind of outlier here. Sudden Fear really desperately looking for a victory, and they've had some close showings. Sin Gaming, they were very close in gold until about the 25-minute mark. Of course, Direwolves almost managed to clinch a win. It took the ultra late game before they lost that one. So they have managed to get close, but just haven't found it.
Yeah, and they really are struggling in certain parts of the Rift. I want to take a look at Christmas Trees and a Pink Bomi coming through here.
Yeah.
A Pink Bomi especially had a pretty reasonable first split of the OPL. Has been a little bit lackadaisical, going towards the Gragas and Rek'Sai. Did favor the Lee Sin a lot in Split 1. Of course, that's not really a factor right now. Might be able to bring it back. We're seeing it played a little bit more in competitive play. But Christmas Trees, he's going towards the Azir, and it's just not working out for him. He's having some rough early games, is getting some jungle pressure. You can't go past how teams are playing against this team. They are starting to pick on him. But I think he needs to just play a lot safer in the laning phase and really try and let their bottom lane, Shiny and Patu, come through with the goods, because they're an aggressive young lane, and their mechanics are on point so far. Shiny especially is a shining light for this team. Yeah, Shiny is... I saw the pun. But no, Shiny has been playing fantastically, and they had the lane swap in the last game. I think he finished the match actually 5-2-6, something like that. He had a fantastic performance on the Kalista, and look, they were looking like they were going to just roll over in that game against Sin. And then Shiny came through with a double kill there in the top lane. I believe it was 2v2 as well. Yep. So really making sure that they're getting this team on track, but it's just not quite enough, and you can't really convince the rest of your map to follow suit, even when you're doing fantastically, because I think Christmas Trees really has to pick it up. Robo Santa has had some fantastic moments. He's a big question mark.
But he's so polarizing. I mean, you just don't really know what you're going to get from Robo day in, day out. Yeah, the thing about Robo Santa is that when he is good, he is brilliant.
Stunning.
Like, really good. But when he is bad, he goes missing, like just is not on the rift sometimes. So we'll see which Robo Santa we get today. Hopefully it's a good one. But they're going up against an Avant-Garde lineup that we haven't really seen too much. Not able to make it onto the rift their last game. They do look impressive when they make it there. Porky especially in the top lane.
Oh, yeah.
I think that if he goes 1-1, Robo Santa is in a little bit of trouble, because Porky is a fantastic laning mid laner. And, you know, across the board, they've integrated their new members, Warble as well as Destiny, fairly well. Warble especially was incredibly impressive in their win. Yeah, Warble has been playing phenomenally when he's made it onto the Rift. Like you mentioned, of course, forfeiting their previous match, but now actually playing with a sub. So Destiny not going to be on the roster for this one. They're using Jakey there in the bottom lane, and we'll see whether Warble can pick up the same sort of synergy there. Of course, we have seen Warble Gobble playing, well, when he was previously Warble Gobble. It's a hilarious name.
It's the best name ever.
Yeah, it's utterly brilliant. It was a couple of years ago now, I believe, that we actually saw him start off with Avant. So he's been with the organization for a very long time. So look, hopefully he can pick up some synergy there with Jakey and make things happen. But look, Kenstey is such a wild card there in the mid lane as well. That's an interesting one to talk about. We'll see whether Christmas Trees manages to somehow pick up his first victory based on the fact that, you know, Kenstey might do something weird. Yeah, Kenstey, he definitely has games where he has a little bit of a slip up in the early game, can snowball out of control, but they actually do Christmas Trees a little bit of a favor, I feel, and ban away the Azir. Oh, that's mean. Of course, it is the champion that he
0-3.
wants to play.
Yeah, no, he definitely wants to play it. I just think that right now with the early, it's not because he can't play, it's just teams are ganking him over and over again, so you can never be aggressive on it. They do ban away Ryze. Porky was a fantastic Ryze player, and now with the changes on the Rift, I'm not surprised to see that one go through. And Rumble, they've thrown 2 bans at him.
Yeah, Porky, of course, banning away the Rumble just makes a whole lot of sense to me. I mean, Porky's performance, I believe, in his first Rumble game, 5-1-14. So not, you know, not half bad on that champion. Rek'Sai going to be baking away. It's going to be baking away from Shelby. And I was talking about Shelby, the ham lord himself. What else to mention other than pork products as the final ban? We're still waiting for it. Does Vanguard take a little while? Do you like how I saved that, by the way?
I did. That was good.
Was
Nautilus gets taken off the Rift.
Patu not going to play that champion and does have his Morgana that he was threading the needle on. Of course, Thresh there as well has been banned away from him in the past. But Robo wanted to hop straight back on the horse.
Exactly.
Into the top
what do you
lane.
do when you fall off the horse? You
Hop
get
straight
right
back
on.
Mm-hmm.
I like it. The persistence.
Exactly. So hovering it for now. We'll see whether they do decide on that one. Of course, it is going to open up the jungle pool for Chelby just a little bit as that Gragas still available. There's still a lot of options for a lot of players, but I would definitely like the Hecarim pick up here because Robo Sano, he's showed the most promise on that champion. And we talk about this Direwolves game a whole lot, and that was what Robo was playing.
Yeah, and I'm not so sure because Gnar still is available, and that's going to be an incredibly difficult one-on-one lane if that is what a Vanguard go for. And Gnar
Talk to Mickey
right
well
now,
about that.
Yeah, I can if you want, but Gnar right now, if you go double offensive items, can go things like the Black Cleaver as well as the Frozen Mallet. Just means that you give Hecarim's nightmares.
Yeah. Aha! Let's see what you did there. I was expecting a different phrase. As a Vanguard thinking about their bottom lane, Sivir and Bard are being hovered over. Sivir's locked in already. Chelby locks in the Bard, and Jakey, that's his debut into the OPL. He's going to take Bard.
Yeah, Bard's such a creative champion. You see some strange level 1 shenanigans can go on. You can get behind people with some fancy magical journeys coming in there. Also, Cosmic Binding late game, I just think it's one of the most underrated CCs because it's so easy to hit off creeps. It's so easy to hit when people are grouped up. And it's like 4.5 seconds, 5 seconds spammable cooldown with some CD reduction, cooldown reduction in your build.
And there's so many combos
Brad
to use.
does a lot.
Yeah, with the rest of like Bard's kit though, you can Magical Journey. If people follow you through, you stun off it. I mean, that combo's there that everyone knows about. But then there's the Tempered Fate. If you get multiple people, you can reposition yourself in order to get, just a easy Cosmic Binding straight afterwards. And you've extended the CC a ridiculous amount. And look, we'll see whether Vanguard can use it, but Sudden Fear, they've locked in Patu's Thresh as well as the Gragas. So far, some massive high-tier picks for this team. And Avant now looking to answer, and like you mentioned, the Gnar definitely there. Porky, of course, able to play almost anything there in the top lane. More than happy to take that one. And Chelby opting to go for a Sejuani. And normally we'd say, oh, a slightly scaling jungler. This is a bad move for Chelby. Hasn't been the way thus far in the OPL this split.
Yeah, Chelby definitely happy to play more of a reserve role, not going as aggressive as we're used to seeing, still starting some brilliant team fights. And look at the layering of CC right now that's going to come through from Avant. They have so much zone control with Bard. Then they've got the Glacial Prison as well as the huge Gnar to come through there. So we've seen the Scoop Frozen combo before is being used to great effect, and maybe some pick coming through from Sudden Fear here in the form of
Would you call
Ahri.
it the Ice Cream Scoop?
I wouldn't. You could.
Yeah, I think I probably will. I'm going to lock that one in. Sudden Fear, though, looking for a Katarina, and it looks like with a whole lot of CC on the enemy team, Katarina would be a fantastic choice.
No, so they're going to go all in on pick. I like this. They've got the ability to isolate someone with Thresh. Ash going to be able to nail arrows from long distance, and then you can just swoop in. They're not going to do it, so I'm going to stop talking about it.
Yeah, we've got to stop talking about the old Hoverino there, Spawny Boy. But look, there's the Victor locked in. And I almost forgot his name. We haven't seen Victor for a long time. Of course, spent a bit of a hiatus off the Rift for a little while. But yeah, Swiffer played it, on Monday. It's fine. Look, it's been a while still before that. Okay, if we don't include that last one, I think I might just go.
So Victor, yeah, he's allowed back on the Rift. He's out of prison.
Out of prison.
Let him out of there, and he's still incredibly strong. Shuts down a lot of what people want to do in the mid lane. Kensti will get the counter pick to come through here. Shiny is on Tristana. Anything with range.
Okay.
He does a lot of burst damage, Victor.
Okay.
Tankiness can help.
Yeah, thinking about a Cho'Gath for
He's
now.
He's reasonably squishy. That is one thing that Cho'Gath does well. It's just one-shot people with the bite. There's nothing more that is actually, if we just go on a side note, nothing more frustrating right now than playing things and getting bitten by Cho'Gaths. They're everywhere. And it just does so much damage late game. I can't handle it.
Yeah, and you're actually talking to me about it. It's like, you don't use it to finish people off. You just use it
to send a message.
Much as you possibly
you
can.
Bite people. You walk into top lane, there's a Cho'Gath, he bites you, you got no health left, you're just done.
Yeah, I'm pretty glad that you were born a human. Because if you were a dog, I wouldn't want to be anywhere near you.
But that is what they go with. So Ken's going to look to bite some fools by himself this game. And, you know, there are some squishy members coming through here for Sudden Fear.
Yeah.
You're going to think maybe Shiny is a target with, of course, the silence coming through there. He's going to be not able to get anyone off him for a good couple of seconds. That is one of the legacy, I guess, CCs left in the game. Silence in a big cone is something that you don't really see on newer champions. Cho'Gath, unchanged kit for the longest of time. And, you know, Christmas Trees, he needs to get some work done in this lane. Try and poke Kensti out, because otherwise the sustain battle, Kensti's going to be able to do some work. Yeah, and I mean, I guess Christmas Trees is going to be able to sort of get in range for a lot of his abilities. Of course, largely Victor's burst combination involves him being very, very close. His auto attack range not that high, and you need to be auto attacking in order to utilize the Q. Not to mention the fact that the laser is like a really thin projectile, and Cho'Gath's really big.
Yeah, you'll be able to cut him pretty easily.
So you'll be able to hit him so easy.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Good point. So Christmas Trees with the counter pick before it was even picked. Whoa, mind
we
games.
can see the future.
I know. Christmas Trees. Why didn't you use that talent before? Things haven't gone so far. So good so far.
Maybe he did. Maybe he's thinking the long con. As we take a look at the lineups.
And there's the head-to-head, ladies and gentlemen. Porky against Robo-San are going to be difficult for Robo, especially in the early stage. We'll see whether it is going to be a lane swap. But hop over to Twitter. Let us know who you think is going to take this game. Use the hashtag SFWin if it's Sudden Fear, or hashtag AVWin if you think Avant-Garde have got it to take this game, because they've picked the Sivir away from Shiny. That's a big deal. Shiny, a massive Sivir advocate, of course, a terror on that champion in solo queue, but unable to pick it up this time. A lot of these teams able to make sure that he doesn't get it, but has opted for the Tristana a couple of times so far.
Yeah, and this is a lane matchup. We actually see a fair amount, the Tristana into the Sivir, because if anyone shoves Sivir well, it is Trist. She can just use one ability, auto-attack the range creeps, they disappear. And because of the fact that Sivir's range is a little bit shorter, you generally soak a lot of the AoE damage that comes off that. The all-in potential out of a Tristana is always relevant. So, you know, in the bottom lane with the Thresh coupling up, the CC is going to be a very real threat. That if they make one mistake down there, Warble is a great Sivir player in his own right.
Oh, yeah.
The lane can swing quite quickly, but in saying that, probably just going to be a shove battle. And I think a lot of the action will go around this top lane where you have an outright counter pick. Porky should be able to take it to Robo-Santa, but with how we've seen maybe a Trinity Force coming out a little bit earlier, hopefully Robo can get into the mid-game team fights and start trying to affect it with his team.
Yeah, we'll see if they can. Or whether it's going to be Sudden Fear opting for some sort of lane swap, you know, get a sort of jungle follow going on, avoid the laning phase for as long as possible until Robo can make his way there. Of course, he's able to take a camp, but I don't know whether that'll quite be enough.
Oh, your jungle's fine. If you go Flask, you can take 2-3 camps with Hecarim without having to go back. And you join up with the jungle follow very nicely. Probably better than, you know, if he takes W second, actually follows really well as well. So it's probably not going to be better, but it's going to be just as quick coming through there on Hecarim.
Yeah, well, we'll see. And as far as the lane swap does go, who do you think, as far as a bottom lane is concerned, benefits from that particular
Well, they're both
option?
shoving. So, you know, it probably doesn't benefit more any other more.
Okay.
Maybe you'll see the Thresh come through, be able to roam incredibly effectively, although Bard, he was made for roaming in the early game, doesn't have the stun in the mid lane. Thresh, of course, able to get the flare as well as the death sentence through there. So he might be able to get in and maybe try and lock down Kensti a bit more than what Bard can. But that's the only thing that you can take away from the extremely early game, the ability for Thresh to maybe outperform Bard. But after that, it's going to just be shoving down turrets as quickly as possible, open up the map, and, you know, in big AoE team fights, Avant-Garde have a really good AoE composition coming together. They've got the classical get 6, hit R, go berserk.
Yep. Do R is basically the comp. But of course, you look over the other side, once 6 has occurred, you've got Explosive Cask and the Onslaught of Shadows to try and get people outside of everything. Yeah, exactly. Buster Shots there as well. Lots of displacement available for Sudden Fear. But we talk about this every time Sudden Fear gets onto the Rift. We talk about their synergies, the combos that they can do. Often it reaches these later game points and they can't get it together at the same time. This team hasn't really managed to find the synergy just yet, and we'll see whether it's today that they're going to be able to.
I like like that you point that out because Sudden Fear have one thing that they really excel at. Like, they do pretty well, and that's pick ban phase. They seem to come out ahead a lot of the time. Right now, it's a pretty neutral pick ban phase. Both have got power picks, but it's just the execution on the Rift. They have moments of brilliance, but then every now and again will just fall over in the mid game and not be able to pick themselves back up. You're waiting for that one game where everything just clicks for these guys and they're able to translate it into some wins.
Yeah, and you have to think that as soon as they do manage to find that, then it will be a very fantastic time for them because they do definitely have the mechanical skill individually. That's the crazy thing.
Without a doubt.
Yeah, you look at all of these players and individually they do everything right. It's not like they're picking these champions they can't play or anything ridiculous like that. It's just that they can't play them together as a unit. And look, once that flicks over and they somehow manage to like get the mind meld, everything's going to be far different. But ladies and gentlemen, let's hop onto the Rift. Sudden Fear versus Avant-Garde. Sudden Fear now all together as 5, so maybe things have started off on the right foot.
Moving out of the base as a unit, seeing if they can pick anyone up. Bard, see, he hasn't skilled yet, so there is the potential for the level 1 magical journey.
Oh, one can only hope. Oh, goodness. The dream. The dream is still real. Oh,
Sees
Sudden Fear.
Robo.
Yeah, they have been spotted. Nice ward.
Run,
instantly put
Jakey.
down. Oh, look at the stuns already. Cosmically bound into the wall.
No, they were bound into each other.
Ah.
Star-crossed lovers.
Oh, wow. See, Bard's the best champion.
I love Bard.
Flat
He
out.
honestly is.
It's so good.
And I love the fact that he's really strong now, so we can say it without tongue-in-cheek, because he's a really good pick, and he's really fun to
It's
watch.
not that he's really strong now. I just think that people have figured him out now.
No, we also raised the base numbers like 5 times in a row.
All right, well, there's that. But still, you know, nothing ridiculous. Nothing outrageous. Not like, you know, Tempered Fates on a half a second cooldown or something like that.
No, he's pretty
That would be
ridiculous.
bad for everyone, I think. You don't need more of that, as Kensty's just
More
waiting around in
gold.
this brush. More gold. That's not how you get gold, guys.
Maybe not. Oh.
So cool. Okay, we need to stop talking
No,
about
we
this.
don't. He's still on the screen. Go for your life. As we see Shelby, he's probably going to start at a Gromp. Get
Don't
that
talk
one
about
taken
Shelby.
away.
Look at how adorable that
How
Meep
dare
is.
you speak about Bristle that way?
Spawn celebrating in the only excess knowledge about League of Legends
The only
that he has.
law-based fact I know.
Yep, there it is. Well, Shiny doesn't decide to do any sort of freezing here on the bottom side, and it looks like standard lanes are going to ensue. So Robosan are going to be taking a camp, has opted for the Ignite in this lane, which is very interesting. Of course, able to give him a whole lot more pressure, though.
Cinderhulk not as strong on this patch. It's lost
Good
a lot
point.
of the champions to damage to champions, champions to damage. One of those ones.
Yep.
It doesn't do as much to champions anymore. Does still the same amount to creeps, so jungling is still a fantastic option to come through there, but has been hit a little bit in the top lane, which is why we're seeing these aggressive Hecarims come back, going Trinity Force first, as well as the Ignite pickup.
Yeah, I like it. So what Amazing J started in the LPL, continuing here in the OPL is Jakey just going to prepare some lunch for Warble.
The real trendsetter was Insec. He was doing it in the jungle.
Hey, he was, actually. But that wasn't teleport Ignite.
That was teleport smart.
Yeah, but that's what I was talking about, has fallen out. Wasn't it Amazing J that did it first with Ignite teleport?
Yeah, potentially.
Yeah,
Who
well,
knows?
whatever.
Sure someone did it before him.
Well, we're going to get exploded one more time. RoboSanta with a level advantage here in the top lane, rampaging around as Porky just building some
And this
rage.
is legitimately what you have to do to win this matchup if you're Robo Santa. You get your boots too, you get home guard boots, and you run into lane, and you shove it as quickly as possible, then you recall after all the harass you're taking, then you gloriously canter back to the lane. It's a wonderful feeling, wind blowing in your mane, as you just repetitively have to recall, because Porky, he's going to be able to put out so much more poke damage as he gets some skill ups into that queue.
Well, hasn't yet been able to do that, but of course, early days in this lane. We'll see whether Porky can get things going on. Of course, oh, Patu trying to read the juke, doesn't find it on the Warble. Interesting. Of course, it has been the day of the supports thus far. T-Gun having a fantastic time. Patu definitely has it in him to have a similar performance here for Sudden Fear. We've had a lot of his skill shots really being noteworthy. Haven't seen anything just yet. RoboSanta's doing a great job here in the top lane. Of course, you expect him to be at a deficit as far as the farm, but he's also up in health.
Yeah, and this is a thing that you need to do when you're against ranged laners. It's what you used to have to do against the likes of Rise, Vladimir.
Cannon.
You shove them in so they stop throwing stuff at you, because when they have a choice between farming and harassing, they're always going to take farming. So if you shove them in, they have to make that decision, as it looks like Shiny maybe wants to go aggressive. Lantern thrown out, but nothing happening right now in the bottom lane. Just the shove continuing.
Yeah, it was just Patu trying to offer some support with the shield there just a little bit. If they had have taken it into the brush, it could have meant a Cosmic Binding on both of them and maybe just deadness. Shelby's going to plop down a pink ward and clear out the vision here for Sudden Fear, who now might need to play a little bit further back. Christmas Tree's doing fine here in the mid lane, actually.
Yeah, Shelby actually finished a Scuttlebug as well as a Gromp behind, so wasn't able to grab boots on top of his pickup. Instead, got some wards, able to get a pink ward down there. But you see, Gragas right now a little bit ahead and should be able to get in for a nice early gank. Still has the flash body slam combo available. And Kensti is a good target in the mid lane, can layer it with that Gravity Field well. And you see now Robo Santa about to get dove.
Yeah, he is getting potentially dove there in the top lane. Actually dives onto a creep. Dangerous stuff, sitting at about 400 health.
Still
eating
has some potions,
through,
yeah.
And a flask. So he should be fine. Decided not to go back, actually, Spawn, which is interesting. Often these guys will pick up the cloth armor on their way towards the lane, but Warble taking a lot of damage in the bottom lane. Patu looks for some harass, but Jakey's going to be absolutely fine. But Warble is going to have to farm from a long way away now on the low-range Sivir.
Yeah, but Bard, as soon as that transforms into a bigger flower, is going to be add some fairly decent sustain into the lane. He does harass really well, so wow, that was a great knockup.
Yeah, Chelby just makes his presence known, takes a turret shot. Just
Wow,
for fun.
Kensti had flash bite there. If they had a flash the Chelby and made sure that he got the knockup as well.
Oh, death sentence, and in comes a pink Bomi. Jakey gonna get destroyed. That play was beautiful.
Yeah, the coordination coming through there, making sure that they did what they weren't.
Patu did every button in like half a second. That was cool.
Did his buttons.
Doing buttons is my
still
favorite
going
thing,
for
man.
it. Has flash available.
No, it gets
moves away.
wolf spirit, man. Always giving you up. Sad times as Christmas Trees with his ghost and flash still just clearing out underneath his turret. Taking a bit of pressure here from Kensti, who's now got some vision available
that
as well.
was just out of range of the pink ward as well.
Sad. Very, very sad.
Oh, is
Oh,
it?
actually, no. I can see it. Oh, Kensti yelling at Christmas Trees. Who didn't even mind. I love that skin.
Oh, it's
It's
no.
so good. You're going to need, big beats.
No, you don't need that one either.
Wait, what do you do?
Loch Ness Shoga.
Really?
Yeah.
I would have taken Jurassic over that. What are you... Sometimes you say the weirdest things, Spawn, and as an analyst, that's not a good thing. You gotta
Mainly
have
skids.
like standard,
That and Swamp
correct
Cannon.
views.
That and Swamp Cannon.
Swamp Cannon, the recolor to end all recolors. I actually like that skin though. I like that one. My producers have pointed out that it's relatively aquatic based as well, so I probably should like it. So, staying true to form, yes, I agree with you, Spawn.
No, you don't. You don't like those skins at all.
No, I don't. Well, Porky in the top lane, going to miss a cannon creep and transform into Mega Gnar in anger and frustration. Bit short on the house there as well, as he manages to wallop Robo Santa. Gets Nard into the wall, actually. Robo just going to casually trot under his turret, and he's going to be absolutely fine. Spirit of Dread just going to ruin his CS.
I don't know if he's fine.
Well, he's not dead right now.
Falling a little bit behind in CS though, and Porky, he's got a relatively good shot coming in right now, going to be able to harass off a lot of these creeps. And Robo's starting to struggle in this lane.
Yeah, only 6 behind. He's not doing too bad.
No,
He does have teleport.
Not doing horribly. He's still got teleport, definitely. Has the ignite, so can potentially turn some kill potential.
Oh, here's the magical journey as the flash used by Shiny. Not going to get him out of the way of the Arctic Assault, though, as the Permafrost comes in. Oh, look at the ult from Chelby. Shiny burning down, but has the shield. Jakey, he's going to fall as Robo Santa picks it up after the teleport. Shiny somehow still alive. Got no idea how, as there's the fantastic wallop from Porky. Is going to try and get rid of a Robo Santa. Almost dies for it as well, as Christmas Trees ghosted his way down just to help his team. And decent, I guess, disengage coming down from Sudden Fear.
Well, Sudden Fear go 1-0, so they're able to win it. Porky would have loved the Gnar right then. Being able to get a lot done in that team fight. You mentioned the roam coming through from Christmas Trees. The team overextended to try and get him into the team fight. Avant didn't bite, but maybe Kensty's caught him out in rotation.
Yeah, it's a nice rupture. He gets slowed down after that one as Kensty looking for a nom. He's going to get the stun up, though, onto Kensty and make his way underneath the turret. Oh, next rupture, not going to quite find
He's got Yell available, and he's got Flash.
Get Flash angry at him. Tempered Fate onto almost everyone here as Jakey just got to party just a little bit. Warble goes down solo. Shiny locks up the kill, and Jakey just sort of wonders what his ultimate was supposed to do in that situation for a moment. There's another laser beam onto Chelby as Christmas Trees is just getting yelled at, man. He's like a grade 4 kid who's in trouble all the time, you know?
He's like a what?
You know, like a kid in grade 4 that's being naughty. He's getting yelled at by the teacher.
Oh,
come on, surely you know that
You
analogy.
must have had some boss teachers if they dress like that.
Yeah, man. Went to a private school. No, I didn't, actually. Not at all. State school, baby.
I could kind of tell from the accent you put on.
Oh, dear. RoboSanta going to canter away from the horse-throwing man.
The horse-throwing man. The house-throwing monster.
I really should go home. I think we're done here.
Back it up. Porky going very deep in the top lane. RoboSanta and a Pink Bomi both up there. Has got the transform back.
Yeah, actually, Porky does have to be very careful. He wants to be aggressive in this lane with the advantage that he has. Of course, looks like he's going towards that frozen mallet. But in comes the Fat Man. Has a drink as well as RoboSanta trying to canter after him. Oh, nice flash from Porky. Reads the ultimate and knows that he has to get out of there.
Yeah, but he had to burn the flash, so Summoner Spell gained for not really much on the side of A Pink Bomi and RoboSanta. Able to get some pressure down on the Knight as he's starting to really shove the Hecarim in. So definitely good things as the Yell misses, if such a thing can occur.
Jakey going to get death sentenced here, but they're able to turn it as Chelby with the On The Hunt available to help him out. Beautiful buster shot from Shiny, but Patu's going to get solo altered. There's the boomerang as well from Warble. As one more auto attack, Warble locks down the kill. Shiny can't get anything in response as Cosmic Binding goes wide. Sudden Fear get ganked. Lose a member in the bottom lane.
Yeah, so finally they go down in the bottom lane. That was about the third repeat gank from Chelby coming through there. Able to make it work this time. Nails the ultimate. They're going to be able to clear out some vision. Maybe start up a dragon for their troubles as well, although there's some very healthy members still on Sudden Fear's side.
Yeah, Christmas Tree is able to roam down here as well. Flash still available for the mid laner, but doesn't have the Ghost just yet. He's going to be up in a few seconds' time, but AV, they are going to start off the dragon. This could potentially be dangerous.
No, they don't know on the side of Sudden Fear.
No wards.
Although now with another member leaving, they must know what is going on. They will get in there, try and get some the stragglers on the backside, but they'll just see the dragon fall down, have a good timer.
Yeah, they'll know exactly when that's coming back up, about that 18-minute mark. And Kensty returning to lane as well, doesn't quite have his blue buff available just yet. They lose the turret in the bottom lane. Tempered Fate, stuns up Warble, but not Shiny. They're going to lose both members here as Shiny's going to burn down, but dodges the boomerang. There's the jump. Almost managed to die there, but double kill coming through for the AD carry. And we spoke about the one man that can carry this team. We said it was Shiny.
Yeah, and he's taken an early turret. We said that he'll win the shoving battle on Tristana. He's got 3 kills as Robo.
He's gone super ham onto Porky, who bounces over the top of him. Pink Bomi looks for something, misses the barrel, and everyone's just going to run away.
Yeah, all right. So we saw the backup flying in. We see that Robo also gone for those home guard boots, so that's why he's still able to stay competitive. Really cannot overstate the importance on home guard boots in losing top lane matchups. Just boots too very cost efficient for their defensive stats. Both the Merc treads for the for the CC reduction. Yep, CC reduction as well as an Ninja TIV coming through there, and they just get you back to lane in losing lane matchups. Really smart move coming through there from Porky.
Yeah, it means you can.
From Robo.
It allows you to use your health bar as a resource more effectively than any other time. RoboSanta going to get caught by the Cosmic Binding, and Arctic Assault there as well, already down to half health with his squishy build. Another ultimate landing really nicely for Chelby. RoboSanta just going to run away, and there's the Dark Passage for Pink Bomi. Patu, he's got you back, man.
Yeah, so in the end they get away. Warble going to be able to take down this bottom turret, although Christmas Tree's coming through. Doesn't want to fight him. No, he does.
Yeah, he's looking for it. Does land the laser. That's a lot of damage there. As Warble does pop the On The Hunt. Does he have the spell shield available? He does. He's looking to try and turn this one around, but there's the Chaos Storm. Christmas Trees. Yeah,
good solo
thanks for the kill, man. But that is going to be Shiny falling as well. No AD carries allowed alive as Kensty just ate him.
Yeah, he flash ate him.
Oh, his corpse is still there. I feel like it shouldn't be. Should be inside the Cho'Gath.
So Kensti, he's farming up an absolute storm in this mid lane. Got some CDR coming through there. Going to be able to get multiple spell rotations out. That's incredibly important when you are playing Cho'Gath mid lane. Roller still an important item if you're going to take him top lane, but just at this point, CDR is so necessary in the mid lane. You go into something defensive like Zhonya's Hourglass to keep yourself safe in the mid game, and then you get 2 or 3 shouts in a team fight, and it generally does the trick.
Yep, pretty much be loud, and you're doing well.
Proud.
Yeah. Sounds like my motto in life. Be as loud as possible at all times.
Oh, you're not loud.
All right. Okay. I don't know what's wrong with you today, Spawn, honestly. Just saying things that are wrong. Swamp Cannon first, now I'm not loud. Just don't really understand.
What cannon skin is better than Swamp Cannon?
Arctic Ops.
Nah, they
Cannon MD, man. What the heck?
They wrecked his Shuriken.
That is the best. What even is a Shuriken? Oh my god. Okay, thanks, Kensi. That is perfect. We'll just go back to talking about the yell and how fantastic that is instead. Porky going to clear out the top wave. There's a lot of vision available for Sudden
right
Fear.
now, so able to, I guess, take it to this Hecarim one-on-one, although he has got the Ignite back available going into the second item, Trinity Force, as we mentioned. You see,
First item.
Infinity Edge has been finished up in the bottom lane. Yeah, it's weird. Do you count boots as an item? I do.
I sort of half do.
No,
when
do.
it's relevant, I do. Otherwise, I don't.
It's always relevant.
I like only count Sork boots as an item, weirdly enough. I don't know why. I think it's
just Robo
wrong.
Santa with the jukes. He just stopped. Saw it whistle past.
Yep, no problem. He's a glorious horsey. Able to do that. He's going to get shoved under the tower yet again. Shelby looking for a potential dive there in the top lane. Of course, Robo without the flash a little bit.
Has Ignite, though, so needs to be careful. They will get the turret, though.
Yeah, Pink Bomey looking to try and come and defend, but not going to be there in time. Turret's going to fall down. First one for Avant. It's going to mean that they're back up to a bit irrelevant.
They have to know something is up right there. Yeah. Robo cantered back up to them to check them out.
Just clippity-clop. Shelby,
we
not
need
going to head over there.
Horse movement. What do? They gallop, they trot.
They canter.
They canter. We got 3, that's enough.
You could say parade. They also parade a little bit.
Do they?
Yeah, clippity-clop. There are a lot of options for horse movement words.
Shelby now in the mid lane. He's got his ultimate available. They need to be careful here. Christmas Trees is definitely in one-shot territory if they're able to get any form of CC through from the Sejuani riding Bristle. But the Pink Bomby coming back out.
Oh, man, it took a lot of effort to get that in there, didn't it, Spawn?
Nah, that's fine.
All right. Nailed it. Sudden Fear heading towards the dragon, coming up in about 40 seconds' time as Avant moving around their jungle. Spotted by some vision, though.
Goodness, they go in on Kensti.
Yeah, actually, Kensti getting surrounded here. Tempered Fate going to lock down a Pink Bomey and the mid laner just to allow the teleport to come in, but Kensti still in a lot of trouble. Pink Bomey gets eaten, and Shiny, he's going to get knifed into the wall. Walloped as well. There's the ult. Forky flashes after Shiny. Buster shot, not quite in time. There's still a lot of damage available for the Sudden Fear lineup. Robo Santa wants to delete Porky. The Ignite's down, but it's not going to be enough as Jakey might run into some trouble. Thank you very much for letting us know as he's just going to try and limp away from this one as Shelby finds his way to safety as well. Sudden Fear with some control of the map, but they lost Shiny in a trade for Kensti.
Yeah, and he's all the turret pushing coming through there, so maybe they'll be able to get this one, try and rotate it into a dragon, but that was a very close thing coming through there for Sudden Fear. Shiny's been caught out twice now, and he's a lot of their resources in gold. He needs to make sure that that's no longer happening.
Yeah, his kill and death participation is fantastic. Sort of 66% of the deaths. And look, I'm not going to do the math, but that's like a lot of kill participation. Yeah, 80-ish. Give it that. Something like that. I believe it would be 80% if it was 6 out of 8. No, it's 75%. Okay, don't worry about it. Thanks for the pat on the back there, Spawn. As Sudden Fear now looking to try and stop this dragon. He's going to reset into the pit once more as Avant. Not quite sure about whether they want to continue this one. Still doing some relevant damage at this stage.
Join the team.
Yeah, it does sort of give Sudden Fear an entry in here, but... Oh, Pink Bomey makes his way in. Dangerous move. He's just going to get destroyed. And you can't get baited by the magical journey. I know it's magical. You can't do that. Porky going to get stunned by the gravity field, but Sudden Fear now with a man short, and more importantly, their jungler dead. Avant just going to be able to take this dragon down. It'll be 2 dragons to nothing as Kenzie, he's found Shiny. Another Ignite on him as well as he does manage to jump away. Patu now might be in trouble though as there's the knock up and he's just going to die as Chelby. He's going to secure the dragon as well, and Avant really finding their victories around the map. And we've seen this happen to Sudden Fear many a time. They've managed to find the early game advantage, but often around these team fights, things fall apart.
They are creating ways right now to lose mid games.
Yeah.
They just took a magical journey, 1 versus 5, lost a jungler, then stuck around with a Tristana who had to burn Flash to get away, left poor Patu for dead. Wasn't able to get anything done on the back end there. And you know, this is when they should be strong. Robo, he got through laning phase so well. Into the mid game, he's looking great. Might even look for a kill here onto Porky, but they're just giving it all up around the dragon fights.
Yeah, Robo able to kill a lot of farm under this turret as well before it goes down. There it is, grabs himself some local gold. Kenzie gonna eat himself a raptor. Oh, no, delicious. As Porky just gonna try and pick up a wave in the top lane. Mega Nar's gonna come in at the same time. So Robo Center actually commanding some respect up here in the top lane. Brawler's Glove, you know, a zeal away from that Trinity Force.
He's probably got it. He just took out a turret and a huge amount of CS.
Yeah.
Might be able to recall, grab that. That's in fairly good time for a Hecarim versus Gnar matchup. He's got the boots as well as the home guard upgrade. And there you go. In 20 minutes, he's able to get the core set of his build done.
Yeah, it does have a Ruby Crystal as well, going towards what could be
Spirit Visage.
Yep, Spirit Visage, anything like that. Could be Randuin's as well. It's Magical Journey, though, in the bottom lane. Avant looking to try and make something happen. Cosmic Binding, obviously not finding anything.
So there's no one down
There's no one
right
there.
now.
Yeah, no. They're trying to gank the turret. Turret in a lot of trouble. No one coming to its aid. And of course had no health.
Baron's a call. There's 3 members down bottom. They have a Tristana.
And they're starting it off as well. Shiny able to get a lot of damage down. Like you mentioned, no vision available here for Avant. They are going to have a couple of the solo laners now come through and try and check this one out, but it's already down to half health. Everyone trying to move up and take this. Porky, it's going to be on you. Can Kenzie eat it? No, he's not going to be able to. A Sudden Fear, they lock down the Baron. Very close, actually. Kenzie almost yelling it to death as there's the Tempered Fate on top of Christmas trees and Robo Santa. A pink... Oh, Robo Santa's going to die, but that's the Baron for a kill. I'd probably take it.
Yeah, and a couple of turrets. So, you know, right now, maybe in AV's favor because they even out the gold. But now what can Sudden Fear get off the back end of it? If they lose another turret, it's going to be... If they lose another 2 turrets, it's probably going to be a bad trade.
Yeah, and that'll be 3 turrets and a kill
4
for a Baron. 4 turrets?
They took 2 bottom. Now they're taking 2 mid.
Yep, and that one's going to fall as well. So, yeah, most definitely not quite worth it. Unless they can make this one work. Sudden Fear went for the YOLO play. Didn't quite manage.
They made the right move. They just got caught on the back end of it. The smite came through incredibly late from a pink Bomi on that one. I didn't see whether it was available. I'd love to see if it was. And, you know, they're trying to shove up middle lane to see if they can get pressure now. Shiny should be able to tear through these structures, but it's about whether they can get rid of all the wave clear of Cho'Gath.
Ooh, Descent's not going to find anyone here as Jakey moving pretty quickly through the jungle now that he's collected some meeps for himself.
So they need to focus top lane and mid lane. I don't know why they're clearing wards right now because they lost a lot of gold off that objective. They need to group up. Porky's going to try and take out top lane. Robo Santa needs to get up there because he has teleport available. And then the rest of the team needs to try and shove in here.
Yeah, we got ultimate almost available for Chelby as well. Kenzie can eat something if he wants to. And Porky just trying to build some rage there on the top side of the map. Watch for the Gnar. See when he can get there with that full or almost full rage bar in order to get something going on in these team fights. Porky, a massive part of the AV squad as Pink Bomi trying to throw over some Gatorade casts just to make things happen, but not finding anyone with that one. Just trying to get some poke available, some zoning pressure.
Yeah, so right now they really have lost out of a lot of their thing. They will get the mid turret though.
Yeah, huge explosion.
They've lost control of the top wave. So that was actually really smart from AV to let that one go. Porky probably going to be able to get out. They will lose a red buff, but there's no other wave right now that they can utilize the Baron buff for. So realistically, Avant came way ahead of that trade because they closed a 2,000 gold gap, even turned it into about a 1,000 gold advantage.
Yeah, and they took out a whole lot of the maps so that they can move around the jungle of Sudden Fear and really get the vision down. You can see they went through it, they tried to sweep it out, still a pink ward available for Avant in the Sudden Fear jungle. Some very deep vision. still yet alive, as you can see on our screen. One just hanging out there in the mid lane as Baron's still available for another couple of seconds, but is going to wear out relatively soon as Warble going to continue trying to put pressure on this bottom side.
Patu just runs over a pink ward. That's why you A-click. Someone tells him, he turns around, heads back, takes it out.
Yep, nicely done. Nice. I'm glad that we had the commentary. How that one was going in the minds of Sudden Fear. Nah, get back there and kill it.
Wow.
Man, isn't that what you said?
Is that how they sound?
No, that was just my representation of how I'd say it. Can't help it, man. It's just my League of Legends playing voice. Don't you have a League of Legends playing voice?
I do not. Oh. I sit in silence and stew over the game.
Yeah, you do. Oh, come on. You were, you know, saying funny things, not the truth.
Oh.
Okay, Shiny though, with his Phantom Dancer complete. Actually, even on items with Warble here at this stage, down by a bit of CS, but those couple of kills are helping him stay in it. Mikhail's Crucible now completed for Patu as well. That is a big deal, so that he can help Shiny if he does get silenced, if he does get caught out of position here from Chelby. And we'll see whether the QSS does come through at any point soon in this game.
Well, look how much lockdown CC there is. It's definitely going to be on the table for Shiny. Just depends when he feels he can sacrifice some damage to get there. You see, Home Guard going to come through here. Robo Santa sitting in base, trying to get something done. That's why Patu's looking for wards, but good job from AV to clear them out. Baron's Dragon started up.
Yeah, Dragon started. Patu's going to get knocked up by the Rupture. Some nice skill shots being landed by Kenzie so far, but that's the first Dragon available for Sudden Fear as Pink Bomber going to bottom slam himself away as Shiny mid-rocket jump gets caught in the Tempered Fate, immediately flashes out as Christmas Tree's the only one that's going to get stuck in that ultimate from Chelby. The double teleports to come in as Robo Santa is going to try and chase after Warble. Kenzie uses the Zonyas as Robo finds the ultimate. Christmas Trees locks down in, but look at Porky's Warble almost gets disintegrated as the Chaos Storm does finish it off. Robo Santa looking for his way back in, but Avant really starting to steamroll over this one. The house hits. Shiny gets obliterated by the wallop, and that's another one. Porky on fire. The triple kill in that team fight, and Sudden Fear now looking to try and get something going on, but nothing to be found, and Chelby just wanders out. What low health bar. He doesn't mind.
Yeah, and in the end, Avant able to grab a great team fight off the back of a huge Gnar ultimate, was able to nail 4 people. Might look for a Quadra here.
Yeah, the Hyper did proc there as Porky. Yeah, he's...
Penta? Come back, Frobo.
So Porky now with the unofficial Quadra kill for his first kills of the game as well. Like that one. Magical Journey, not going to quite go all the way through that, but let's have a look at this again.
Yeah, so Tristana has to burn the flash straight away, and that's huge for this team fight. Christmas Trees gets caught out, able to get a lot of his damage done. Teleport did come through, tried to zone away Warble, and then turns around and deletes Kenzie after he comes out of his Onyas. But Porky saves the whole team fight. 4-man Gnar ultimate. Look at the damage that came through, followed up with a 2-man stun, and then just house after house was pegged at Patu till he could stand no more. That's a double house right there.
Yeah, the double house kill, man.
The Shiny gets that's triple house. And then he turns it into a boomerang cooldown. Not only is it a magical creature, Gnar is really fed right now.
Oh, yeah. And I just want to point out that there's some really awesome things going on in this game. Magical journeys, houses going everywhere, boomerangs all over the shop. It's a double boomerang comp with house magical journey. Can't lose.
And the ice cream scoop is...
Yeah, exactly.
He wants to get in.
Wonderful.
They haven't said it yet.
Yeah, they haven't used it yet. That was one person got caught in it. Come on, man. You gotta use it in context. It's not an insect play where you just say it for every time that Lee Sin's in the game. Sorry, that's an in-joke that we really shouldn't be using right now. Sudden Fear now going to try and push out the mid lane, but it seems like they've lost control of this game just a little bit. 2,000 gold the lead for Avant, but this is by no means the furthest behind Sudden Fear have been. But the fact that they were ahead in the early game, they were making things happen, and thus far in sort of the later stages, things not really looking as good 30 CS behind his Robo-Santa. Does have his Randuin's completed, though, looking... Oh, there it is, the double rupture on
onto
both of the
two
carries.
priority members right there, chunking them out. All of a sudden, the team fight looking even scarier. Though they have caught Kensti by himself.
Yeah, he yells at Robo-Santa, who's trying to get him back into the team. Christmas Trees doesn't find the laser beam as there's a magical journey from Jakey. I think just because he wanted to press the button. Porky looking to try and get amongst the fight. Tempered Fate goes wide as Rupture not going to find a pink Bomi either, but he gets tagged by the boomerang. Takes the magical journey. Porky unable to continue the chase, but AV, they know that Baron's up and they're just going to clear out the vision and see whether they can get that one going on.
But they use the Tempered Fate. That's such an important cooldown coming through there. Kensti right now doesn't have the Feast either, so there is a window if Sudden Fear can get in, but they just don't want to face check all the CC that comes through from Cho'Gath, instead trying to push down mid.
Yeah, Christmas Trees did manage to take away that Raptor. Long-range abilities going off, but not really finding anything.
Inside track here. Only Warbles under the turret. Need to make sure they don't get flanked.
Yeah, Porky completely out of rage here as well. Who's looking to try and get something going on. Realizes that he can't really do it just yet.
Really
Needs
nice
to stack it up
rotation
again.
coming through from Sudden Fear. The map movement just moving through the jungle into the bottom lane. They knew that all the members were AV were on the top side. They'll pick up a free turret.
Yep, Inner's going to go down. A lot of creeps there going to help secure that one as Chelby throws out the ultimate. 3-man onto Christmas Trees and Shiny. Double rupture as well as Porky. Able to really get his rage going on now. Nas, nothing into the wall, but probably just because he's having a good time. Robo, max range ultimate to get himself out of danger. But that's all of the damage dead for Sudden Fear and all of the pressure alleviated for Avant.
And all of a sudden, they can just make a beeline towards that Baron going to be available for them. And really nothing they can do without the damage threats. Avant get a good kill after what was a strong move from a Sudden Fear.
Yeah, and Porky 4-0-5 now on this Nah, really having a brilliant later game performance. And this is on a Nah with a laning build. Started off with the Frozen Mallet and now transitioning into this team fight menace. And it just shows that his kit is fantastic. Doesn't really matter what you build if you manage to get things working right. As Robo-Santa's going to get ruptured as well. Does want to take the Dark Passage out as Pink Bomi. Not quite as tanky as he otherwise would have thought, but the Baron's going to fall down. Shelby locks that one up. They can see the fact that it's gone as Kensti heads back towards the river, and he's going to back right on top of a ward.
And you know, Avant, not only are they playing really well, have a very intimidating team comp. You have like whatever Cho'Gath is.
Yep.
A big dinosaur.
Yep.
A boar.
Yeah.
Look at
Bard, whatever that is. I mean, that's confusing.
As soon as they get the Ion Elixirs through, they're going to be pretty tall.
And then Warble, who's a lady with a disc.
Good catch coming through there onto Chelby.
Yeah, gets laser beamed as well, but just going to clear out the vision. Shelby very tanky at this stage. Frozen Heart complete. Oh, Flash Nom! Kensti just deals with Shiny in an instant. Patu unable to get enough shielding from that Lantern in order to save his AD carry's life. And that happened pretty quickly as Shelby may have found a pink Bomi, and this one's going to take a little while longer.
Interrupts him when he's trying to body slam.
Ridiculous. Is going to flash over the wall. In fact, probably could have taken that Lantern, but I guess Shelby's bore pretty large. Whoa, almost looked like he used Arctic Assault, but no, that was a magical journey. As Kensti's going to find Robo-Santa.
Kensti does a lot of damage right now. He's got the Abyssal Scepter, has a 40% cooldown reduction as well as his Zonya's Hourglass. Really haven't touched on him, but 4, 2, and 3 has had a very good game in the mid lane and now pushing all 3 waves simultaneously.
Yep, Shelby going to find his way in here. Flashes are plenty here from Sudden Fear as a Pink Bomi's trying to get them away from his team. Just going to get eaten by Kensti. Warble takes a magical journey. Patu gets destroyed as I believe he was stunned up against a base gate. That's just rude. Shiny now finds himself with only a couple of friends left alive, and Avant are going to take down the inhibitor turret. Inhibitor going to follow. Kensti looking for Shiny. Rupture not going to find him this time around, but man, this Sudden Fear lineup definitely scared of this AV team, and Kensti's just so huge. This 6-stack Cho'Gath menacing on the Rift.
Yeah, lumbering around. They take out the top turret as well. That's Porky getting some work done now against Robo-Santa, who can't do much. It's a 4-item Nav, well and truly into the late game. Just got way too far ahead. And you know, story of Sudden Fear's OPL experience so far is the fact that they're able to get themselves into good positions in the early game, but just fall apart at about 20 minutes.
Yeah, and they just can't really do it. They are getting sort of ahead more and more, earlier and earlier, I guess you could say, for Sudden Fear. I mean, there were their first couple of games where things just looked horrible. the whole game, whereas this definitely looked great
It
for
started
Sudden Fear in the early
fantastic.
game.
They had the ability. They had a 3-0 Tristana at one point and looked like they were going to get into the mid game and really start taking over. But unfortunately, Shiny just got caught out one too many times, and the rest of the team with Shiny dead weren't able to really siege the way they needed to with that Baron.
One too many times? 5 too many times, maybe? Not entirely sure, as Pink Bomi's going to try and take down a Rift Scuttler. Baron buff.
Swaps priority to a pink ward.
Yep. Got to work out what you want here, Gragas. Chelby just going to push out this top wave, of course. Does actually have a fair bit of minion pushing capability, does this Sejuani?
Yeah, especially late game, doing very well. Pink Bomi finally wins that epic battle.
Yeah, Scuttle Crab 0.
Down.
Pink Bomi 1. No problem. Warble and Shelby now just hanging around. They're looking to try and find someone, but no one on Sudden Fear apart from a Pink Bomi paying any attention to this top lane whatsoever. Just trying to deal with the super minions streaming into the bottom lane as Shelby Arctic assaults his way over the top. They know that a Pink Bomi was around, but AV not able to find him just yet. Gragas.
And they can dive whenever they want right now. They've got the ability. Kensti, whoever he decides to flash yell at, he hasn't got the flash right now, but as long as he lands that silence right there, the Feral Scream, as well as the ultimate, either Shiny or Christmas Trees are dying. They're not living through that combination.
Yeah, and the last couple of times, Kensti's managed to land Ruptures on both of them as he gets Death Sentence just a little bit, flayed back as well as the Chaos Storm gets Zonya'd. There's the Tempered Fate and a Robo Center and Patu. But Kensti, he's gone down very, very low. Sudden Fear might be able to find a team fight they're looking for here as Chelby might be in trouble. Porky charging the Rage Bar. Can he get the big Gnar in this fight?
Oh.
Gnar's nothing as Sudden Fear now might be able to turn it on them, but Kensti, he's still alive, still with cooldowns available, and if he can keep himself in a nice position, might be able to still get off the abilities that they need. But Sudden Fear, with everyone alive, still might be able to get something done.
And Shiny and Christmas Trees need to stop standing on top of each other because once again, Porky got a double house, although now he's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, he's gotten slowed down. There's the Randuins. There is Magical Journey taken by a lot of members of AV. Shiny going so deep into the fight. Does manage to get the shot down and the reset, more importantly, as Wobble. Oh, what were you doing there, buddy? As Kensi, he's going to eat someone on the way out. Christmas Trees died from that one, and Shiny did eventually fall down on the backside as AV just too tanky. Their front line so huge.
Shelby's
and Shelby,
huge.
yeah, he's just restarting this fight. Northern Winds eating through them, and look at Kensti in there with so much damage. And the Ruptures landing, the Feral Screams across everyone. Triple kill for the Cho'Gath, and AV, they might just be able to win.
Yeah, so they're looking to see whether they can push in. Super Creeps are about to be on the base turrets. Looks like they just want to take out the rest of the base first, but Shelby is just way too tanky right now. He's able to consistently deal with the AD carry, and you know, Shiny, he went incredibly deep to pick up Porky in the backline, but when you left the Sejuani and the Cho'Gath completely unharmed, didn't end out too well for Sudden Fear.
Well, the thing was, is Shiny rocket jumped away from his team. So he got the reset and then couldn't go anywhere.
At the same time, it kind of swapped the team fight sideways, and then Warble was out of front line, so they cut him off as well. So they kind of traded AD for AD. But from there, late game Sejuani just so much more effective than this Greg at this point.
Yeah, and of course, once your explosive cask is down, you're not doing too much more apart from slowing people down just a little bit and being a tanky beast. You got a fair bit of damage with that W, but other than that, you're exactly right. Chelby.
So apart from the damage CC and slow that he brings, he does nothing.
No, that's why he's one of the top priority junglers at the moment, Spawn. But look, Chelby, just once you get to this point as Sejuani, you do so much damage.
He does so much more damage right now. So Gragas, he's a lot more disruptive than what Chelby should be at this point. But Chelby, he's going to stick to you himself. And look at the damage that comes out of Sejuani late game.
Yep. And there's the ultimate as well. Wallop to death. Look at the CC. Pink Bomi couldn't move for about 15 years as Robo Santa is going to run very, very quickly. I apologize. That was definitely an exaggeration. Robo Santa getting ran at by Porky, who gives up on that one. They want Christmas Trees, who gets ruptured, eaten as well as Kensti's legendary now. 10-2 and 4 on the Cho'Gath. Jakey takes another magical journey into the base, and they're going to take the first inhibitor that they grabbed before in the bottom lane. That's just going to get destroyed. And now with Warble alive, AV might even be able to win.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to try and push in with their super minion creeps. They're all very healthy still, and this will be the game. AV will take it.
Yeah, 11 kills to 22 in the end, almost a 10,000 gold lead. It's another rupture. Shiny gets obliterated one more time. Another kill for Kensti, who lands another rupture as well. We're not going to talk about it. This guy seems to be landing everything. Robo Santa ults over the Nexus just to try and follow the magical journey, which was very, very cute. But Sudden Fear unable to take their first victory, but man, AV looking strong in that game.
Yeah, towards the late game, AV looked fantastic. Credit to Sudden Fear for getting the bottom lane rolling one more time against Jakey coming in as a sub who had a very good game, but in the end, just the synergy that came through from Avant, the late game shot calling, the ability to trade effectively across the map meant that they turned what was a deficit, losing Baron, into a really good trade for them. They took out a kill, they took out 4 turrets and just catapulted themselves into the lead.
Yeah, making losing Baron look like a positive trade is pretty ridiculous, but they definitely managed to make it work. Let's have a look at a replay, ladies and gentlemen. And look, it's pretty late. We'll see what Avant are going to do.
Yeah, so this is where it looks like Kensti gets caught out. So bottom wave is being hit. Kensti's already been hit by the ultimate through from Christmas Tree. So as we roll this one out, you see that Avant is able to, I guess, kite back, and Shiny goes super aggressive, jumps over the top, flashes, gets the last auto attack on Porky, isolates Warble on the left side of the team fight. He gets deleted, but Kensti, he's just doing so much burst damage, landing all the CC he needs to. Shelby's already soloed out Shiny on the back end of that fight, and you know, he's saying, guys, we can still go. I'm huge. I am a ball-riding lady, and I will not be stopped.
The triple rupture, though,
CC
and then triple
through.
feral scream.
Yeah, Kensti had a very good later stage of that game.
He really did, really came into his own towards the end of that one. And man, look, that's what happens when you sort of give Avant that window. And it was off the back of losing Baron. You don't say that very often, is losing Baron is what won us this game. But it really did put them in that position where they were prepared to win.
And, you know, when there's Siva, Tristana on the map, it means that they just push so quickly. If you do try and trade, you need to make sure it's at the right time because Siva just really shoved down every single lane, and it was 4 turrets for only a Baron, just some bad calls coming through from Sudden Fear.
Yeah, it really was. But ladies and gentlemen, we're only halfway through the night thus far, as Sudden Fear not quite able to grab their first win, and Avant took that game. But look, we're going to move on to our next one. It is going to be Sin taking on Direwolves, but first let's take a listen in to Avant as they were winning that game.
I'm heavy rage.
Take him. Take. Can you check? Nice.
Victor, kill Victor.
Drag it, Victor.
I'm going on trash.
Yep, I got him.
Nice.
I'm stunning him.
Oh, nice.
I can get Nice. Where's Tekram?
And welcome back, everyone, to the OPL. My name is Julian Pastry Time Car. Joining with me once again is Zach Rusty Pie. I'm going to bring you the last two matches of the evening, starting with a cracker here, Rusty. It is Sin taking on the Direwolves.
A big match. Both started very well in this split of the OPL. Their first two is coming very strong. Direwolves 3-1, Sin 2-1. So going against each other, someone's moving on the ladder.
Yeah, looking good. And of course, guys, we'd love to get your thoughts as well on that social media. So jump on Twitter and use the ever so popular hashtag #IamOPL and let us know your favorite moments, your favorite players, or just how you're watching the game.
Yeah, definitely. Get on there and show us all about it, mate. And this first game, again, is going to be big.
Oh, yeah.
The third game, even.
Yeah, third game's going to be amazing. I mean, where to start here in the matchup? So many strong players coming through.
Yeah.
For me, honestly, I think I want to start in the bottom lane. King, of course, from Direwolves, very, very strong player. One of the, if not the best AD carry in the league. And Stealthix really coming up, kind of coming into this season, was lauded as a very strong solo queue player that really had a chance to sort of push himself over the edge and really break out into the OPL. I think so far for both of them, it's been a little lukewarm to start things off, but very explosive, very aggressive bottom lane.
Explosive is one way to put it. King, very aggressive in his play style. And Stealthix, he has been rated quite highly coming into this split of the OPL, and his team has delivered with him, but we haven't seen any standout performances just yet from him too much. And we want to see, in this particular game, be a great test, how he goes up against the aggression and the overbearing force that is Chuffer and King in a lane, and how he will perform in a 2v2 as well as the 1v1 situation. Be great to see how Stealthix goes.
And I think the supports there are another good thing to hit here. Two veteran supports of the Oceanic scene. Chuffer, already to me, might be the most impressive looking member of the Direwolves. Maybe apart from Perfection, unfortunately will not be playing today. He's looked great. Chuffer, so aggressive, still on point with those flashes, still making plays for his team. But he's just sort of upped every other part of his game as well.
Chuffer is the star player of the Direwolves so far, statistically and from viewing him. He has a 5'3" and 34 KDA at the moment with a 10 average KDA.
That's a lot.
Unbelievable, and the highest kill participation of his entire team.
Yes.
He's been very impressive.
He has been indeed in trash, but not too bad. Kind of coming back into the scene. But we are into the draft now between these two sides, and you'll notice Sharp back in his old position in the mid lane. Chippy's going to be subbing into the top side due to Perfection being unable to play this week. And the bans are already through. Rise and Gragas there for Direwolves, and Aurelia banned by Sin.
Yeah, it's a Chippy's thing. He's played in the Oceanic Challenger Series for Best Players Ocean, who almost qualified, and Aurelia was banned from him in every single game of that tournament. So coming straight into the OPL for his first game, Aurelia being banned again.
Yep.
Commanding a ban.
He must know. He's like, yep, never getting that champion again. As Rek'Sai going to be a ban there from Sin as well, taking that away from Sybil. And I have to say, I've been a big fan of these Rise bans. I mean, haven't gotten to see it yet. It's been banned every game tonight, I think, as Urgot's actually going to join the list as well, a ban against Stealthix.
Yeah, very targeted ban there. And Stealthix is not the most diverse of AD carries when it comes to champion pools, but he does have a few left. He's got the Lucian, the Sivir, and any pocket pinks he wants to bring out. But the Urgot, a priority is more of a flex pick, can be done in the mid from Rhymeister or the AD carry role, so taking that away from both of them.
Yeah, good options there. As Victor actually the last ban away. So again, some of these stranger mages, especially Rise and Victor, starting to see a bit more play, or in Rise's case, a bit more respect, as those are the bans away. But Kallista's actually going to be the first pick in King. If there was ever a carry that he can really hard carry on, it's probably Kallista.
It's a King champion for sure, and keeping in mind it does leave open the Sivir as the counter pick, and not a counter pick directly, but just Sivir being the strong option in response. And at the same time, Gragas and Rek'Sai being banned, that limits the jungle possibilities by a fair amount. So with the first pick being a very strong one in Kallista, the two response picks here, as we're seeing,
these are pretty good.
Likely going to be that.
Yep, already locked in for the Alistar. Trashboat going to take that away, and Nunu the pick there, so going to give Sybil Sejuani if he wants it, but you said it already, Rusty, two strong picks from Sin.
Two very strong picks, and Alistar just does it all and provides this extra utility in the front line for his team. And having that locked in a first pick alleviates a lot of pressure for a top laner. There's the possibility of wanting to perhaps go for the Aurelia or the Rumble, something a bit different now, because you don't need that extra tank that you have with Alistar already being there.
That's true, and you can also maybe pick Sivir. Not the best synergy with Nunu, but still a serviceable pick if they want to take it away. So Sin starting off strong, good tanks there for their support and jungler coming through. The Wolves, of course, have already selected their AD carry. We've seen a lot of Nautilus from Chuffer, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see him pick it up here. It's great with Kallista and against Kallista, although obviously Sin probably can't take it away given the Alistar. Options here for the Wolves. They're taking their time with these picks, though.
Well, the response in the jungle will most likely be a Sejuani whenever it does get locked in, if it does, of course. And looking across at the top laners again, Sharp loves the Hecarim.
Uh-oh. I think the Dials might have had a moment there. Graves, Hecarim actually their picks through, but they took a long time to select those, so that one's interesting.
That's very interesting. Pastry time. I don't know what's going to happen with that Graves just yet. We'll wait and see with the rest of their picks where Graves going, but I guess Graves mid.
I mean, maybe. Even if it was a mistake, again, they took a little while. I believe they have to play it. So we'll see how this plays out for the Wolves as they talk amongst themselves about how that pick's going down. But Sin going to look for the next few picks here as well. And if that is going to be forced to be a mid-Graves, by the way, that's not good news. We haven't talked about it yet, but Rymeister has been an absolute beast for this team. And his Azir, if he wants it, it's still available.
The Azir is still available. Cassiopeia definitely still available as well. And anything else that Rymeister could possibly imagine. He's a very avid Zed player also. So opting into what might be a Graves mid does bring back the possibility for an assassin. And speaking of top laners, though, we've got the Hecarim. Sharp loves that, but the response from Rosie, straight away going to be that nah.
Yeah, I mean, again, we are going to have it. Looks like maybe a remake coming through, as I believe the Direwolves may have had an issue there with that Graves pick.
You think?
I think so. But, I mean, again, I like that they're leaving Rymeister with last pick, at least from the looks of that draft as well. We've talked about him. Very strong player. Has actually played a fairly narrow field of champions so far because he's been given the most powerful champions. But you said it already, big Zed player. This guy does have a deep champion pool.
He's got a very diverse champion pool. Kennen also a possibility. We never know what he's going to bring out, but you said it. He's got a very narrow champion pool so far, and that's only because he's had the strong champions readily available to pick up. Like if Azir's available, why not go for that champion?
Yeah, and especially given how good he is,
Yeah.
I can't blame you either. Would have been great with the Nunu as well, which they've already picked up. So we'll have to see how that draft comes back, as we'll revisit the lobby fairly shortly, I imagine. But again, just looking at these two players, I think Dialves here maybe struggling this week because they do have to play with a sub here. Chippy's a perfectly fine player. Sharp was their old mid laner, but that's a very different play style than Perfection brings.
Yeah, I'm guessing one of the more interesting talking points about how this game will pan out is Sharp being so different in playstyle, as you mentioned. How will that work with this Direwolves roster that have just spent all this time becoming accustomed to having Perfection in the mid lane? Sharp is a much more passive and farm scaling oriented style of mid laner where he wants to support his team as they carry him through, doing all of the necessary damage, always putting that damage down, but from a safe distance and not getting in their face, hyper carrying like we have seen from Perfection.
Yeah, he's definitely much more of a utility-focused player, and I don't blame him. He had great carries last season in Perfection and King to sort of bring from the bottom and top lanes respectively. So Chippy's, I guess, being the wild card here, he might have to kind of pull those carry pants up a little higher and at least contribute meaningful damage and something to his team. But Chippy's, again, a strong player, almost made it into the OPL himself. And we're going to reset the draft here. Bans are the same. Kalista first pick. Nunu, Alistar once again for Sin, and this is where they went wrong. Bard, Hecarim for their next two
They're
picks.
not even close in the alphabet.
No.
And all right, so Bard being picked up, though, is what was going to be in the second rotation. The support and the bot lane completely finished here from Direwolves now, and that's a very high pressure level 2 bot lane.
It is. I mean, we don't normally think about Bard as being high pressure, but maybe go a little bit more into that because he is quite strong early on.
The cool thing about Bard once he hits level 2, he's got the auto attack extra damage with the meeps, of course, and the chains when he can latch onto people and stun them if they're near minions is very underrated in how powerful that is. The strongest thing that I like, though, about Bard, and they may not do this, but I see it as a very likely possibility, is that if you start with the heal and you put 3 heals at the start of the laning phase before the minions even get there, that's already about 240 health returned. So Kalista and its king can go all in and try and get a trade. Even if it goes poorly, he's got all of that healing available.
Looking forward to an aggressive Bard from Truffles. The champion started to see a bit more play, but now Lucian were the picks there for Sin, so taking those same champions away once again here. Sort of funny to see Chippies on Hecarim. It seems to be the Direwolves mascot for a lot of different reasons. It was once a Perfection champion. Sharp picked it up a lot himself, and now Chippy's coming for a sub in the top side, going to take it away there as well, but 10 seconds left for the Direwolves to take their last 2 champions away. They know Rymeister's going to get the last pick, and they're hovering the Azir, sort of threatening to take it away. What do they want? This would be a bit of a mix-up. They are going to take Azir, and that Zac is their final pick.
I really like this Zac pick. It creates an entirely different playstyle, and it'll work exceptionally well with Bard and the roaming capabilities to the mid lane from whatever lane the Direwolves AD carry and support are in.
That's a good point.
Whether they lane swap, whether they're bot lane, Bard's going to roam. And Zac is especially really good at ganking mid lanes around that level 5 to 7 mark.
Yeah, I mean, and maybe even on top of that with the ultimates, they've got decent wombo here as well. They can throw Bard in if they want. Although I guess you don't really want to throw Bard in. Probably going to get him out. But Tempered Fate, Onslaught of Shadows, Zac Knockup, and the Azir ult, you can all combo in there with Tempered Fate.
Yeah, and especially once you have the Azir set coming in later on around the level 6 from Sharp. If he can use one of those, it sets up the Zac perfectly to engage. And if a Zac gets that knockup with the Elastic Slingshot, it's extremely hard to get away from that situation. But we do have the final champion here.
Yeah, good stuff there. Cassiopeia, unsurprisingly, going to be the pick here for Rhymeister. A matchup I'm sure he's played both professionally and in solo queue countless times at this stage.
It's a very standard matchup at the moment. It's a very volatile matchup in saying that. It can go either way, but it's so difficult for the Azir. You have to play it perfectly.
You do, and I mean, that's probably, I guess, bad news in a way for Sharp, because he is, again, more of that relaxed player, likes to farm a little bit more. If he stays safe with the Azir, and his choice of summoner right now might indicate that, you know what, I just don't want to die in this matchup. But we've seen Rhymeister before, especially with Juves, despite the Nunu pick here. If he can get his mid laner ahead, the jungler will do everything in his power to make it so.
Well, Rhymeister is the big power point of this Sin lineup, and you can see by him going Ignite as well in response that he does want to kill his lane opponent, and that is something Rhymeister has been coined for very regularly. Nunu, not the best at ganking early, but, you know, Juves loves to gank at level 2. He's done it the last 2 games. Pressured mid lane, even with the support coming through with Trash Boat sometimes. And we'll see if he wants to do that on Nunu. Might go for the Ice Blast.
Maybe Flash Snowball.
Yeah, why not?
Not so good,
Start
unfortunately. I do like the Trash Boat point, though. I think roaming could be important. We've seen that Shuffer loves to roam, and he's playing Bard, the roaming support of all champions. And Trash Boat's Alistar. Alistar, in general, loves to roam around as well. Interesting junglers to me, very tanky, very farm heavy, but can get creative in either mid lane for Zac or in the long lanes there for Nunu.
What's the best part about both Nunu and Zac is how creative they can be. Nunu can pretty much do whatever jungle camp he wants and change up his path to be very unique because he's always going to be extremely safe in the jungle. And the Zac is not exactly similar, but quite good at sustaining and can gank from very weird places.
Yeah, as you can see on your screen, some pretty cool team comps honestly lined up here, so very excited to see how this plays out. But we want to know what you guys think as well at home, so get on Twitter and use the hashtag DWin for the Dials or hashtag SINSinWin for Sin Gaming.
And now we've spoken a lot about the champions and the players, but let's have a look a bit more holistically at the actual entire team comp and what it's really designed to do. So you can see from Direwolves, they're looking to fight a lot, but on their terms. There's no way for them to counter-engage or disengage, really. It's going to come down to getting the teleport ganks in from Hecarim or picking skirmishes that work in favor for them. Their team fighting isn't really that exceptional. They don't have the hard engage that most other team comps tend to go unless the Zac hits that knock-up, which starts to ramp up around level 9, but still difficult to execute.
Yeah, I mean, they've got Hecarim as well, so maybe can get in there with Sharp, but I guess you're right. You kind of look through and there's a lot of displacement, lots of disengage tools, I mean, Zac's a unique champion. As far as the composition that the Wolves have put together, it's pretty unique as far as what it does in a team fight.
I guess it's kind of cool because the displacement, as you mentioned, is actually one of the biggest factors in how their team fighting is going to work, because displacement's something you can't cleanse, you can't really deal with it accordingly. And then you've got King and Sharp who can just put down all of this damage on these people who can't actually escape because they're being bounced around.
Yeah, what do you think of them as far as the Kalista team goes? Because I haven't seen that much Kalista. She sees a lot of bans in professional play. As far as setting up for King and making sure he can carry in these team fights, do you think Dials have put together a comp that supports one of their best carries this well?
It doesn't feel like they're directly supporting King in this team comp right now. Even the Bard Kalista isn't something that you're often used to saying at all, because the Bard is not the kind of champion that you want to just throw into the fray and have him deal with it all. He usually throws Tempered Fate from a distance and tries to be a pest that skirts around the outside of a fight, whereas you put him with a Kalista and you kind of throw him in the middle, it can get a bit awkward.
I mean, we've seen, at least with the peel supports, when Kalista was seeing a bit more play, you can peel off your like peel style support like a Janna, like a Morgana, although Morgana can go aggressive as well. So I see that there. Sin, though, yeah, there we go. What do you think of that team comp? Because we already talked about Rhymeister's Cassiopeia, but as a whole, what do you think the team comp does or is looking to do?
Now, what I like about their team comp first and foremost is how they've got very aggressive lanes with a Nunu. And that alleviates a lot of jungle pressure for Nunu early. He can kind of go wherever he wants again, but this time he's got the availability or the freedom to go into the opposition jungle here in Direwolves' face and put pressure down onto Zac and maybe keep vision of where Zac is, which is a big factor in denying him from getting ganks off. So if they can work around getting pressure down in their lanes and let Nunu do his thing, their team fighting will start to ramp up a lot sooner. The Cassiopeia Petrifying Gaze is massive, but again, it feels like their team comp is almost designed to get the mid laner fed.
Yep.
Stealthix just sits on the side and does the relevant damage. He's always going to be this hero in the background that you don't actually credit for doing his job, but he's always doing his job there, Lucian.
Yeah, I actually don't mind Lucian Nunu either. It's not quite, Jinx or Kog'Maw, a really hard carry, but Lucian does benefit a lot from the stats that it gives you. So I like kind of supporting that jungle pick in. And Rosie's Nara as well, something we haven't touched on just yet, but we've seen it a couple of times already. The man knows how to play the champion, let me tell you that much.
When it comes to knowing a high skill ceiling champion, I'm sure Rosie has mastered it. He's been playing for so long, and since moving to the top lane, I think he's just pretty much gone straight to Gnar and said, I wanted to master this guy before I move to anyone else. So comfortable on this Gnar. He's going to be able to do a lot of work against this lineup of Direwolves if he can get into the back line. Kalista and Azir, not known for their massive amount of mobility or anything. They do have a bit of self-peel, I suppose, but if Gnar can get onto them, they're done.
Yeah, especially if Cassio's in there. Nunu maybe throwing in with a flash ulti. There's a lot to worry about. Not to mention, of course, Trashbite's Alistar going to cause havoc in there as well. I think Team Fight's going to be a lot of fun, Rusty. I'm excited.
It's very hard to predict what's going to happen. They've got magical journeys, they've got Zax bouncing everywhere, and then you've got Alistar disrupting them, and there's actually just so much displacement from both teams that it's going to be a massacre.
I think Chuffa playing Bard is just something very special as well.
Yeah.
We've seen how he plays. He was basically an anti-main last split of the OPL. He's played a lot of Thresh, a lot of Nautilus recently as well. Loves to get aggressive. Bard is almost the complete opposite as far as aggressive champions go, but he's played Janna before. He's even played Nami a couple of times. Chuffa always has the same streak to him no matter the champion. So if he gets aggressive with Bard of all champions, I'll be a very happy man.
It wouldn't surprise me if he does, because there's a lot of sneaky things you can do with Bard. Take the magical journey, go behind someone perhaps, but again, I guess not the most aggressive champion, but can be played in an aggressive manner. And if we know one thing, and that's how the Direwolves bot lane likes to play, it's aggressive. So no doubt we'll see Bard making these plays. It does suit Chuffa quite well in that he gets to roam.
Yeah, I mean, Chuffa certainly gets a lock well. If there's anyone that's going to make your aggro Bard work, it's definitely going to be Chuffa. One half of the Super Flash Bros coming through there. But we'll see how things eke out at level 1 as Direwolves are taking on Sin.
So you can see all of the early pings coming out right now from Direwolves, looking to get quite aggressive against what is the 5-point start here from Sin. A very basic fan and showing a lot of respect, but doesn't really indicate that there's going to be any 2v1s from Sin. It does indicate that Direwolves either want to put one in themselves or stop one.
Yeah, you can see the Direwolves now actually moving through that jungle. Juve's good defensive ward will spot Sybil coming through now as well, but seems like the Wolves at least want lane swap vision, but not entirely sure if they actually want the lane swap to happen.
Yeah, we'll see what happens around the 1 minute and 20 seconds mark, roughly. You can see most AD carries tend to run to the mid lane to act reactively to what they see from those wards that they have placed. And that will be around when we know what is actually happening.
You can see a couple wards there as well as Chuffa going to collect a few chimes there for himself. Walk past a ward there of Sin. Trashboat actually rotated down to the bottom side to get a deep ward in onto those Krogs. But as you can see of the current positions of the dual lanes, it might just be standard lanes.
Yeah, it feels to me as though Direwolves did want the standard lanes. They want the 2v2. And we'll see how they actually go, because Chuffa's not going to be in lane a whole lot. And he is going to be up against an Alistar Lucian.
I mean, it's sort of funny because both of the supports would like to roam, but again, from what we've seen to the Dials bottom lane, they also love to 2v2 people. So if anyone's going to make it work, it's certainly someone like Chuffa, and we are going to break out into standard lanes as Sharp going to rotate into the mid lane on Azir versus the Rymeister Cassiopeia.
Yeah, and that is going to be a very impactful lane. We'll see what actually happens once level 2 comes around for Rymeister. The amount of pressure that he's already trying to put down, at least positioning-wise, is massive.
Good dodges there from Sharp, actually getting out from under the first cues, but on point so far, we've seen this matchup quite a few times. Pretty much one tick of Poison Lance from Cassio and Azir is done in a trade.
Well, the secret thing most people don't actually pay attention to in the matchup is if Azir uses his Q aggressively and is in a very bad position, Cassiopeia, in this case Rymeister, can just jump on him.
Yeah, just get in there. She's fairly short range. Azir likes to keep you out, but again, you mess up these ranges, it's a very complex matchup. It's kind of a reason we see it all the time. It's very popular.
Yeah, and they both scale exceptionally well. And while we're looking at the bot lane, I wanted to just touch on how cool it is that Chuffa and King's synergy at level 1 and 2 work together. In that if they both get the auto attack off, the amount of damage that a Bard auto does with the passive from Kallista's W is absurd.
It is. Those Soulmark targets taking damage. We've seen it a lot with Thresh Callista, and Bard Callista not too bad as far as the early damage front goes, as Chippy's taking on Rosie here in the top side. Actually has Ignite though in his Hack Room, so looking to get a little bit more aggressive perhaps.
Yeah, opting out of the Smite generally indicates that he doesn't want to go for the Cinderhulk style tanky stuff and get the Trinity Force first.
Yeah, it's kind of more of like, not really, but Assassin Hack Room is the way I like to think about it, because you just rush your Trinity Force and then run at that carry.
Yeah, it's a bit of lane power getting the Trinity Force, so you can, at the very least, deal with having Rosie in your face, in this case on Gnar, and get past that and utilize your teleport strength that you'll have from controlling a lane.
And the Gnar matchup's the other one that we've seen a whole lot of just in general around the world and here in the OPL as well. Gnar tends to have a relatively favorable matchup against the Heck Room, but with the Ignite, might tip things a little bit more for Chippies as Juves looking for something in the top side, but instead just finds a Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, at the moment, there's not a lot of pressure able to be put down by Rosie, as we're seeing almost a mirrored timings on the Scuttle Crabs here from both junglers.
It's actually pretty cool for Zac to do the Scuttle Crab as a good slow lands there for Chopper. King getting aggressive, and look at all that auto damage. Trash Boat wants to run back to his tower and pop a heal.
Yeah, struggling at the moment in this bot lane is Sin. They're taking a lot of damage, and it's very hard for any of them to actually get away from someone once Bard slows them down with that Q.
I have to say, I love what Chopper's doing here with this lane. He is constantly throwing out Qs in this lane and just trying to get some poke down, as Rymeister has found Sybil there, as Sharp also got chunked out. Had to use his flash and his barrier to survive just the Ignite from Rymeister. You can see the Cassiopeia already starting to get ahead in the matchup.
A lot of pressure is able to be put down by Cassiopeia, especially at this stage in the lane. Level 4, having 2 levels into that Twin Fang, really starts to hurt what is a very low health mid laner of Sharp.
Juves walking in there, just actually snowballed the Raptor, but wants to deny it away. Does have a point in consume, I have to think, but doesn't have his smite up. But Sybil doesn't want anything to do with maybe the Cassiopeia in particular, and just going to concede the Raptor over to Juves.
There's not many situations or scenarios where you want to contest the Nunu for any buff ever.
No.
So smartly leaving and going to get another camp while conceding his own Raptors to the Nunu there.
And that was sort of what you were talking about with Nunu, is that he's not that good at ganking, but he keeps tabs on the enemy jungler really well. So walks into the jungle, knows that sees them, knows that Rymeister is going to be safe, and the mid laner that loves to play aggressively going to get enabled in a different way here by Juves' Nunu.
Exactly right. It's not direct pressure, but just knowledge of where the opposition is. And in this case, knowing where the Zac is alleviates a lot of that pressure in mid lane, or at least the threat of the pressure in the mid lane, and allows them to really have a 1v1 where Cassiopeia is very comfortable.
Ooh, just going to miss that Trinket Ward as well, as going to rotate in here, make sure Stealthix and Trash Boat are okay. I think getting trolled by the Raptor passive there just a bit, and King and Sharp are good binding there into Stealthix. The trade damage again just coming through. And Direwolves, we expected aggression here, and they're playing this lane so well early on.
They're playing this lane exceptionally, but the CS difference is negligible at the moment. It's only 2 between them in difference, so nothing massive coming from it. I guess the pressure is that there's a lot of health missing from the side of Sin, but they're going to be comfortable having this Alistar who can just constantly heal Stealthix back up.
Yeah, I think King and Chopper, try as they might with their Bard Callista lane, might not be able to get a kill without some jungler intervention. And Sybil, actually on the top side of the map, taking Krugs, I believe, is doing a bit of counter jungling on his own. I guess just doesn't want to be on the same side of the map as Nunu.
I would not want to be on the same side as Nunu at any time of this game, just because he's able to take anything. So getting rid of some jungle camps, not a bad decision. And we're seeing a lot of even pressure, almost match pressure across the map here, except for the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, as we check into the lanes just quickly, you can see top lane, even as far as CS goes, bottom lane, King starting to open up a lead, but that's just because there's a wave pushing back. It really is the mid lane that's causing problems. Rymeister already 15 CS ahead. Sharp's forced back, and Rymeister's going to jump to 20 or 25 CS ahead.
Yeah, already ahead before he recalls. Didn't even get a chance to push that last wave in before going back, and that's starting to impact in this mid lane and really hurt. The first buy here is Fiendish Codex and Boots, so he has enough money to get a very core first item here on Azir, but you compare it to what Cassiopeia is about to get, it's going to be disgusting.
I mean, it might just be tier here for Rymeister.
Oh,
that's a mistake. Sells the other one. That is a power spike. Sork Shoe's already done.
An extra tier for Sharp after this lane starts. No, it's going to be the Boots who's going to buy that back and get what he was actually planning on doing. And that is a big difference in this lane right now. It's Boots 1 to Boots 2. Cassiopeia is hard enough to peel off, let alone now.
Yeah, and those base damages, you thought they were bad. Just get a bit of cost-effective magic penetration. Things might go from bad to worse there as Juves looking around his own blue buff, probably going to donate that over to his mid laner here. So keep Rymeister even happier. You can see on the left-hand side of your minimap, Sharp and Sybil doing the same thing there. So blue buff's going to get gifted to the respective mid laners.
Yeah, they're going to get those blue buffs, and they're going to be very comfortable now with this mid lane in particular. Sitting in a very good position, especially is this Cassiopeia again. We touch on it a lot, but the way that Sin works is almost entirely around their mid laner and getting him fed, because that then impacts the rest of the map. So putting some money or putting some eggs into the basket of his mid laner is essential for this Sin lineup, and we'll see with the lead he has now, how he can translate that into something very soon.
So we do have a pause here in the action. I have to agree with you as far as Sin goes, because, you know, they do play around Rymeister, but you look at the other lanes, they're not falling horribly behind. Stealthix comfortably farming that up against King. Rosie doing the same thing there, coming up against the Hecarim as well. And, I mean, maybe Rosie can open up a lead. We've seen Stealthix and Trashboat make some plays as well, but if Sin want to play around their mid laner, all they have to do is kind of weather that early game, get to the mid game where Cassio is there. All these Rymeister champions are strong, and take over when they start team fighting.
Yeah, and that's going to be one of the biggest factors between these teams right now. Is you said they focus on Rymeister and they get Stealthix. They do a lot of work, but it's more in the wings, and that they rely on Rymeister to be that direct carry. He has a 16.5 KDA at the moment coming into this game, so he is a lot of their core. But they do have the rest of the team that can work in the background. The difference is Direwolves have more than one avenue they can attack when it comes to carrying the game.
I mean, it's hard to say maybe in this particular game whether that's true, but normally, yeah, Perfection, a massively hard carry, and was last split there as well. I'm curious to see how Chippies does on the Hecarim, actually. He's coming in as a sub player. He's on a fairly carry-oriented champion there in the Hecarim. If he can have a big game here, he'll not only make his old top laner Perfection proud, but he'll obviously give his team a win here as well.
I think it'll make everyone on Direwolves proud when it comes to playing Hecarim. You have a very high bar that you need to meet, and seemingly even Sharp being able to play that Hecarim as we jump back in.
Yeah, we are going to jump back in. Sharp in trouble, actually, as Rymeister gets the Ignite down. Potion going to keep him just healthy enough with that Azir, but blue buff almost donated back to Rymeister. Would have got a refresh, but instead just going to force Azir out of lane one more time.
I'm glad we spent all this time harping on about the mid lane, because that's exactly what we expected to happen. No surprises. Pushed out of lane because of the item discrepancy, and in a very bad position is Direwolves. They're looking to get any fights anytime soon.
Rymeister getting stronger and stronger, stacking that tier up here as well. Stealthix and Trashboat keeping the wave in a decent spot as Chuffer and King thinking about going back, but as always, ultimates are ready. They really want to all in.
Why would you go back when we have summoner spells to use?
Exactly, that's true. The flashes are off cooldown. King and Chuffer feeling a bit uncomfortable, but you can see both the AD carries sort of playing a bit of chicken there. Nobody wants to be the first to back.
They want to recall because they do want items. Of course, you want to get that BF sorted out as soon as possible. Maybe even go for the Hurricane first, that we've seen a couple of Callistas do. But at the same time, if you opt into recalling, you know that Stealthix is going to recall shortly after and get the same amount of items. So maybe content with scaling past the Lucian power spike.
I mean, it's funny because King is keeping up ahead in CS. Here's another nice binding their lines onto Stealthix. So I think King's like, well, if you're staying here, I'm staying too, because he seems like the kind of player that, you know, doesn't want to fall behind in a lane. But I guess if Sin don't go back anytime soon, with Dragon certainly being an objective that the teams want to look at fairly soon, as Sharp getting harassed out of lane once again. He can't do anything right now.
I mean, while we're discussing Dragons, if ever there was a time to do Dragon, it is by letting Rymeister just go mid and put down all of this damage that we're seeing him do, and then just quickly rotate there, because they're very capable of forcing a 4v4 with the bot lane and junglers, knowing that their mid laner is so far ahead.
I mean, that's just a generally nice thing about Sin's comp is they have insane neutral damage between the secure of the Nunu and the damage of Callista and Cassiopeia. If Sin sort of like turn around and like don't look at an objective for a couple seconds, it's gonna die.
Definitely. There's a lot of threat of a steal as well from if Callista can get all the Ren stacks on, so it's
they're on the wrong side.
They're on different
That would
teams,
make
yes.
sense.
So there's no direct three-man damage, but the
No.
Cassiopeia is enough alone with the jungler to put down that hurt onto an objective, and they can take it in about 5 seconds when you're not actually ready for it.
They're going to look for it now as well, by the looks of things. King going to move in. He's got actually the components of his Bloodthirst to finish, so going for, I guess, the standard Callista item at this stage, so getting that Bloodthirst, and nice and smooth as far as your power curves go, and then move into your Hurricane when it feels a bit more comfortable. They're looking aggressively around the Dragon, but haven't quite made any aggressive moves towards it.
No, they're looking just to get control of the area first and foremost. There's magical journeys being taken everywhere and lots going on.
Yeah, oh, Tempered Fate actually going to hit onto 2. Can Chuffer line up the next? No, he can't. Might have been a disengaged Tempered Fate there actually as Chuffer really low on health. Yep, that would be hit Sin. Instead going to get themselves on top of the dragon.
Safe to say it was a disengage. And King poking his head around, and so is Sybil. They might want to fight this.
Oh, God Smite's ready to go. They can try and challenge on Nunu. Dives in. Cassio, though, going to get the dragon. But Juve's actually getting aggressed on by Sybil. Trash Boat forced away as Chippy's teleports into the backside. Teleport coming through. Rosie going to zone them out. Everybody from the wall splashes out. And Sin, a clean dragon pickup.
The teleport finish from Rosie just after the dragon was already taken by Cassiopeia, funnily enough, against the Nudu and a Zac who jumped in, both not having smites available after that. That was close.
That was a great flash there from King, getting out from under the headbutt. Trash Boat could smell blood there. The rest of the team was coming, but King will escape this time.
Managing to get away, but having to blow that flash does put him in a dangerous position. And Summoner spells not available for the Alistar, but definitely still available for this Lucian, so he can put down some pressure if he likes.
Pop back in mid. Sharp, who's quite low once again. Rymeister a little low on mana, but can get that back relatively quickly with Twin Fang. Stealthic's going to get aggressed on as Trash Boat comes through. Gets the headbutt, delays for the Pulverize, but Caretaker Shrine going to speed them up. Trash Boat, yeah, doesn't have an ulti. Rain comes through. Double binding there for Chuffer. Trash Boat's going to be first blood. Stealthic's might be second blood, and instead he flashes away.
A lot of damage and a fantastic Bard stun there from Chuffer, securing them both in place, stunning them onto each other, in fact. Fantastic work from this Direwolves, placing all of this pressure down, and they've got the sustained advantage from having that Vamp stage. You can see that coming through now. Even with Flash unavailable from King, Flash unavailable from Chuffer, and look at them go. It doesn't even matter. The aggression is real.
Yeah, and I said it already, Chuffer's bindings all lane long have looked great here, and King's going to get some free time with his turret. Possibly be able to take it out, although it seems like Nunu's running back down with Stealthix, so we'll just have to be content with some good damage instead. Nice pierce, actually, from King to sort of keep Stealthix at bay, but he'll go back and chop after a well-deserved 2v2.
And he might even be able to get an entire Bloodthirster now with this next buy. Should be in a very comfortable position. 25 odd CS ahead and having that kill now. This bot lane is really starting to ramp up for Direwolves, and they're finding themselves in a very good position.
King's waiting for it as well. He actually hit in that brush. Kind of saw that Celtics was finally actually recalling, and again, King wants to stay further and further ahead of his lane opponent, so we'll look for a back relatively soon, and Bloodthirster will be finished, possibly Berserker Greaves as well, and if King and Shuffle played aggressively normally, you have to think they'll certainly play aggressively when ahead.
100% will only add to the aggression as Chippies is looking for it.
Might have gone in for Rosie. Hop cancelled, I think. Rosie in trouble, forced to flash. Sybil comes in but doesn't quite get the arms down for the slow. Rosie and Steg will turn it around as Chuffer's found a few friends in his own jungle. Tubes and Trash Boat coming in aggressively to try and get some vision down, and Rymeister continuing to pressure Sharp, who's been at his tower for what feels like about 10 minutes at this point.
He has been at his tower for a very long time. And while we're talking about item spikes and the Bloodthirster is finished for this Callista, at the same time a Morello Nomicon done in the mid lane, it's going to help a lot with this early pressure, but not opting towards an Athenes at all. Wanting to sacrifice any magic resistance bonuses he could have gotten to keep up in damage.
What do you think of the choice, honestly? Because he's already shown that he's struggling in the lane. He's 25 CS down. Do you think Sharp has to play aggressively with his item build and just say, you know, I need to do damage, or should he be a bit more careful in the lane? As Rymeister actually going all in, gets the kill, but it's a double KO in the mid lane. Not sure what happened there, but they're both dead.
Well, while we're talking about the mid lane, they decide to hit each other to the death and both actually going down. Summon is used from both of them, in fact, the barrier and the ignites, and they managed to come up with an even trade from what was an advantage almost to the Sin mid laner. And you guess the Morellos is starting to pay off. Cassiopeia has a very underrated amount of healing from that Twin Fang health return. With every usage of it, it does give about 20 back, and that adds up over a prolonged 1v1.
Yeah.
So having the Morellos could have even been the factor there.
Maybe. As you can see, Chippies gets the tower on the top side. Shuffer looking for some wards. Doesn't quite spot the pink in the Dragon Pit, but wants to return and make sure King stays safe here. Again, they'll continue shoving out waves, growing a nice CS lead now over Stealthix. But we talked about mid lane buys before. We see Rymeister's kind of got that free recall after the double KO in mid lane as Juves eats his own raptor to deny it from Sybil. Throws a snowball there as well, just for a bit of fun. Red buff Nunu pretty annoying, but Zac able to get away. And as we return to Rymeister, Abyssal Scepters get completed now as well.
Still taking an exceptional amount of damage though is Rymeister up against Sharp, who has finished his Sork Shoes in response to this. And You can see the matchup is now starting to even out a fair amount. As we're talking about even matchups, this top lane right now.
Yeah, actually looking good for Chippies. I mean, he got the turret, is a little bit behind in CS, but if he's keeping it comfortable against the Gnar who's going aggressive items into him, I think Chippies is having a fine early landing phase.
He's getting what needs to be done, and that is finishing that Trinity Force as soon as possible. But the pressure from Juice right now, they might just try to siege this by having the Blood Boil on the Gnar. And I know Sybil wants to respond to this, but we'll see if they actually try and contest for the turret.
Could be tricky as Trash Boat slaps a ward there. Chuffer again roaming into the enemy jungle to get some vision down. Sybil is here to help with wave clear, but not a whole lot here between the Hecarim and the Zac, unfortunately. Going to take them a little bit too much time. Mega Gnar's actually sort of denying that turret, though. Rosie might have to wait for that transformation.
Unfortunate timing to be a Mega Gnar, not able to actually hit the tower from a range, so waiting for that next wave. Sybil's still going to poke his head around on the side, but we saw the pressure that as a 2v2 they can just poke their heads in and instantly leave.
Yeah, and Rosie now just enough range to try and take it out. Sybil actually diving through. I think they're looking for a kill. Chippy's onto Rosie's used Ignite. Good hop there. I think dodges the ulti, and Rosie going to get away from it here, but Sharp's rotating in. He's trying to get a kill. Rymeister shortly behind them. Juice going to pop his ulti. Sybil now goes in a little too aggressive as he's sort of caught out of position. Sharp gets ultied against the wall, puts down a turret. Emperor's Divide and Rymeister. He can't finish the kill, but he autos Chippies to take it out. And a very weird tower dive, but one kill for Sin. They might look for more. Going in there as well. Rymeister wants it, going in onto Sharp. Gets the damage down and takes the kill. In the bottom side, meanwhile, Sybil goes down to Rosie. Sin
the Gromp
got everything there.
Him.
Oh no, the Gromp. Have to kill the Blobbert, but it's going to be enough.
And that works out for a 3 for nothing there as they're fighting.
Bind as well onto Stealthix.
Wow.
That damage is dumb. Trash Boat forced away. Stealthix almost dead. Flash Q from Chuffer will not connect. But the dials have really turned it on.
Forcing the heal there from Stealthix as they do turn on the bot lane and try to get the kills. A very nice headbutt actually knocking King back over the wall, denying any fight as they will go for this dragon. But that fight in the top lane was massive, and no one actually going down in the end of that besides Direwolves members. A big win there for Sif.
Yeah, slight correction there. This whole game is going off at this stage as Kalista will secure the dragon. We kind of mentioned it already. Feels like King is certainly the primary carrier of this team in general, but with Perfection absent, maybe a little bit more weight on those shoulders now. And if we wanted to look at the matchup now at almost 20 minutes into the game, it might just be the Direwolves bottom side versus the Sin top side.
Almost essentially that completely. You can see King starting to ramp up and do a lot of work right now for his team, and even just in laning phase, being 30 CS ahead and having that extra kill, you can see how aggressive he's even being right now.
1v3 actually almost kills Stealthix. My god, that was a lot of damage.
That was really close actually to taking him down. No heal available from Stealthix, only the flash, so that was a very big amount of damage, though.
I'm just surprised that King didn't flash auto him for the kill. Rosie comes in, but Journey just magical enough to save Chuffer, but not the tower. Rosie, nice transition down to the bottom side of the map. It's going to give Sin their second tower of the game.
And we're really starting to see the focus from Sid now into an objective-based style. They didn't really have their purpose until they started to translate. They forced that top laner, top tower, for a very prolonged period of time, just inch by inch taking it down with Gnar and Nunu. Both champions, after getting that tower and the one team fight, rotate towards bottom. They take down that turret just by overwhelming amount of numbers. And now they've got the freedom to maybe even just push out the side lanes and rotate towards mid and have a numbers advantage with a Blood Boil again.
You can see the nice thing about all of this as well is that Rymeister here in the Cassiopeia is gatekeepering the crap out of that mid lane turret. It's barely taken any damage at this point.
Oh, there's no real way for Sharp to get near the turret without taking an abundance of damage. You can see it's starting to get lower, but that was mostly attributed to the fact that they went top lane and Azir was a bit later in the roam timing.
Yeah, Rymeister actually goes to his blue buff and the minions assault his tower and take quite a bit of health back from it. But see Chippy's in the mid lane trying to push it back out. Cassio's actually recalled to get the Archangel, Archangel staff moving into that Seraphs eventually as he stacks up the tier. And Rymeister, 2 items down on the Cassio, 3, 1, and 0. Might not be able to save this tower, but he is incredibly powerful.
He has finished the Archangel, so Rymeister in a very, very comfortable position here, able to fight basically anybody that he likes besides Kalista, who has a Phantom Dancer.
Yeah, I actually sort of saw the Zeal there before and wondered if he was going a single target build. I guess King not a fan of the Hurricane at this particular stage. He's going standard AD carry, basically.
Opting for the crit, seemingly, opposed to having the Hurricanes to hit multiple people or the Blade of the Ruined King to shred tanks. He's looking to deal as much raw damage as possible. So opting towards that Phantom Dancer is going to put him in a very good position to potentially 1v1 Cassiopeia, who has no armor.
Yeah, I mean, Cassio will die quickly here if they're able to get on top of it, but getting aggressive into a Cassiopeia, not usually a good idea. That ultimate tends to stop everyone from diving you.
Not really always known as a good idea, but if anyone on their team is a Tempered Fate actually hits the wall.
Chuffa trying to get a pick off there into Rhymeister, but a flash actually from Cassio will keep Rhymeister safe. And the Direwolves really wanting this mid turret that Rhymeister's been guarding for so long here. King's going to get a couple autos down. It's not quite enough yet to take it out, but that Bloodthirster doing good early work as Rhymeister just misses getting bound there as King gets ulted by Rosie, but he's fine actually.
Yeah, Rosie caught a little bit out of position playing the numbers game here as Direwolves, and they're looking to harass and...
Oh, Trash Boat's found King. Flash Pulverize will headbutt him in there. Chippies comes in, but it's too late on the ulti, and they need a little bit more damage. Chippies getting low. Will get shredded down by Cassio. Sharp coming in there as well. We'll pop them away with the Emperor's Divide, but Frozen Mallet Gnar is so annoying, and Sharp can't do anything.
There's nothing Sharp can do. Hitting a nice Emperor's Divide, but too little too late is the fantastic engage from Trashboat, completely catching King out of position, headbutting him into all of the Sin lineup and destroying him straight away. Are they going for the Baron?
They are certainly going for the Baron, and they've got decent secure. Juice probably has to... I was going to say...
What are you doing, Juice?
He had to consume now, but no time for that, unfortunately. Chopper's actually here. He doesn't have his ultimate, so this will be one hell of a Baron steal. Trashboat's a little low. They need a bit more people. Heckroom's coming down. Chopper buying some time. Chippy's coming through. Gets the kill onto Rhymeister. Magical journeys to safety, and now Chippy's joined in the area. Rosie might actually get chased down here as Chopper's still coming through. Wallop lands in. Rosie's about to transform back. Gets hit by a Q and almost goes down. But Juves, oh my God. Sybil smites Rosie. Hecarim gets Trashboat. Juves, my friend, that was a mistake.
I have so many questions right now. So many questions. First and foremost, why, Juves? Why? You had the consume, but you didn't have someone in front of you to tank the Baron for you. We're going to see a replay of the fight.
Yeah, I mean, King just gets destroyed by Trashboat to start it off.
Straight away, the engage was amazing by Trashboat. And from there, Rosie hitting a really nice wallop, stunning them all, and the rest of the fight, because there's no King available. And you can see the amount of damage Sharp did was reasonable, but not enough to win them.
Oh, Baron actually coming through. Sybil takes it as Juice tries to get the steal, but the Direwolves got very close, but managed to secure it for themselves.
And just like that, after that one team fight, a big mistake to actually go to the Baron, giving kills over to Chuffa, giving one kill to Baron Nashor, who's now getting quite fed himself, does go down to the Direwolves lineup, and they pick up a kill for it as well.
Yeah, dragging back up in 20 seconds, and the Wolves with that Baron buff swirling around all their members. Going to be quite strong in this team fight. We talk about Rhymeister in this Cassiopeia. They're going to have to line up a real nice fight here as the Wolves, a couple thousand gold ahead, but the Baron buff gives you so many extra stats.
Definitely going to be a lot harder for Sin to deal with the Dragon being up in around 2 seconds because of the Baron minions giving a lot of pressure in all the lanes that you are able to push out a lot quicker. So they're going to be able to work around Chippy's in the bot lane. You can see pushing out this lane, having the Baron cannon to help him out in doing so. The Sin lineup starting to recon, basically giving away what is a free dragon to at the very least be attempted here by Direwolves.
I mean, King, as soon as he starts chucking arrows into that dragon, it's basically theirs. Not even the Nunu Consume can stand up to the Kalista Randon. They'll start it without their jungler. Sybil will make his way in, but he's not even really needed. Doesn't even use his smite as King secures it for his team.
And a free dragon going to them after getting the Baron and using the Baron minion. You can see the pressure in the bot lane forcing someone there as Bard.
Yeah, Tempered Fate. Attempted there by Stealthix, but
Attempted Fate.
He'll attempted Fate there from Chopper as Stealthix will dash out from under it. The Direwolves, though, will continue their Baron minion pressure into the bottom side and try and take a tier 2 turret.
They should be able to get this down. They've got Gnar in the top lane, but he does have teleport, so the free tower taken down very quickly by this Direwolves lineup as they rotate to the mid.
I like the separation here, making sure they're pressuring multiple lanes with their Baron minions. Sybil thought about a dive. Chuffa says, hey, you want to go in? Opens up a journey.
He's keen.
He is very keen. It's Chuffa after all. But Sin doing a good job defending. With Rhymeister in the lane, it's kind of tricky for the Direwolves to push onto these turrets, although the Baron Cannon is doing some work.
Rosie making his way towards the mid lane as we speak. Going to be able to alleviate a lot of the pressure, but the amount of damage that this Azir is putting down at the moment, poke pressure, and then they've got the siege threat with the Zac, the Hecarim, and even the Bard to just straight up dive them. if they take too much damage. At the moment, there's no real answer from this Sin lineup. They need to look towards doing something aggressively and catching King out of position again.
I mean, King's actually played, I would say, a surprisingly conservative game.
Yeah.
Given his pedigree this split and last split here. But the Dials have just kept it together here. They've played a very strong game. 4,000 gold ahead now. That Baron really did turn this game back around here, and Juve's going to be kicking himself for something going wrong in that call, because him dying instantly to the Baron actually managed to give it over to the Direwolves.
And it's funny, that was the big turning point into how the lead managed to translate so massively into Direwolves' favor, is that they managed to pick up the Baron on the back of a one-team fight from a small mistake from Sin. And Sin do need to find something now. They're getting a little bit bled out almost from this lineup of Direwolves.
I mean, it's not like they don't have tools to fight at all here, but the gold deficit a little tricky. Hecarim's nice and strong. Got his Trinity Force and building his tanky items already. Sharp's massively strong. As far as early game items goes, he's got pretty much all of them for Azir here. Morelli-Nomicon, Luden's Echo, and a Stinger plus Sork Shoes.
Yeah, and you definitely do not need to upgrade the Stinger. It is basically a completed item until you finish your 6th one, which will most likely be even a Zephyr after at that stage. You need the Tenacity, man.
Don't even want the Nash's Tooth? I guess, yeah, sure.
You don't actually use the Nash's Tooth aspect, so you may as
true.
well get the Tenacity.
work.
The pickaxe provides the same amount of damage.
I really want to see this now.
Well, let's hope it goes to 6 items.
I guess. I mean, Sin do have some decent wave clears, so you never know what could happen. As Rymeister sort of splitting the difference on his next few items, an Arm Guard and a blasting one there. And you can see Sin just scrounging a little bit for some extra farm. A Sun Turret down there for the Wolves in the mid, so you're going to start pressuring in King. He's having a merry old time by himself here. He's going to keep split pushing.
Yeah, just wandering about, taking all of the minions he can whenever he can. In fact, beating the clock at the moment in terms of CS. So doing very well for himself at the moment is King, who is quite massive.
I think I've seen this movie before. King in an empty lane farming away as his team rotates in to protect him. He does love to get those minions, and he's going to try and get a tower now as well.
They're going to try and siege this as Sybil threatening the dive, but not going to commit to it. And Direwolves are very content at the moment with just sitting in this top lane.
Again, the wave clear is Rosie with some good positioning, threatening the flank as well. But the Direwolves, like you said, they could go in for a dive here if they really wanted to. A well-placed Bard ulti here from Chuffer especially could cause problems, as Rosie's actually forced back to the mid lane after meeting King unpleasantly in his own jungle.
If Rosie doesn't come back to the top lane before the next wave hits, though, it's going to be very difficult for them to try and stop the siege. Again, once there is a member down from the side of Sin, the poke that Sharp can put out on this Azir very aggressively is unbelievable.
Great pink one there as well. Ulti from Rymeister, a little too early on that one, and Chippy's now going to maybe look for an ulti of his own. Direwolves actually contain themselves for a while. Don't pull any of the ultis just yet, and they'll go back to poking here. Rymeister's key ultimate's down.
Rymeister trying to stun his own team, apparently using the flash ultimate, and unfortunately aiming it in the wrong direction. So not actually connecting there was the engage from Sin, and they had the right idea because they did need to engage, or eventually they'll start to give up these turrets.
Magical Journey again threatening for Chuffer. Chippies dives in instead. Chuffer goes in as well. Almost gets the bind onto Rymeister, but the turret is dead. Chippies will not escape with his life, but Chuffer gets fake called to safety. Dives back in. Almost gets the double binding, and King's going nuts. Dives in into the front line to kill Juves.
King hitting all of these crits. It's not something you're often used to saying as Kalista, but coming up massive in that team fight. The engage from Sybil was exactly where it needed to be, and Chippy's following up perfectly. Gives them the turret, gives them a kill onto Juves, and very unlucky that Bard's Qs were not actually binding.
I was just going to say, after watching just that little exchange with Fate's Call and Bard,
it was pretty cool.
I can kind of see what they want to do with it here, because you find 2 people in the wrong spot after a knock-up, you get a guaranteed stun on 2 champions afterward.
Yeah, and if you hit the stun, you can follow it with the slow, the meat-buffed auto attack as well. So there is merit to that duo lane, but again, it's not as powerful as, say, the Kalista cannon.
Maybe not yet. Not something we've seen enough of, I guess,
We
to
need
see.
more magical
but
journeys.
We do need more magical journeys. As Chuffer, as we said, showing us a bit more aggression on this Bard. Rosie going to go back home, though, and spend a bit more gold. Trash Boat, you can see he's got decent items there as well, and that's sort of true of all of Sin, but they're just falling further and further behind in gold, and maybe more importantly, behind in objectives.
They're starting to fall quite far behind. 6-2 in turrets, and being down a dragon with the next one up in 10 seconds, Baron up now. The ball's in the court of Direwolves. What do they want to focus on? At the moment, it looks like Baron.
I mean, we saw Baron last time be very beneficial for the Direwolves, so might be looking to it again as Sin, knowing this, move aggressively into the area. Rosie will start off the Scarlet Crab, should be able to take it, but maybe a little scared here as Chuffer actually is just off to the bottom, threatening as well. Rhymeister's back. He's got his ultimate. He's level 16 with a Void Staff. If anything's going to happen, it might have to happen now for Sin.
He accelerated the buy of that Void Staff, already having the Seeker's Arm Guard, but opting straight into the Void Staff afterwards as Rosie's being very aggressive, and they're trying to force something down, but extremely difficult to actually put the pressure directly onto someone and have it result in a kill.
He's Mega Known now as well, but that will wear off in short order, and Chippy's this whole time has just been in the bottom side of the map, split pushing. Tempered Fate almost lands on Stealthix. There's another attempted Fate, will go ever so wide. And King again, gonna look aggressively. Dial's just buying time for this Hecarim.
Yeah, the Tempered Fate always being used aggressively, but not actually connecting too much just yet in an offensive manner. Wow.
That's damage there. Tower though will get taken. Sharp's been caught, but it might not be too bad. Emperor's of Ike will peel them off as Sybil dives through, and King he just wants to rend as many people as possible. Stealthix is dead.
Chippies.
King gets the kill onto Rhymeister, and now Choffer's going to go back in, gets the slow onto Rosie. Sybil's going to chase out Nunu, but Trash Boat's forced to flash out instead. Magical Journey for a little bit of space gives Chippies another kill. And you said it, that Hecarim teleport was magnificent.
Instantly picking up the kill onto Stealthix, running straight over the top of him, ulting immediately after that onto Rhymeister, and they pick up the kills. An aggressive decision from Sin to dive sharp. Granted, they killed him instantly as Juves.
That binding was dumb from Chopper, but Juves is dead there as King collects his 4th kill of the game. Last Whisper's not joking around with the damage at this point, and this inhibitor's gone.
They're going to be able to take the inhibitor on the back of a fantastic fight again from Direwolves. They're going to let him.
Oh, do get it. King hops away into the Magical Journey, so he'll be safe for now. And Direwolves will go back, spend some of that juicy, juicy gold. And Chippy's tried to get another blue buff. It just hasn't quite got it. Instead, settles to attack the dragon.
I just thought of the possibility of Kalista using her ultimate on Bard as they go through a Magical Journey together.
Yep.
But one being hidden because the Kalista ultimate is hiding him.
That could be fun.
That would be amazing.
That would be amazing. I mean, unfortunately, they can't hear us, so this isn't going to happen potentially, but King takes the Scudder Crab, takes his extra gold, dials with a 3rd dragon, and just across the board, you look through the inventory, very stacked up for the Direwolves.
The gold lead starting to grow more and more with every objective they take, and it seems from after that Baron fight, everything has started to go big in favor of Direwolves. They're team fighting, even with Sharp dying instantly at the start, 1, 4, and 5. Irrespective of that, they're utilizing King and Chippies, and they're running over the rest of the Sin lineup.
I wanted to highlight Chippies, just like you said. His ultimates have been great. He's been split pushing appropriately, clearly listening to his team and looking good despite the fact that he is playing as a sub here. Tempered Fate hits onto 2. Chippies and Juves locked in a warm embrace, but Zach's going to dive in through as well. Juves is now dead as Sharp collects him, so that wasn't very romantic at all. And the Direwolves instead going to jump themselves onto Baron.
Chippy's actually holding Juves' hand there inside the Tempered Fate, making sure he was being knocked around as it connected. Fantastic use of the ultimate from Chuffer, followed by Sybil, but they're going in.
Yeah, Rosie going aggressive. Trash Boat gets peeled
Wow.
off though. King already taken out Rosie. Stealthix getting jumped on a Trash Boat. Nothing he can do. Sybil actually will go down, but he's popped into Glob, so he'll be safe for now. Rhymeister and Stealthix, the 2 carries, can't get in at all, and Chuffer trying to find a binding. Does have his flash. Flashes in, misses the Q under Rhymeister.
God.
Magical Journey over in, and Chippies dives through. Rhymeister gets the kill, but they don't care. They'll just take him out instead.
They almost went down to Rhymeister there, but the Magical Journey and just the fact that they've got all of this utility and sleeper mobility almost behind their team comp coming up massive for them.
And how good is that against Cassiopeia, who relies almost entirely on positioning?
Yeah, it's great. They're able to reposition so aggressively, force the flash just in open space. Again, on the back of a team fight where Rosie having no impact, going down immediately, and King's just going to be King.
Yep, he is being King. It's not quite the flash over the baseball,
Juves wants
but
it.
it's about as good as it can be. King will take the buff. I think Juves might have
Juves
got it. King's going to chase in. He's like, hey, give me that red buff back. Slow down, not quite enough. Throwing the snowball. King flashes forward, gets the kill, and takes his rightful red buff.
He got his red buff back. How dare you smite that away, Juice? It's King's red buff after all. They pick up the kill. Rosie actually having to respect the amount of damage that King is putting out also and backing away after giving the kill away to King.
And King is so hard for Sin to deal with at this point. 3 items done. He's shredding through the big tanks. He saw Rosie dive into the team fight and die almost instantly just from the damage from Kalista. He's got another Zeal now as well. He's already finished a Banshee's Veil. Very safe, good single target damage, very tricky to kill. Kind of reminds me of King's Vayne games recently, but a bit more success this time around.
You have to question why they gave him Callista. It's definitely prioritized by King by a fair amount. Force him onto the Vayne, and this game would be a lot easier for them because Callista's just got this mobility that's through the roof, and they're pretty much unable to get to that Callista whatsoever. And on someone like King, especially with this lineup, how it's changed now, they've got Sharp mid instead of Perfection for this week, that maybe you want to take away and focus the AD carry a lot more, get rid of Callista, and put him onto something a lot more killable.
Yeah, you can see the Wolves already 10,000 gold ahead, and I agree, King, I think he's always been the primary carry of the Dials, even though Perfection is such a great play in and of himself. But the aggression, the playmaking, just the raw damage output that this AD carry player is able to give. And certainly on a team where Perfection's unable to play, I agree. Try and ban out King, because when he gets going, much like Rhymaster from Sin, the Dials always have a good-looking game. Nice zoning Tempered Fade, actually, to give them the inhibitor.
Instantly taking the turret down. There's no answer here from the Sin lineup. They're trying to stop it from going down, but the damage that the Azir is doing, let alone King, is ridiculous.
Sybil dives into the backline. Jubes channels his ultimate. King just takes him out after Hecarim dives through. Sharp zoning somebody out. Stealthic's almost dead on his own. Rymeister doing his best there as Trash Boat's locking up King, but not enough just yet here. King right on top of Rymeister as Let's Bounce gets started there. Looks like Chuffer's going to move in as well. Magical Journey going to miss in onto Rosie, but King going to get the first bolt. That crit did a whole hell of a lot of damage on Rosie. He'll be flashed. He died somehow to King. Yeah, looks like the minions might have had something to do with it. And Direwolves get aggressive, get an ace in the base, and take the Nexus for the win.
Direwolves able to easily close this game out on the back of a massive lead that they had. They had the Baron, they've got the kill advantage, and onto the right targets as well as Sharp, not even needing the kills to do the damage he was dealing.
No, again, kind of more of a role player, just making sure he was there, doing enough damage, getting the ultimates in the right place, setting up for his big AD carry player. And King, 10-1-4, I think, to finish that Callista game. Had a fairly slow start to his laning phase and still managed to take over the game.
Yeah, very convincing closeout. They won the lane quite content. It wasn't massive. It was about 30-odd CS ahead, but translated that into an item advantage, which then soon became all of these kills. And that Baron fight, though.
That was certainly... That was the turning point of that game, for sure. It was a bit questionable here. I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say what would have happened if Juice hadn't died to the Baron there in that spot, but certainly Dials took full advantage of what was given to them.
Well, I'll put it to you this way. It had about 1,000 health left, and there was no Juice at the start of it, so that was Baron.
Yep, that was Baron, and maybe a different game, but instead the Dials pick up another win for themselves despite a couple of substitutes, but don't go too far away. We're going to jump ourselves to a quick commercial break, and when we return, it is Absolute versus the Chiefs. welcome back everyone to the OPL. We'll have our last game of the night teed up for you in just a second. My name is Julian Pastry-Temcar. Joining with me once again is Zach Rusty Pie, and it's Absolute versus Chiefs to close out the evening.
Yeah, but first, let's just touch back on that last game and what was a very close match to start with. And out of nowhere, the Direwolves side with Sharp in the mid lane took off, and they looked really strong.
They did indeed. King, of course, still a strong player, but curious to see what happens to the Wolves and Perfections comes back into the lineup. But enough of that for now. Of course, we'd love to get your thoughts on that last game, and of course, this upcoming one as well. So get yourselves onto Twitter and use that very fancy hashtag, #IamOPL.
And speaking of upcoming games, we've got Absolute up against the Chiefs, and Chiefs have been looking dominant since the start of this split. They looked dominant last split, but maybe looking to go for that undefeated run.
It's true, 13-1 last split, currently 4-0 as they enter this game, so a while away from the 14-0 dream that they maybe just missed out on last split. But, you know, they need to keep winning if they want to be undefeated, so need to have a game here. And Absolute, this is a big test for a team that has had great moments so far in the OPL, but is maybe struggling to stitch it together, and actually carry a consistent performance through a game.
Yeah, they had a really strong game up against Sudden Fear with Kulo, their AD carry, going 10-0. So they've had these glimpses of complete brilliance where their side looks amazing, and then you put them up against some other sides, and sometimes they just cake it a little bit, and they don't always perform to the max level. But, I mean, coming into this third week, they're starting to look a lot more comfortable than they did.
They are, and they've actually made a roster change here as well. Important to note, Mattress, their sub-support that was playing while Strawbella was away, is actually their full-time support now. So kind of swapping that position around, we'll move the sub onto the main and then move their starter down into their substitute roster. I think both supports are fine from what we could see of their play in the OPL. Nothing overwhelming one way or another. Not too sure why they specifically wanted Mattress back in. Might be a shot calling thing. Who knows, might be a cohesion thing, but that is at least a change that Absolute also have to contend with coming into easily their biggest matchup of the split.
It did feel like a small shot calling thing. They just felt more comfortable with having Mattress there, and Mattress is a very experienced player. He's been around for an exceptionally long time. Almost as long as Rosie, in fact, and he's been around for a long time.
I was going to say almost as long as you. You've been around for a long time as well, but maybe not that much.
Not that long.
Not that long here, as we're into our last game here. Absolute versus Chiefs. ABS over on the blue side. The Chiefs inhabiting the red. Morgana, the first ban there for Absolute. Rise will join the ban list once again in this series, and Alistar in this day. And Alistar going to get banned, of course. Nobody likes Alistar.
No surprise that Alistar being taken away. And the Rise again has just completely risen in popularity. I was almost going to say rised in popularity. Has risen in popularity a lot, and it's became exceptionally strong with the changes. So getting rid of that very strong meta pick's being taken.
Cassio being removed there as well, so away from Swiffer. Maokai actually banned away from Jack Attack. I love that ban there from the Chiefs, showing the Absolute top laner a lot of respect. And Rek'Sai going to be the last one here. Kind of a mishmash of bans here by both sides. Lots of different lanes, kind of eating a ban each.
The Rek'Sai being banned does leave open Gragas, and I felt like Gragas might have been a contested pick between these two because Malek has had a very strong showing on that Gragas, and we have seen Spooks play it. So coming into this first pick with no Alistar available, they've got maybe the Nautilus and the Gragas.
Yeah, I mean,
Kalista, Siva.
Yeah, support's open. 80 carries, that's actually very important to hit on with Radiant loving both those champions. Kulo's been a bit more of a Jinx player, but does have options there as well. And I'm not sure, because Spooks and Sejuani, to me, it's fine. It's just not special. So he does seem like much more of a Gragas player to me. He's a legacy Lee Sin player, of course. So not sure what the Chiefs are thinking, but Absolute apparently been thrown for a loop. They're considering their options, and they decide on Rumble top as their first pick.
Rumble top first pick, usually picked into the Maokai, is a very interesting first choice for them, as it does leave open a lot of options. We know Swiper plays that Renekton top, and it's not actually too bad.
No, I mean, Swiper's got a lot of good picks up his sleeve. We saw him flash his favorite Tryndamere just for a second there as well. Spook's having a bit of fun, of course. They're hovering the Shaco, I know, a favorite champion.
He's played it once.
Yours. Has he really?
He's undefeated.
He's undefeated on Shaco. I'm not sure if that's
a
a
stat to be proud of.
I don't know if you want to be
It's
proud
a
of
stat to
that.
be proud
All
of.
right. The Chiefs considering their next few picks. Again, kind of having some fun here. As far as considerations go, I think top lane is fine. You can pick it here because Swipe is going to be confident in the matchup. Though, of course, the support's open there as well. You mentioned that jungle and support might be where they want to look. 10 seconds left for the Chiefs. We'll see what happens with this Shaco.
Wouldn't be surprised if it changes from the Shaco to the Kalista AD carry for Radiant or the Gragas for himself in the jungle. But Both very strong options being left open by that Rumble first pick. And as you said, they're quite comfortable to even want to go for that top laner because they know what it's up against.
Yeah, complete a bottom lane though instead for Chiefs. So the very strong Nautilus with Alistar banned away will give that over to Egypt. And of course, Radier, big Kalista player. Definitely struggled through Split 1 to try and get into the groove with the champion, but since then, just had no problems at all.
Just grinded out Kalista till he became a beast, and we have seen him in all of these Kalista matches. Even against Legacy, he completely dominated that map and was massive.
He was, and Radier, not a player much like King from the Dials that you want to get going, especially on a champion like Kalista, but we shift over to Absolute now as they're considering their next few picks. I wonder if the Rek'Sai is maybe a read here with Malik hovering Sejuani. We've seen his Sedge be quite good here as well. We are going to lock in the Sedge, so that will leave Gragas for the Chiefs if they want it, but Mid-Beast with a curious hover.
I mentioned this
You
pre-game.
did.
I said that he's a very good Sindra, as he did hover it, almost a small shout out to what he wants to do at some stage, but instead going for that LeBlanc, and he is a very good assassin style player, Mid-Beast. Did love the Zeds and everything before the meta started to shift away. So going for that LeBlanc, one of the only assassins really left available that is super strong.
Yeah, just so much mobility, good damage, can weave in and out of a fight. There's a reason LeBlanc's still seeing playing the Cinderhulk meta, and it's a great blocker pick against Swiffer there as well. So I like the draft from Absolute. Heavy damage, heavy team fight currently coming through. They've actually shown their solo lanes, which also was kind of funny, because Chiefs have only shown their bottom lane.
Yeah, they've kind of revealed a bit of their strategy here. They've got the Rumble for early game pressure or mid game pressure, and then the LeBlanc, who's good all game, but provides a siege utility that'll work well with a Sejuani. So we can see the response here from Chiefs, and it looks quite strong.
Yeah, it does look very strong. Gragas, Hecarim are going to be their pickups here. So if you want to engage, the Chiefs, let me tell you, they've got some engage.
They have the Nautilus that can be followed up by the Hecarim and Gragas perfectly. The Nautilus is one of the better parts of their engage in that you can't actually get away from that. You're going to get knocked up eventually. So you can couple that with the rest of the Chiefs side, and so far, the 4 out of 5 we're seeing, very good.
Actually, a Malphite locked in there for ABS, so that's going somewhere. Not too sure where it would be bottom lane, I guess, given the draft that we have, but we'll maybe calm down a little bit as Absolute lock in the Sivir to complete their comp, and Sivir Malphite. There you go, last 2 picks.
I wouldn't often look at Malphite and say it's a good pick into a Nautilus Kalista, but I would imagine they're going to look to lane swap this particular matchup. Most AP Malphites, or most support Malphites, tend to go for a Morello Nomicon style build and have a lot of team fight relevance, but the laning phase is what you sacrifice for that. So Sivir's a very good self-sustaining AD carry, can get through quite simply by herself just from pushing in waves or sitting back and farming and having the spell shield. It does seem to me like it's going to be that Malphite support though.
I think it is as well. Kind of maybe an old Matcha special coming in, but I think I looked down Absolute, especially with that Malphite support. I think of maybe one thing here. Kill Radier. Kill him every time you see him. I mean, Malphite's pretty good against Kalista. Support Malphite, maybe not so much, but you have the tools to keep her down to lower that attack speed. Swiffer, I think he's going to need a pretty big carry champion here, but instead, hovering the Lulu, going to pick it up here, the Chiefs. All in on Hecarim and the Kalista by the looks of things.
Yeah, so instead of going for a high carry champion in the mid lane of having that Lulu, it's going to be more of a support the Hecarim, let Hecarim hyper carry, having the Whimsy available, or keep Radar alive.
Yeah, I mean, those are the carries here for Chiefs. We're used to seeing Swiffer be a much bigger presence for his team as far as carry potential goes. So for the Chiefs to say, all right, Swiper, we trust your Hecarim. We certainly trust your Radier, Kalista. That's a big move from the Chiefs. A really big shift in how they normally play.
And it's interesting because Swiffer now in all 5 games, including this one, has not played the same champion once.
That's Swiffer.
Such a crazy champion pool. It's going to provide them a different playstyle nearly every time as well, though, because now that they've got this Lulu, they are playing more of a protect comp, whereas last time they had, say, the TF, which is more of a roam and split push style.
Yeah, we saw a lot of split pushing in that last game, but the Chiefs going to take a bit more team fight. Absolute, though, going to try and throw everything they can at these carries and see if they can kill them. Radier especially has a really big target on his forehead.
Well, you basically said it. They do want to just throw all of themselves at Radar and make sure that he dies, but a nice niche little last pick there from Chiefs might make it a bit harder for them. But then again, if it is an AP Malphite like I have predicted, it's very hard to live through the amount of damage that puts
It
out.
is. And all the hops in the world are not going to save you from the radius of that Malphite ultimate. But we can see the team comps lining up here. Curious stuff as Mattress joins the starting roster now for Absolute. But of course, get on Twitter and let us know who you think is going to win using the hashtags ABSWin for Absolute or CHFWin for the Chiefs.
And I'm a big fan of Absolute's team comp because they've got the Shamrock Malphite
They
skin.
do.
It makes it. That's how you know that he's a professional Malphite player.
Yeah, he's also been around for a long time, so it doesn't really surprise me that Mattress diving deep into that bag, the skin bag, to pull out one of the oldest ones and, of course, make you happy. I'm sure that's what he was thinking. I think Midbeast here maybe has a lot to prove, honestly. LeBlanc into Swiffer, it's maybe going to be a neutral matchup here with the Lulu being in the mid lane. Tends to just want to, keep up farm with the LeBlanc and not die. But if Midbeast can have a big game, and he's really struggled sort of entering the OPL and having big performances, if he shows up Swiffer of all people on LeBlanc, that's a big message that it sends.
We've seen from Midbeast so far, he's been quite comfortable getting through the early game and mid game. He was even 3-0 up in his last game before unfortunately falling. So he seems to be quite competent and very confident at getting through laning phase, which will work for him up against this Lulu matchup. If it becomes passive at any stage, generally the Lulu starts to push ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Lulu doesn't need a whole lot either. In order to support the Hecarim and that Kalista, just get those two items, your Athenes or Morellonomicon, and your Death Cap, and you're good to go. 40% CDR, good times.
Yeah, you can opt towards the CDR build where the shields will just be being bigger because you've stacked ability power as well. Or you can go towards more of an Athenes and have some utility and some survivability and not go straight for that max CDR.
I have a question for you, and I don't know if you know the answer, but I think you do.
Okay.
Does Morellonomicon affect help picks if you put it on an ally? Do you get the debuff?
I think you do.
That's sweet.
I'm not 100%
That's
on
really
that. I'm
sweet.
pretty sure that you do
Okay.
because it amplifies yeah.
Yep. I mean, it's
Let's
coming
go
from
with
picks.
yes, and
All
let's
right.
just see what.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of cool
I don't
coming
dig
in.
my own grave and build on it too far.
As we do look through the rest of the lineup as well. Spooks, of course, high-pressure jungler. Going to be very different there against Malik, who, like you said, has been a strong player so far.
Yeah, Malik's been very, very solid. He's gotten the job done for his team, basically. No insane amounts of carry compared to that of Spooks, where he kind of goes off sometimes. Malik is always consistent. And putting him on a champion like Sejuani, though, is perfect for what he wants to do. And that is alleviate the pressure from other lanes into the mid stages and then be a big force to engage for his team because he is the shot-calling beast in the jungle.
He is. He's been looking good, has great ultimates, and maybe the top lane's where the other players they want to go. We kind of touched on the mid lane. Definitely more utility there, at least from the Chiefs side. Mid base, we'll see what he can do. But Swiper picking the Hecarim into the Rumble. We usually see, like you said already, the Rumble into the Maokai as the counter matchup, but much different now in the top lane.
Yeah, the fact that Maokai was banned and that they first picked the Rumble shows that he was prioritizing that heavily. And that does leave Swiper open to kind of pick whatever he wanted.
And he picked
He
Hecarim.
opted for Hecarim into this because from the looks of it, it was a team comp decision having the Lulu as well as the last pick. But it's also a very comfortable matchup for a Hecarim. It's a little bit rough early game to get through. You need to start winding up the helicopter with your Rampage stacks. But if you can get to that stage, it's very easy for you to trade with the Rumble until he gets all of his Magic Pen.
And the thing is about Rumble, does have a low floor, as far as relevance goes with items, but does sort of have that spot in the mid game where if he doesn't have extra items, if he's maybe not building towards that Zonas or Abyssal or whatever it is that he wants, Rumble, those first two Dragon fights are going to look great. Number 3, though, it might not look so good.
Yeah, you're looking at the Absolute team comp side here and thinking that they want to fight once they hit level 6. They want to force an objective or an advantage just in their favor, maybe even just for kills and some damage on a turret. But they want to fight with those ultimates to make an impact on the Chiefs roster, push them back, and just gives them some kind of control and utilize it again and again. Even once they hit 11, it becomes bigger and bigger. They've got the damage to win team fights early, but we'll see if they can actually translate that into anything.
And what about the Chiefs? They just have to weather the storm and get the Hecarim going?
In a roundabout way, kind of, yeah. Depending on what Hecarim goes for, if he wants to rush the Trinity Force, then he's going to be a big force in split pushing because it's going to be very hard for this Rumble to stop him. But if they get into a teamfight stage, Hecarim's still going to be quite big.
Really good. And of course, don't forget Radius Kalista hanging out in the backline, maybe wreaking some havoc as well. But we're into our final game of the evening here. An Absolute with a bit of a change here, looking to face up against the Chiefs, who want to continue what is currently an undefeated run in Split 2 of the OPL.
Yeah, they've started off very strong, but Absolute have shown these glimmers of hope where they have been insane with their plays and decision-making, as Mattress is... never mind, he's fine.
Yep, he is fine there, but the Trinket Ward is not, unfortunately, gets taken up there by the Chiefs, who are looking for some early vision through the right-hand side of the jungle. Maybe he's going for a lane swap. Sivir actually already backing, so Cooldo going to reposition himself. Ejim gets your standard spot award down there on the bottom side, but Sivir's already there, so she's just hanging out. If the Chiefs do want to swap, they're going to have to guess here.
They're going to have to play a bit of a guessing game. The wards come down in response here from Absolute straight away, and the big difference is Malphite is sitting in between wards.
Smart.
He's not going to be able to get to lane unless he wants to wait. And if he does wait, which would be smart and not reveal where they're actually situated at the moment. But we'll see what he wants to do, if he does wait for that ward to end, or if he actually just gets a little bit impatient.
I mean, it's funny, the surveillance system set up there by the Chiefs means that Mattress
He's stuck.
playing a very dangerous game here, just sticking in the brush. I'm actually surprised the other ward didn't see him, but managed to sneak in.
The ward spotted
finally
him now.
walk out now, and the Chiefs, if they wanted to swap, managed to guess right. They see Mattress in the bottom side, and Raider actually coming back. Maybe they want 2v2 instead.
So that was the only error there, was they actually revealed themselves too quickly. But the Chiefs made the mistake of being in the top lane and not actually waiting in mid. So they have to react, and they're going to miss a fair bit of time with these minions hitting each other before they get there.
They are indeed, so we'll see if that affects them at all. Gromp goes to Spooks, I believe.
That's
so
crazy.
He'll take that away.
Raider actually having to walk around the Gromp so he doesn't get any experience, wasting more time.
Yep, and you can see Ejim going to try and hold the wave here, but ABS already off to a nice experience and CS lead. Raider will catch up pretty swiftly as Swiffer in the mid lane up against Midbeast here on the Lulu. Kind of a curious matchup. Swiper actually does a camp and then returns to the top side with a couple extra consumables, but as everything settles, it will be standard lanes once again.
I have my concerns with what Absolute just did there. They hard pushed the wave in, but no minions actually died. So Raider getting all 6 of those at the start of this. And now they've got level 2 first. They didn't actually deny minions on the side of Absolute. That's the mistake.
How did that happen?
A bit of luck from minion RNG, but mostly the fact that Sivir pushed too hard.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that must be it. As you can see, Colo Mattress sitting at level 1 to the level 2 is Jack Attack.
That's casual.
That's beautiful positioning.
That was really way too casual. It looked like he was just chilling there saying hello.
He was.
Take my flames.
You can see Swiper now trying to hold the wave. Swiffer actually going to go in onto Midbeast. Happy to trade here against the LeBlanc. Chugging the Crystalline Flask. Charges there is Midbeast, but Lulu, I think people forget this when against lane Lulu. Pretty good early on as far as trades go.
Oh yeah, has that auto attack bonus damage, has a shield, and just has an insane slow, which does damage. So there's the utility there in the 1v1 trade. And up against someone like LeBlanc, I do like the choice of the Flask and Biscuits here though. A lot of sustain, and that is exactly what's required to try and break through the defenses of a Lulu who only has a Doran's Ring.
Yeah, and you Swiffer again with the Doran's going to be happy to take early trades, but you take enough of them, eventually you'll out-flask them as far as regen goes and be all happy days. But Raider going to take out some creeps, kind of push this wave back in as Cooler's already fallen behind by 10 CS. He'll catch up a bit here as the wave pushes back in, but again, the Chiefs coming to this lane and getting a lead in this lane was not how Absolute wanted to start it.
It's very unfortunate, but in a way, they kind of dug their own grave for this early game, losing level 2 in a very bad position as the fight mid.
Good chain there. Malik comes through. Swiffer with a nice flash. Keeps himself safe. Spooks actually might be rotating in for a counter gank, and you can see they're worried about it because they are not going back in despite what looks like a 1v2.
No, he's trying to look as delicious as possible, this Swiffer, knowing that his jungler is nearby as they actually just clear a ward and go on about their day. Not getting anything from it, but LeBlanc is starting to run out of pots.
Swiper also getting aggressive in this top side. Jack turns around for the flames, but Swiper, W1 in the minion wave, going to sit happy there against the Rumble as they'll tussle back and forth. Spook's now going to actually invade, finds Malik. It does not have his smite though. Just going to have to force him off instead. We're going to have a bit of a rumble here for these Wolves. Little one goes to Malik. Spook's trying to zone the other one out, but they're just going to trade some spells back and forth. Still going for it. Big Wolf's still there, and Malik's going to claw. Spooks, he got it! Now Malik actually with the red buff. Going to have to run away from Spooks. LeBlanc rotating in. Swiffer can't come and help him.
Don't do it. No.
I mean, Spooks, he wants it. Maybe too much. Gets the Q down, but where's Midbeast?
Spooks had his flash there. If he had the empowered auto attack, that was a kill. And I thought he was going to bait that ward. And it was actually almost unintentional because he only just realized after he placed the ward that he had the Raptor buff. So there was a chance for a kill there from Spooks, unfortunately not seeing the opportunity.
I mean, a bit of a weird invade, but Spooks will get the better of it, taking the Gromp at least. So Midbeast can't quite respond there with Swiffer on his tail, and Spooks will get out safely somehow after a bit of a funky invade. Looking at the top side, but Jack's going to keep himself nice and far back by the looks of things. Swiper, he wants it. He's got a guide, actually, so kill pressure is here. But I think Jack's smart enough to dodge this gank.
Or is he?
We'll have to see. The body slam still here. Gets the first stun in there, forcing the flash there by Jack. He'll turn it around for a bit of flame damage. A lot of flame damage, actually, out onto Spooks. But Spooks will still be safe. He's playing nice and aggressively on the Gragas.
He did force the flash, so he's managed to force a lot off the map here. And it's putting him in a great position to be able to just freely roam around. He's got control as well.
Ejim finds Kulo, but Malik's here. Radier has to hop away, gets slowed there as Mattress gets snared up by Ejim. Radier still attacking through, trying to keep himself safe with the hops, and Malik doesn't want to come back in. Ejim might actually fancy another knockup. Gets it in there. Rend not in range, unfortunately. Locks up Mattress instead. They'll come back in. Hook lands for Ejim. Mattress forced to flash, but Radier needs a little bit more. Gets the Rend, but it's not enough to kill Malphite.
And they ends up coming out ahead in a 2v3 situation. Too much used and over-aggressive and staying in that bot lane there, allowing the Chiefs side to come back as they've now got a big minion stack on that turret and they can zone away all three members of Absolute.
They're going to proxy this wave as well. So Kulo, who was already behind, is going to lose even more CS in this lane. You can see just on the CS right now, 20 down already.
Yes, starting to struggle massively in that bot lane from what was a very awkward level 1 position for them. And speaking of struggling, Lulu having that Chalice available compared to the 2 Doran's rings. And Spooks is just
what
it's
is
his jungle
Spooks
now.
doing? I mean, Malik, I think, got that camp, and now level 5 will get aggressive. But Spooks, he's really
being a pest.
He is being a pest. This reminds me of his old Nunu games here as he takes the Scuttle Crab.
Well, he's doing his best Nunu impression with the added bonus of early aggression that can come from a Gragas. So he's quite comfortable in invading, but actually losing that entire jungle camp and giving Malik level 5 is behind an experience.
The Swiffer actually trading with mid-beast. Malik on the right side, though, to come in for the gank. Swiffer forced to ultimate. Spooks catches Malik. Mattress is here, though, and Swiffer, that ulti will wear off relatively soon, but Absolute again find themselves with a man advantage, but don't go all in as Jack in the top side gets ulted by Swiper. Ignite is down, and a solo kill gives Swiper first blood.
And one of the reasons that they comfortably picked this Hecarim into the Rumble is seemingly how confident the Swiper can be. It's a very good matchup for him. He has the Phage and Flask available, so his damage is relevant as they're just going to fight and wet noodle competition over a pink ward.
Yep, Nautilus and Malphite. Maybe once upon a time we're actually top laners, so very much a bit of wet noodle action happening there. But Radier just getting further and further ahead. This BF sword helping out with the CS, helping out with the aggression. I saw an Avarice Blade there for Kulo for a brief moment. Decided instead to go for a pickaxe, but he is woefully behind.
Almost channeling a Korean-style build there, wanting that Avarice Blade as soon as possible, regardless of how the lane is going. And instead going for some early damage, needing that early pressure, and I guess wanting to use the added damage that he has. It's not comparable to that of Radier, but it is something. So if they want to fight for an objective, it doesn't look like they're going to for this dragon in particular, then it is available for them.
Yeah, they can't fight for this. Radier going to be able to render away. Midbeast might fancy it. They actually messed that up. But Spooks will claim the dragon. Midbeast, if he'd known, could have stolen. I think they actually had a ward there.
If only he'd gone for it. I didn't expect it to rend to only 70 health as well, though, so it was a bit of a miscalculation from Radier, unfortunately. But again, no one expected that to actually happen. So Midbeast watching the dragon go down.
Yeah, instead, Chiefs will get the dragon. Radier will continue his dominance of this bottom side of the map. And that CS lead's only growing and growing.
Oh, wow,
and
Swiffer's low.
he is low here. Does have his ultimate. Ignite ready as well. Looks like he's going to go back to base with Malik on the hunt once again as he sweeps out a ward.
Smart from Malik, knowing he saw Swiffer back off, so recognized there was some kind of vision, sweeping it straight away. And now Swiffer's even more afraid of what he already was struggling in.
Yeah, instead going to go back, going to pick up the next part of his Athenes, which is the item he'll build towards. Fiendish Codex now completed, so a good item coming through. Boots completed with a couple pots and a ward there as well, so looking good. A Mattress, in all honesty, might get dived. Cooler returns at just the right time.
They're starting to struggle. You can see level 6 from both bot laners here of Chiefs, whereas Mattress only level 5 on a Malphite is putting him in a horrendous position to actually try and continue to lane. And I was a little bit surprised they went for the 2v2. And you could see Chiefs were expecting the lane swap themselves just because it is a Malphite support up against the Nautilus. And if there's anything that can beat a Nautilus, it's probably not a Malphite.
I mean, we can see why the Chiefs wanted that 2v2 though. It
Yeah.
actually came all the way back down Swiper's having fun in his 1v1 lane. The 2v2 is going fantastically for the Chiefs as well. In fact, just a kill on a Dragon, and the Chiefs already find themselves sitting at 1,500 gold ahead. And Swiper, he is bullying Jack in this top lane.
Yeah, at the moment, all of the lead is seemingly just coming from lanes winning, and it's allowing Spooks to invade the jungle as well, which is a lot of pressure being placed everywhere on the map. And speaking of pressure, I'm seeing some now.
He sees the wall, but he's going for a dive. Swiper has his ulti. Jack puts down his Spooks, gets the knock up, knock back with the ulti there as well.
Oh.
Good flash from Jack to keep him safe. Spooks forced a flash out from under the turret as well. And Jack dodges the gank as Midbeast actually roaming up here. Might be able to get a kill onto Spooks. Flashes forward, goes in, gets the ignite down, and takes the kill.
A very smart play there from Midbeast and a fantastic roam, as we can see Swiffer making his way but being spotted. And Jack Attack, well done for saving your flash.
Yes, very well done there. Dodging the ulti from Hecker and making sure he stays safe. And a nice roam from LeBlanc actually gives Midbeast a kill here in this lane. So a slight CS lead for Swiffer's come through just from Lulu's early power, but doing nicely here in the LeBlanc. We'll see if he can make more of those plays.
If he can get one or two more of those plays in and really start to ramp up in items, this LeBlanc is going to be incredibly scary. Having to use the flash for that last one, but still having the ultimate available, gives a lot of lane pressure if needed. And this LeBlanc now having the kill, the Fiendish Codex will start to ramp up into Morello's a lot sooner.
Yeah, it will, as you can see them trading blows once again. Swiffer getting the better end of the early trade again. Lots of early power on the Lulu. We saw down earlier as well in the bottom lane, Sejuani actually sitting in that lane trying to get a gank off, but the Chiefs very aware of what's happening. Keeping the lane wherever they can, as Mattress is in the mid lane on top of a ward.
Always a ward there. Always a ward there.
It's a good ward spot from the Chiefs. I mean,
great ward spot given that they are against the Sejuani and Malphite. Both of those champions love sitting in that exact spot. It's a very good enabling position for both champions who have that really hard engaged go button. So instead of sitting what is potentially a ward, but
Malik's there as well. Swiffer's trying to bait them. Too much CC though. Gives Malik the kill. Spooks will dive back in. Ejim's here as well, but it's 2v3 and Midbeast gets low, but he does not fall.
Killing Swiffer before he could use the wild growth onto himself. The chain CC was done perfectly, managing to get the kill and forcing Spooks to use the explosive cask to disengage. A great little skirmish there for Absolute, getting their eye in the right direction.
Yeah, and that gold lead shrinks a little bit more there. The Chiefs only 600 gold ahead now, but Hecarim starting to get stronger. Raiden not slowing down at all in the bottom side of the map. You can see both of them with healthy CS leads on their lane opponents. Dragon is back in a minute 50, and the Chiefs know where their priorities are.
They definitely know. You can see recalling already Raiden, no doubt having the money to buy some big stuff with that. And it's a full Bloodthirster, in fact, so he's in a very comfortable position. And with a minute and 30 before the Dragon, you'll see them all start to get buffed, start to recall and place their vision just before it is ready to go.
Strong stuff there from the Chiefs. Get their item timings, line up for that objective. Like you mentioned, as EGM returns to the bottom side is to clear out a couple of waves. Dragon up in a minute 20, so everyone getting their recalls in while they can. You can't usually want to leave about 45 seconds to a minute, but Swiper apparently does not want to leave Jack alone.
He's actually had to go for the Seeker's Arm Guard first, so not accelerating with the Haunting guys, but at least has the Sork Shoes. This next Dragon may not even be a priority for Absolute until they start to ramp up with another item. Maybe have that Haunting guys available, have a first finished Infinity Edge for Siva and finish the Morellos for LeBlanc. That is when you want to fight.
Swiffer, nice juke actually gets out from under that chain. As again, these mid laners trading into each other, but Swiffer's still got a CS lead. Down a kill though, so gold's going to be pretty even. There's a nice bit of geometry there from Swiffer, gets himself some poke. That's enough to pressure the turret and probably enough to clear space for the Dragon as LeBlanc's forced back home.
Yeah, 30 seconds, so she'll be back in time, but it is pressure in lane, and that will reveal where Malik is, most importantly. Gives them a lot of freedom, and I was just thinking to myself that they've got the Malphite support who has the Unstoppable Force now available, so they would be looking to fight relatively soon, but given the rest of their team at the moment, the item discrepancy between the two teams, Absolute can't really afford to, and then they're kind of wasting a window where Malphite will be providing a lot as a support with his ultimate, but no one else will be at the moment.
I mean, you mentioned it in the pregame, those level 6 power spikes that Absolute have. You look down the lineup, LeBlanc, okay, maybe we can shrug her off, but Rumble, Sejuani, Siva, Malphite, these are huge teamfight ultimates at a crucial time, and Dragon is back up. You said it already, Rusty, Absolute need to find a fight.
And they might even be looking to do this as a 4v4 and sacrifice having Hecarim and Rumble there, but in saying that, It's going to be very scary if the Hecarim can get into this fight. And even the 4v4 will be very interesting with the Fiends finished on the Lulu and the Bloodthirster here for Raider.
Swift is a little late to this Dragon, so he has to rush back down here. The Chiefs might need to buy some time. A ward straight back into the pit there as the ultimate's going to come through. Kulo's forced to back away. Malik actually gets tied up there. Raider's going to get himself a kill. Mattress coming through. Swiper dives onto the AD carry. Flash hits the wall. Mattress now chained up there by the hook. And now Jack's going to get chased on. Swiper with the Wild Growth on him, slowing for days. And that's 4 clean kills and what's going to be a Dragon for the Chiefs.
And that's starting to pose a lot of problems for this Absolute lineup, as they almost just did the walk away and not actually want the Dragon. Another big team fight in their favor, and it's on the back of the item times that we're discussing.
Swift, so aggressive. Wow. Takes out mid beast to Spooks, make sure the kill goes down. Chiefs will transition into the mid lane to take out a turret. And all of a sudden, that 1,000 gold lead that the Chiefs had before, they take a bunch of kills and rocket themselves up to 5k ahead.
Yeah, exactly. And I know that we've been reiterating this fact multiple times about the item spiking, but that is exactly what Absolute were looking to do. And realistically, they wanted to fight for that Dragon. But given the difference between the two teams at the moment, it's so hard. And this is the big issue, is Kulo had no spell shield before that Nautilus ultimate, and puts him in a bad position where Swiper just wrecks him straight away. The rest of the side are in defeat, in retreat even, running away from this. So Jack Attack has no damage because he doesn't have any big items, only the Seeker's Arm Guard. And Absolute is starting to look quite messy almost.
A little bit as Spooks ultis Malik away to keep himself safe. I like the defeat and retreat. That's kind of the opposite of the kite and fight. It's the sad version.
Throw the explosive cask and walk away with your head down.
In fact, Malik and Jack might get some damage onto this turret. Rady coming through. Ejim's up here as well. Spooks buying some time. No ulti, remember, but Fate's Call's here for Kalista. Jack and Malik have to go away. Q lands onto Jack Attack. Mattress here as well. Swiper's also running back through. Ultimate's not quite there.
Wow.
Mattress takes a big chunk instead. And I wonder if Swiper's finished that Trinity Force. He has.
He's definitely finished that Trinity Force, judging by the amount of damage he's dealing alone. And it is a support Malphite, granted. He's going to be taking a lot of damage. He's kind of a sacrificial lamb of the Absolute lineup, looking to hit an unstoppable force and slow the attack speed of Kalista. So I like the theory behind it, but they're in a very tough position to actually make it work.
Good rotation, though, from the Chiefs in the top side of the map. Get themselves, try and get some damage done onto this turret that's quite low already at this stage. Swiper actually down to the bottom. I think Swiffle was there earlier, just collecting some stray CS. But again, the Chiefs playing it calm, playing it carefully. No major objectives up right now, so no need to rush around the areas.
All of the members from Absolute, except for Midbeast, are here, and they're looking to go.
Yep, trigger pulled by Cooler. They're absolutely going in. But Ejim's coming through. Mattress finds one to support, but he Fates calls his way out. Ultis go wide. And that's everything from Absolute.
They tried to make something happen, but Chiefs look to be even turning it around.
Depth charge landed to Jack. Hook's landing in there as well. Plenty of damage coming through. Jack actually maybe doing a bit more than he thought he would. Spook's though in the mix. Looks for Kulo. Flashes maybe the wrong way. Finds Kulo though. Knocks him back into Radier for a meal. But Ejim actually going to take it away. And a bit of comedy up in the top lane, but the Chiefs get 2 kills.
I hope Spooks is laughing at his own play just there, because I saw that, buddy. That was pretty rough.
Tara coming in now as well. It was a bit of a rough flash. Spooks going to chuck a barrel into the minions. And meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Swiper casually taking some turrets.
Yeah, Swiper not having the teleport for that fight, but didn't even require it, because you said just before that, Absolute used everything to try and catch them. Only finding Ejim and having the Fates Call to save him. Straight away, the Chiefs turn around. There's only 2 members there. Became 3 members not too long after that, but in saying that, they're just so confident and know when they can turn around a fight.
And this has been the thing with the Chiefs that's made them such a terrifying team to face in this region. They collapse quicker than any other team in this region. If you're fighting one of them, you best believe the rest of them are just around the corner.
Yeah, when it comes to coordination, Chiefs are top-notch, and you can see the decision-making has been there from Absolute, though. They've recognized when they're hitting not necessarily item spikes, but team comp spikes, and when they should be fighting. But they've just been doing it at very unfortunate timings.
I mean, they fell behind. They couldn't,
yeah, exactly.
Normally, you use your power spikes because you're ahead if you're even on gold just based on the composition, but you fall behind in gold, and all of a sudden, those pretty ultimates that you want to line up for that Dragon fight don't look nearly as attractive.
Well, you can tell that they've got the experienced players, though, that know they can fight. It's just the team themselves are still refining that. And
Swiper, 1v3,
wow.
Gets a kill! Does go down to Malik as he kites them around, and the Chiefs instead will react immediately onto the Baron.
Swiper managing to pick up a kill there in a 1v3 with the exhaust down on him. does pick up Jack Attack, so no top lane is going to be in this fight. And it's getting quite low.
They have to go in. A lot of spears back in Baron's head. Mid beast diving through Spooks, though very tanky. Swiffer actually will just take him out. Ren comes in, and ABS have to Sivir ulti away from the Baron pit.
Turning him into a squirrel just as he came into the pit there.
Charge. Nice from Kulo coming in. Now going to get taken out. Riptide comes through. Spook's ulti will actually damage boost Kulo away. Edium really wants it as Swiffer chasing in with the Whimsy as well. Mattress finds the ulti. Swiffer actually locked out by Malik. Gets a 4-man ult. But Raiding in a chase Sejuani out from under the turret. Almost gets the kill. Barrel will claim it. And the Chiefs, they're just too far ahead.
That barrel did a lot of damage, but fantastic work from Absolute to turn around what was looking really, really difficult for them to even pick up a kill onto Swiffer. Not even able to use his ultimate again. They're locking the CC down. They're chaining it perfectly to find these kills, but it is starting to become that feeling of a little bit too little too late.
I mean, we talk about Malik. Great ultimates, great team player, really makes the plays for his team when it counts, but being too far behind is going to cause these sort of problems. Absolute are already 10,000 gold down against the Chiefs. Callista's pushing out waves with the Rune and Hurricanes. Dragon's going to be back in 20 seconds. And some decent ultimates up now for ABS across the board, but level 2 ultimate does not match a 2,000 gold leading a lane.
I mean, the saving grace is that their team fighting is really good. They've got the team comp designed around very strong team fighting, and they've got, irrespective of the item discrepancy, the champions to make it work if they get onto the ideal targets. But at this stage, at this time in the game with the gold difference, it's starting to get harder and harder, and it's starting to fall away from their grasp, as you can see everyone having a massive lead. In particular, Raider about 3,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, ridiculous there in the bottom lane. 2,000 up for Swiffer almost as well. And Hecarim actually, that's almost 3,000 gold ahead for Swiper, who's 50 CS ahead.
Yeah, he's very far ahead. You can see the fact that he gets a kill 1v3 with exhaust on him is just how ahead that he actually is. But, I mean, 6,000 difference between the AD and the top laner alone. Unbelievable. That's a full item.
It is. And 3 dragons and 4 turrets for the Chiefs, who are lining up almost a perfect game here. Just those 4 kills tarnishing their current record here in the game. Jack will try and clear out what he can, but he's so bare bones with the item builds. This is sort of the Rumble thing that we talk about. Low floor, sure. You get your 2 items and you're good to go. But right now, Jack, he would take almost any other item at this point of the game.
Well, I mean, you get the 2 items and you're generally speaking good to go. But when the difference between yourself and your lane opponent is this big, you're not really good to go anywhere. You're kind of on struggle street.
You are indeed. And ABS trying to clear out the waves. They do have the Sivir. They've got decent wave clear coming through. So even with the Baron buff on the members of the Chiefs, they'll buy as much time as they can. For the Chiefs, it'll only take one mistake from ABS for them to dive on top of you. We've seen Ejim already. His Nautilus engages have been on point so far in the game.
He's been working very well around the spell shield usage from Kulo and saving his ultimate. There's Malphite.
Mattress going in, finds only Ejim. Those Spooks coming in. Another good ult from Malik. Kulo trying to fight them. Knock up though from Ejim. Dives back in with a Fate's Call. And Radiant's got so many red stacks. Gets the first kill. Gonna get another. Might be a Quadra coming through there. Gets the 4 as well. And Jack Attack, thank God you're in the top lane because that was a Penta.
He's kind of rotating there with a bit of force behind him. Might be looking to find it.
Swiper's trying to line it up. They're going to donate it over if
No,
they can.
not.
Swiper, you scumbag! Takes the Penta.
I think Jack Attack flashing towards Swiper there, to be fair, denying Raider any chance of a Penta. So rightly so, giving the kill away to the Hecarim as a Quadra kill comes out for Raider, and he's basically able to just free hit from the side in these fights. And fantastic engages, though, from the Malphite and the Sejuani. Not enough at this stage in the game to turn around a team fight completely between those two. They need the LeBlanc and the Sivir to have some impact and some damage, but if you compare that to Swiffer and Raider, who are still on full health by the end of that fight, it's kind of difficult.
It's a massive difference. You know what? Let's see it again.
So they've got a great engage again. You can see doing a lot of work on the people that are actually there, but Raider at the side is just all of them right now. The damage that he put down, all of those Ren stacks, able to pick up a very swift Quadra kill for his team.
And I was going to mention it earlier. We saw King in the last game on the Callista, but go for the single target build and just kite around these tanks and kind of weave in and out of the team fight, taking out single targets. You know, sort of like a Vayne might want to. Raider's gone for the other standard build, I guess. He'd gone for that Hurricane second. And you can see, when you get a lead especially, just how much damage in the mid-game you can do.
Oh yeah, we really are starting to see how much damage he is doing. That Hurricane did so much work in the last fight, getting onto multiple members of Absolute, just stacking them with the Ren stacks and then just pulling them all out at once and destroying them.
Radier has a Blade of the Ruin King.
He does.
At 25.5 minutes.
Well, I mean, at 25 minutes, he has a pickaxe with 3
wow.
finished items and Berserker
And an
Greaves.
upgraded
so
trinket.
That's a whole lot of Radier.
It is a lot of Radier as Ejim gonna get onto the buff. Swiper finding Kulo. That damage is not reasonable at all, and Swiper gets himself a kill.
That's gross.
That was gross.
That's really gross.
I mean, we talk about Hecarim as an anti-carry. That's sort of
He's
why.
anti-everything right now. He's
Anti-life.
unbelievable. Yeah, anti-life, sure. I mean, you can't just talk about the Hecarim either. All of this Chiefs side are really, really big at the moment, and it's basically up to them to try and close this game out as systematically as possible, but it seems to me as though they do want to do that through the bot lane. Spook's clearing the wave out.
He's got the top open already, don't forget, as Mattress goes in onto Swiper. Ulti from Malik finds
He
it in,
ain't gonna die.
but he's so tanky, and here comes Radier. Jumps in on top onto Malik, gonna get the first kill. That Sejuani died so quickly.
That's
gross.
What? Everything in this game is gross right now, Pastry.
I mean, that's what happens when you're 16,000 gold ahead as the Chiefs storm into the mid lane to try and take more turrets. Jack attack. Defense there in the mid lane with the equalizer going down, but Radier hops around it. Jack attack's going to be the first target. Swiper dives in onto the back line. There's another kill. Maybe going to look for the Penta as the Mimic goes down. Mattress going to be the double. Radier hunting with a Penta. He missed out on last time. Koldo gets knocked up, but they won't take him out. Swiffer eats a bunch of lasers. That Pierce would have killed Siva if it had hit. And Malik coming back to try and defend his base, but it is in ruins.
They are going to be able to translate this into the mid turret, I would say. Get the inhibitor just because of the raw pressure they're able to put down. Even with the health that they have right now, safe, confident, and Radier is always bouncing aggressively, looking to find the next target to kill us. Midbeast is trying his best to find something, but Raidier's not, I mean, Swiffer even, not taking damage.
No, I mean, he's Luden's Echo completed, even going aggressive with the build there as Swiffer might even be a Rabadon to join that blasting one fairly soon. Home Guard Boot's actually done. Not sure where else he's going with the build just yet, but the Chiefs, they don't care too much right now. They're going to go straight in onto the Baron here. And between the Callisto and the level 14 Smite from Spooks, it is a trivial objective.
The real question is who's going to be able to outsmite who at the moment. As Spook's somehow beating a bajillion stacks.
I
Radier.
don't know how that happened, but credit there for Spook showing his jungle prowess as Radier returns to base. Last Whisper completed now as well. QSS also done. And you look at this build, all that lifesteal, the Hurricane bolt spreading out everywhere, the red stacks going on. Absolute have to kill Radier in a single rotation through a QSS and a Lulu ultimate and a bunch of peel. Because if they don't, he's going to get a pentakill.
I can't accurately describe what Radier is right now with actual words. It's usually just sounds and descriptions like, ugh. That's what Radier is right now.
Fed, very fed. As Radier going to rotate to the bottom side. Chiefs don't have very many objectives left to take here, but they might look for the Dragon. Ignoring it right now, given that it's only Dragon number 4. Would help them push just a bit, but they're probably content with trying to close out the game.
They're going to do their best CLG EU impression, I would say. Sit in the base till 60 minutes and hope that you haven't lost the game before that. Start to scale up with some kind of item differences. They've got the team fight comp, but they're going to have to go now.
I mean, going now is a problem because they're 20,000 gold behind almost, and the Chiefs, they're going to close the trap once again. Kulo goes through. Radier actually gets popped up. Malik with a great ulti, but Radier gets out. The wild growth on top. There's the first kill onto Jack. Mattress going to be the second for the double. Spook takes the other, so Pentadream is dead, but Swiffer diving onto mid-beast. The ace is completed, and the Chiefs, in style, take the game.
Very convincingly, Absolute try to put everything onto Radier and take him down, but they've got the Lulu to support, they've got the QSS even on Radier, everything on this Chiefs lineup able to protect what is their AD carry, and he's having a monster of a game.
He had a monster of a game as the Chiefs take the victory and maintain their undefeated record, and I tell the lie. I said if they couldn't kill him, he was going to get a penta. The only thing he missed was the penta.
He got a quadra, which is almost there, but I guess Jack Attack kind of not letting that one happen.
No, I mean, Swiper, you could have ulted to give the penta to your AD carry. No, it's fine. Take it away. As the Chiefs Really strong game coming in. And you have to think, just looking through some of the picks that went through, absolutely were always going to have a tough game, but was not made any easier by the Chiefs, who were playing in full force.
Yeah, absolutely having a very difficult game, but Chiefs coming through so strong and showing why they're on top of the ladder at the moment.
And with that last result, we're going to check in for our results of the day and see who are the winners and who unfortunately did not pick up a win today. We start with the top side of the results. Legacy versus Immunity, with Immunity taking away the upset victory there. And Avant versus Sudden Fear sees Avant get themselves another win.
Our third game of the day saw Direwolves taking a convincing finish over Sin Gaming, and the fourth game was Chiefs demolishing Absolute.
And it was a bit of a demolition, wasn't it, there? Ready going crazy. The Chiefs looking good and strong results for all the teams here across the day. But, of course, if you want to catch up on everything else as well, maybe rewatch some of those moments and see just if Raider could have gotten that pentakill, head on over to oce.lolesports.com for your VODs, your schedule, and all your other groovy OPL stuff.
And again, that was just the grossest game I think I've
So
ever seen.
gross. I mean, we've seen Raider get fed before, but that was unlike almost anything we've seen from him recently. Maybe the message is clear once again. Do not give the man Callista.
Yeah, it was a massive game for them. They did so much work. Really impressive all around.
Yeah, very impressive, and a great day of OPL ends once again. But we will return, of course, coming up on this Thursday for myself, Rusty, Atlas, Spawn, and our entire live production crew. We will see you later this week for more OPL.